honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 honesty, and you say honesty.
Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Oh, how are you doing, everyone? Welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube with your host, yours truly, Will the Rebel Rattigan. If you like the program, and I suspect that you do, Please like, share, and subscribe. And tonight, please tune in at midnight to Relax with the Rebel on Reggae Global Radio. Last week, we featured slow jams and it was well received. Tonight, we're going back to our roots. Sweet, sweet, sweet reggae music. So tell your friends, family, and neighbors to join us on Reggae Global Radio for the best fun on a Saturday night. Tune in tonight. Don't forget. Um, our guests are not here yet. Anyway, blessings and good health for Mama Eileen. She's going through a difficult period right now. So we hope that the Almighty will shine his light on her and provide her with restoration of health. Papa Trevor, Ma P, big up yourself. Ma Jean, Desmond Paul, Sassy D. I hope things work out for you, that foreign country. Hope to see you soon. Mrs. Nelson, that's our dear friend and brother Herb Nelson's wife. Bob D'Souza, Bob, how you doing, man? Hope all is well. Bunny Jump, yes, my brethren. I know you're going through some difficult times right now, but we're going to keep you in our prayers. Good health, myself. Mr. Baxter, another person that we have to keep in our prayers. Hopefully, rehab is going great, and we'll talk soon. And Angela, take care of him. Take care of him. Take care of him. And my sister Jenny, who's also going through rehab. Whole heap of people are going through rehab. Big up the Manison, the Ogle, and the Trower families in Durban, South Africa. As a matter of fact, some of the members of the Trower family, they are here with me in the DMV. So they're having a good time. Big up the Al-Faiz family in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Got a call from a friend of mine this week over in Riyadh, and things are going well. Glad to hear. Big up the Reggae Global family, the Firehouse crew. Eric, Colleen, Pancho, Wani, and the big up on yourself. The Rollington crew, my general and the admiral. Oh, by the way, Joanna Marie, get well soon. We're thinking about you. Big up all media personalities involved in the fight to hold the Jamaican government accountable. Platforms and personalities like Linkage Radio, excuse me, OBC Radio, All People Radio, Sutherland Radio, Sutherland TV. Big up yourself, Soda. Producer Win Global TV. Win, go on do your thing. Good work, good work, good work. I've been watching you. This week, I think I watched you like maybe three times, I think. About 3 times. Good work. And Isabel Rose. Waterhouse Vibes, Nita and the crew. Make we talk, Mr. Vumva V himself, Jeffrey Tavares. Mystic Sensation, Anne-Marie and Byron. Super Jams with Prezi and the Captain. Professor John Lennon. Andre Stevens, the teacher. Jamaican Carlos. Aromatic, Maria. Herb T, who will be with us shortly. Ripe Mango, that's Kamla. And of course, the renegade who no afraid, Mr. Wayne Lonesome. Big up Gander Road, Tony. Hey, Tony, I forget I'll call. Me know, I'll call you. If not tonight, tomorrow. Big up yourself, brethren. Roland and family. Big up on yourself. Bitter gal. Oh, you a call. Cora and the princess. Natty Naman Montague. Big up yourself in the Queens area there. And my sisters who live in Brooklyn and Jamaica. On a big up on yourself. Manchester crew, me not forget to know. Merlin, get well soon. The eye surgery can't stop you from listening. So, you have to see me if you hear me, just go and listen to me. Dorette and their communities. Miss Allen, Diana, and David, blessings. Manners and respect to all civil servants who teach, protect, and take care of us. We're talking about nurses, doctors, police officers, teachers, secretaries, etc. Forget again, lyrics. Jamaica a topic. Big up on yourself. I don't know. I lose it. I thought I had it written down, but for some reason, it escaped me. Won't happen again. In fact, I write it down right now. Jamaica hot topic. Oh yeah. Somehow went. Yeah, it's here. I skipped over it. Jamaica hot topic. Empress GTV Beyond the Echo with Tara. So I'm gonna big up on myself. Waterhouse vibes. Tomorrow at on YouTube at 4, which is 3 Jamaica time. Wayne Lonesome's Town Hall meeting tomorrow on YouTube at 7, which is 6 Jamaica time. And you can catch Jamaican Carlos, Jeffrey Tavares, Mystic Sensation, Andre Stevens, and others on a daily basis on their YouTube channels. I mean, this week was a week for news, if ever there was a week. Isaac Buchanan's radio show, Context Matters, on Reggae Global Radio, YouTube, and Facebook every Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m. That's 4 to 6 Jamaica time. Kevin, where you there? Please support DJ Kevin Stew's program tonight on Reggae Global Radio from 8 to 10. Don't forget. Kevin, where you there? Maybe that's what you should call the program. Kevin, where you there? Me there you are. Tonight on Reggae Global from 8 to 10. Now, we don't have a lot of guests today, but we have a lot of things to cover, a lot of grounds to cover. Millicent, all right, Millicent. I hear you. So you're gonna hear from the guests that we're gonna have on. I think we're gonna have on Dr. Ben, Herb, Isat, and mathematics, called Mr. Mathematics. Let me get him name, man. Richard James from Mobile. He was here last week. He'll be back. Talk Your Mind TV, hot off the press. All right, let me write them down. So I don't forget them. Talk Your Mind TV and hot off the press. All right. All right. Folks, support all of the bloggers. Support all of them. Tune in, listen, and digest what they're saying. Oh, Kevin took over. All right. Because there's a lot going on. Lot going on. So today, whatever you hear from the guests, it will be their personal opinions and not those of the radio station or mine. Today, we're going to discuss a whole bunch of things. We're going to discuss the truth about murder statistics. All of you people who've been listening and watching, reading about murder statistics in Jamaica, you can just take whatever the government has given you and just throw it out the door. And I'm going to reveal certain things to you today that will just blow your mind. I promise you that. We're also going to talk about whether the government of Jamaica is trying to cover up the current or the employment status of Miss Paula Llewellyn. We have a document that we're going to share with you, and you're going to see what's going on. And all of this comes back to the Jamaican taxpayers, how they're paying for things and they're not getting value for money. They're not getting value for money. Instead, they're getting ripped off. We're also going to analyze the CRC's recommendations. That's the people looking at the Constitution Reform Committee. We're going to look at the recommendations they've made. That alone will probably take us past midnight because there's so much to talk about. And I just want people to understand that the Constitution is a very, very significant document. It governs everything flows from it. The laws and everything flows from it. And it basically sets out a structure of government and governance. And we need to be familiar with it. Now, I know they've taken out, I don't know if they've reinstituted it, but they took out civics from the class, from being taught. And as a result of that, we're suffering because there's some simple things that we should know about the Constitution and we don't know. And we haven't taken the time to read. And so people come out and they tell us all kinds of things. And we just, we just, oh, go ahead, Kevin, sorry. And we just believe everything that they said. We just believe everything that they said because we assume that they know what they're talking about. But I'm going to play a video before we get into all of this, and it's going to show you how people can manipulate you. And I need you, family members, I need you to steer clear of this. I need you to come to an issue with a very, very critical mind. Even if whatever I tell you, look at it critically. If you can verify it for yourself, don't let people verify it for you. Verify it for yourself. We're also going to talk about citizenship and the oath of allegiance. That was just item number one throughout the week in the media. The upcoming Diaspora conference. And if you notice, I said conference, singular, because some people are having another conference. But that's a business conference, not a diaspora conference, a business conference. And we're going to expose all of that. Herb will be here to talk about the DC protest, which is 2 weeks from today, exactly 2 weeks from today. And we have the flyer and we have the promo. Then Dr. Ben is going to be with us. He's going to talk about Caribbean indigenous medicine. And he has a retreat initiative that I want to talk to you guys about, see if we can support him in that endeavor. And then we have mathematics initiative. He was here last week, and Mr. James, and he touched a lot of us that we said we have to have this man come back because he's not getting the support that we thought, hope that he would get from the government or private industry. And so he's doing this on his own, and we're going to try and help him as much as we can, because by helping him, we're helping a whole bunch of people. So that's where we are. Now, the foundation, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, continues to do good work. And as you're aware, funding is the mother's milk of our actions. If we have no funding, all we can do is just chat, chat, chat. We can't get out and do the things that we want to do. We're talking about lawsuits. We're talking about protests. We're talking about traveling to meet with lawmakers, etc. And that requires funding. And so we thank you immensely for making the sacrifice. Those of you who have. Yes, now, man. Big up yourself, my brother. I see you. And we urge you to continue being willing and cheerful givers. So, here's what we're going to do. Have some time. So, I'm glad to have the time with you, right? We don't have any guests. They're coming on, but I'm just glad to have this little kind of private time with you because we have to chat. And what we're going to chat about right now is how governments, plural, how they present things to you in such a way that you believe everything they're saying without even analyzing. And Megawatt with the boss, when he gets on and Prezi, we'll talk more about that. Right. So we're trying to get you out of that framework where people tell you things and you just believe. And it's funny because somebody told me, I think yesterday or this morning, that people were saying that I'm a propagandist and I'm a this and I'm a that. I'm gonna say, sure.
Is that the best them can say? Because if that the man can say, look here. And then they went on to say, but produce bogus documents. I'm going to say, oh, if I produce bogus the documents I'm coming from the government. And if I were doing this, right, providing false documentation and leveling accusations at the government, you know something would have happened by now. They would have come out and said it's lie. They would have disproved it. Who knows? Maybe they would have sued me. But they can't. They can't, because all the documents I'm putting up, they're authentic. But again, like I said, that's because people have been programmed. So let me deprogram those of you who are programmed to see things a certain way, and kind of clear the clutter out your mind and have you just look at things objectively and think them things are through. All right, I've said enough. Let me put this on. Please pay attention to this. Please pay. Oh, by the way, if all the broadcasts, I know you're paying attention, but I need you to pay close attention to today's broadcast, because you're going to see things and you're going to hear things that will absolutely blow your mind. Here we go.
Despite what you might be thinking, these two circles are not equal. I repeat.
Let's start over.
Despite what you might be thinking, these two circles are not equal. I repeat, these two circles are not equal. One is in fact larger than the other. What I need you to do is determine which one that is.
Here we go. Let me start over again. Here we go.
Despite what you might be thinking, these two circles are not equal. I repeat, these two circles are not equal. One is in fact larger than the other. What I need you to do is determine which one that is. So, please raise your hand if you believe the blue circle is larger than the red. All right. Please raise your hand if you believe the red circle is larger than the blue. All right, very good. Now, before I said anything about these two circles, what was your first instinct? Equal, right? Because they look equal. And the reason why they look equal is because, in fact, they are equal. These two circles are identical. Yet I got just about every one of you to raise your hand and say that they're not. So what do we learn? That you can be manipulated like that to believe in something that goes against your natural instinct. Just imagine as a child you're taught that the blue circle is larger than the red. If you say it enough times, you convince yourself that's the truth. If you're told the lie enough times, it becomes part of your reality. And if enough people are taught that lie, that the blue circle is larger than the red, well, now it becomes part of the culture. And if that culture then passes that misinformation along to the next generation, well, now it becomes tradition.
See what I'm saying, folks? That's what I'm talking about. If you hear the lie enough times, then you start to believe the lie. So when you hear something, you need to check it out. You need to check it out. And follow the advice of this man.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Follow him carefully. I've often said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. You know what? I am so moved by the first video. I'm going to play it again for those of you who just joined. Here we go.
Despite what you might be thinking, these two circles are not equal. I repeat, these two circles are not equal. One is in fact larger than the other. What I need you to do is determine which one that is. So, please raise your hand if you believe the blue circle is larger than the red. All right. Please raise your hand if you believe the red circle is larger than the blue. All right, very good. Now, before I said anything about these two circles, what was your first instinct? Equal, right? Because they look equal. And the reason why they look equal is because, in fact, they are equal. These two circles are identical. Yet I got just about every one of you to raise your hand and say that they're not. So what do we learn? That you can be manipulated like that to believe in something that goes against your natural instinct. Just imagine as a child you're taught that the blue circle is larger than the red. If you say it enough times, you convince yourself that's the truth. If you're told the lie enough times, it becomes part of your reality. And if enough people are taught that lie, that the blue circle is larger than the red, well, now it becomes part of the culture. And if that culture then passes that misinformation along to the next generation, well, now it becomes tradition.
And that's where we are, folks. We are in the tradition mode. We've been fed so many lies, and we just believe them. We say it must be true without examining the facts for ourselves. I say that as an introduction to a very important topic. Well, all the topics are important, but this one especially. We've been told time and again that we should believe what we hear about crime statistics, murder statistics. And we hear it on the radio, we read it in the newspapers, we see it on TV, hear it on TV, that a certain number of people, they were slaughtered last year. And then the politicians, they'll come and they'll say, well, it's 5% less than last year. Still doesn't matter. That soul is gone. That person is not coming back. But they'll tell you that. And you kind of sit there and say, well, it's not that bad because, yeah, it's 5% less. Well, I'm going to show you why you cannot believe them. Let me start with this. Okay. Now, if you recall, last week, hold on. Last week I showed you this. I'm trying to pull it up. All right, here we go. Last week I showed you this. And if you remember, this was my attempt to find out the real numbers, or the real number of people killed in Jamaica. Murdered, I should say, every year, right? And this is what happened. In let me see if I can make it bigger. There we go. In 2023, I requested a request. I submitted a request for certain crime statistics. Now, here's what happened. And I need you to just stay with me, please. Please stay with me. Don't leave me. Stay with me. It came to my attention that the number that you see flashed in the newspaper, on the screen, or whatever, saying, 1,200 people were killed. Came to my attention that it has to be more. Just based on anecdotes, based on what people are saying, it has to be more. So I found out that there are certain categories that they put dead people in. The police I'm talking about. There's a category called self-defense. And that's self-explanatory. You try kill me, I kill you. So I don't get prosecuted because I'm defending myself. So I kill you, your death is registered in the self-defense box. And there's another one. Suicide. Like the guy from the Department of Corrections who drove his car off a Spurtree Hill and found a tree, didn't die, found a tree, went and hung himself. Suicide. Then there is missing persons. Then there is also one where the coroner, the pathologist, and I think there's only one they have in Jamaica to service, the whole country. The government, that is, they have private people, but you have to pay a lot of money for that. That they can't get to all the dead bodies to determine cause of death. Because just because someone sustained a gunshot wound, doesn't mean that the person died from the gunshot. Could be from something else. And then there's this category, which is very intriguing, very intriguing. It's called death
investigations. Now, I didn't know what the hell was that, but I said, I'm going to find out. So my quest to get a number of all the people put in different categories started September 30th of last year, as you can see. And then November, I received a communication because I originally asked for homicide rates. And they say, we don't know what, we don't know, define that. And then I found out that homicide rate in the US means something different in Jamaica. The homicide rate in Jamaica is all of the categories I just told you about. So if you want to find out how many people were murdered, you have to ask for the murder rate. You can't ask for homicide rate. Homicide doesn't translate to murder in Jamaica. As far as statistics are concerned, no. So then I complained to Jamaica House, and then they told me to contact this gentleman, Inspector Henderson. All right, the real Detective Inspector Henderson. Then in January of this year, he told me that the results would be forthcoming by January 8th. January 9th, he sent me an email to say that the report was completed and it was submitted to his commanding officer for review. Then February 14th, didn't hear from him up to that point, so I sent him a gentle reminder to say, hey, you promised me you were going to give me this on the 8th. Then on the 9th, you said it was submitted to your commanding officer. It's now February, mid-February, I'm still waiting. And on February 15th, he said, oh, the report was in the final stage of preparation. Now, keep in mind that he told me on the 9th that it was completed and submitted for review. All right. March 1st, contacted him again, and he said it was sent to the DCP, I believe that to be Mr. Fitzbailey, for review, and that an update would be provided. Then, let me see when he said the update would be provided. He said by the weekend. It's right here. Let's look at 3/1. It's right there. Then on 4/18, April 18, I asked for an update. And then on the 19th, he said tomorrow, meaning the 20th. And here it is that, what's the date on this? Let's see, the 24th. I wrote to him and I said, hey, man, I'm still waiting, right? So, and then last week, Saturday, if you recall, last week, Saturday, what did I do? I said, if I don't get a response by next week, meaning this week, I'm going to file a complaint with the tribunal. I've filed 3 complaints with the tribunal previously. And every single one of them, every single ministry responded before the tribunal could listen to the matter. So there, you get some reaction when you say, I'm going to file with the tribunal, and you actually file. So that's what I did. So now I told him I needed by, I told him that I would file it by this week. Lo and behold, on Monday, this past Monday, I got a response. And I'm going to show you the response. Well, he sent me this. Oh, this is when he said he sent it to his commanding officer for review and instructions. Here's a response. No, folks, I hope you're sitting down. I hope you're sitting down when I show you this. When I show you this. Because you won't believe this. The 27th of May, 2023. He said, Dear Mr. Rattigan, in response to your access to information inquiry, please see the results of our database interrogation below. And here are the questions I asked. Please provide the number of death investigations conducted for each year beginning in 2016 to present. Question number 2. Please provide the number of death investigations that have been completed for each year, beginning in 2016 to present. 3. Please advise if the completed death investigations since 2016 have been accounted for in the annual homicide statistics. It should have said annual murder statistics. So then 3A, he said if the death investigation is reclassified as murder, they are included in the annual murder statistics. So right there, you see what's going on. They're telling you that the number that you have, and they actually say it, but people don't read. They're saying the number of murders that we publish, that number is subject to change. And I'm going to show you how the numbers have changed over the last several years. The numbers that they provide to the public, how secretly they go back and they change the numbers. And the numbers in every single instance, the number is greater than before. But they don't publicize it. And the media, I don't even know if they know what's going on. So remember that. He says if the death investigation is reclassified as murder, they are included in the annual murder statistics. Then question number 4, please provide the number of death investigations that have not been completed for each year from 2016 to present. So remember the questions, folks. Tell me the number of death investigations that you've done for each year from 2016. Tell me how many of them you've completed for each year, beginning in 2016. Tell me if the completed ones have been accounted for in the murder rate, and tell me the number of death investigations that have not been completed. All right, here we go. Incidents original report as death investigations. 2016, 96. Now, these numbers, just keep in mind, folks, that when the murder rate was published in 2016, these 96 deaths, they were not accounted for. They were not counted in the murder rate. All right. So 2016 is 96, 2017, 91, 2018, 110. 2019, 67, 2020, 47, 2021, 86, 2022, 54, 2023, 51. These are all deaths that they're saying we are trying to investigate. We're investigating these deaths. We can't say that they're suicide. We can't say that they're self-defense. And as far as missing persons, hold that one. Don't think about these as being in the missing persons category, because I'm going to show you how they handle missing persons. All right. Now, look at the second category. This category right here. I don't know if you can see it, right? The one that begins death investigation subsequently reclassified. So what you're saying, if you follow me, let me see if I can make this bigger. All right. What they're saying is that in 2016, for example, they had 96 deaths that they said, oh, we really don't know how this person died. Subsequently, they said 47 out of the 96, they determined how the person died, and they reclassified those. Now, we don't know how they reclassify them, if they reclassify them as self-defense or homicide. Self-defense, suicide, or murder. We don't know how they reclassify them, but they reclassified 47 out of 96. And so on and so forth. This is 2017, 91, they reclassified 44, meaning that they cleared up the way the person died. They said, oh, we know how this person died, right? And then they reclassified, they put it in different boxes. Look at this one. Ongoing death investigations, people. From 2016, in 2016, we have 96 people who died. And the police say, Since that time, we have reclassified 47. Look at this. 49 of them still going on right now. As of when I got this 2 days ago, 14 from 2016, 49 people, 49 dead bodies. The police cannot say how these people died. Think about that. From 2016, and given the fact that they've gotten so much money, they've claimed that their forensics, the lab and this and that, they're great, and that they have some of the best investigators in the Northern Hemisphere. Look, I've met some of them. They're really great investigators. They're really good, solid people. They're outstanding civil service workers. But it doesn't take away from the fact that as of now, 49 people, 96 people they couldn't classify in 2016. Since then, they've reclassified 47. And now, as of 2 days ago, they said 49 out of 2016, we can't tell how these people died. We can't put them in a category. So you can see how it's possible to play games with these numbers, because they could take all 49 and say, oh, these 49 people, let's put them in self-defense and suicide. Let's not put them in murder. Because if you put them in the murder category, the numbers, of course, will increase. But here's the thing that family we're not paying attention to. How many of us actually go back and look at what the government said the first time around for the murder rate, and then go back and look at what they subsequently said? How many of us? Not very many of us. But I can tell you that the numbers have changed. The numbers have changed, and the numbers have, in some years, the numbers have changed significantly. But we don't go back and look. Now, here are all the numbers. 2017. Look at this one. 2018. 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. That's 6 years ago. 110 people. They said, we can't really tell how these people died. And since 2018, they've only reclassified 39. Meaning that there are 71 cases that they haven't addressed. They haven't concluded yet. 71. This is 2018, 6 years ago. What's the eyesight's here? Welcome, my brother.
Greetings.
Nice show on Thursday. I check it out. Nice show. I hear you mention my name one time though. I thought you were gonna mention it like several times, but you're gonna mention it one time. But that's good.
All right.
That's good. But so you see what happened in here, folks? 71 as of 6 years ago. The 6 years ago, 110 people. They said, we don't know how these people died. Then they've since then reclassified 39, meaning that they've taken these 39 and they've said, okay, this guy, it was suicide or it was self-defense or murder. But 71 from 6 years ago, they still can't tell what's going on. Now, when you add all of these up, folks, when you add these up, it comes up to a grand total of 300 and some odd bodies. Let me do the math here. Let me do the arithmetic. It's 49 plus 47 plus 71 plus 36 plus 20 plus 55 plus 23 plus 25. 326 bodies. 326 souls that the government cannot account for. They said, we don't know. It's ongoing. From 2016, it's ongoing. It gets better. Or it gets worse, I should say. So, here's another question I asked them. Please provide the number of suspected homicide autopsies. That's murder. The ones that you suspect of being murder. that are outstanding. You hear, see what I'm saying? We don't collect this data. And this is the Statistics and Information Management Unit of the JCF. They say we don't collect, we don't collect, we don't collate, basically saying we don't know how many suspected homicides. Right? And by the way, for those of you asking where are the bodies, I sent another one right after this about 2 days ago, and I said to him, look, for the 326 bodies, can you tell me if they've been buried, cremated, or stored? I haven't heard anything yet. So I'm asking the questions. We're thinking along the same lines. So suspected homicides, they don't know. Look at the bottom right here. Figures are subject to change due to ongoing investigations. So everything that you're seeing here could change next week. The murder rate could go up. It could go up retroactively. So what would happen is that, like last year, whatever it was, they could say, you know what, out of this 25 here in 2023, 20 of them are murders, and then the murder rate gone. But guess what? You have been fed this thing that the murder rate last year was lower than the year before, and all of this nonsense. All those things are subject to change. No, let's go on. Here's another question. Please advise as to the approximate time it is taking the coroner's office to complete the autopsies. Them say, we don't collect that information. We don't collect, we don't collate. We don't have that information. Here's another one. Please advise if these autopsies are accounted for in the annual homicide statistics. He said, where the result of the autopsy and investigations indicates foul play, the report is included in the murder statistics. Fine. The question I should have asked, and I will ask, is the outstanding ones, the bottom column going across from left to right, have they been looked at by the examined by the pathologists, or are they waiting to be? Well, we'll see. Then I ask him, please provide the number of individuals for the past 7 years who sustained gunshot-related injuries and succumbed to their injuries. Because, you know, sometimes you hear 4 people get shot, 2 died, 2 in the hospitals, and then we don't hear again about the 2 that went to the hospital. If they, and my understanding of the law, and Isaac can back me up, is that if the person dies within a year and a day of the shooting, they can attribute that to. It's possible to attribute that to the gunshot wound, and then you include it in the murder rate. No, here are the numbers for the murder rate, right? 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I can tell you that some of these are incorrect. Let me see something. I tell you these are incorrect, and I'll tell you why. See, in 2017, you see what they have right here? 1,344. That is incorrect. In 2017, the initial report was that it was 1,616. This is incorrect. And I'm going to give you some more numbers. I'm looking at a chart here, comparing it with their chart. In 2016, they have 1,101. Well, oh, actually, I don't know. I see what they're saying. They're saying it's gun-related murder, so somebody could have been a stabbing. All right. Please advise if these individuals were accounted for in the annual homicide statistics. Yes. No. Here is something that's going to frighten you. Please provide the number of persons who were reported missing in 2015 and 2016 and are still unaccounted for. We don't have that info. We don't have that info. Missing people, let's say we don't have that. And at the bottom, figures are subject to change due to ongoing investigations. So when they come and tell you about the murder rate gone down and this, don't believe them. Don't believe them. Let me see. I have another document here. Let me see. That's that. Which one? Okay. No. Here's another document. This one I won't be able to enlarge it, but I'll just give you an example of what's going on. In 2016, they said it was 1,354 murders. Right? Initially, they said it was 1,350. They added 4 more. And then when you go to how many of them were cleared up, only 738. Only about, that's about 51%. They're about half of the murders they couldn't clear up. Then look at 2017. They had 1,646 murders, only 723 cleared up. That's less than half. And here are the numbers that they've given. They only go up to 2020. I don't know why. They should update their website. 2020. In 2020, listen to this, folks. In 2020, the initial report was that there were 1,301 persons killed in Jamaica. Then it went up to 1,323. Right? 2019, 1,332, and then you go up to 1,339, an increase. 2018, initially, it was 1,287. It stayed at 1,287. 2017, it was 1,616. Look at where it went, 1,647. In 2016, 1,350 initially reported, then 1,354. And it just goes on and on and on. The point I'm trying to make to you is that the numbers are changing. They keep changing. They keep fluctuating. Where are we now? 2021. All right. Here's another case. Number of murders in Jamaica from 2011 to 2023. Right? Initially, it was reported. Let's start with 2016. All right. In 2016, it was initially reported that 1,350 people died. Then they revised it to say it's 1,354. 2017, they said it was 1,616. Then they revised it. It went up to 1,647. Then in 2018, they said it was 1,287. It stayed at 1,287. 2019, they said it's 1,332. 2019, 1,339. It went up. 2020, they said it was 1,301. Went up to 1,323. 2021, 1,464, 1,474, and so on and so forth. So the numbers keep changing, folks. The numbers keep changing. So let me take this off the screen. So that's why when they tell you about the murder, the murder rate, you have to take it with a grain of salt, because remember now we still have 300. Believe that, ISAT, we have 300 and some odd bodies that they said they can't tell us where the bodies are, but they say we're conducting an investigation to determine if these people, if they're murdered, or they're self-defense, or it's suicide. And by the way, we don't keep statistics on missing persons.
So then how them know if some of those bodies them are the people who are dead or missing? Don't answer.
Okay.
I just was wondering in terms of how do they make the connections, but the government of the day just wants the murder rate low, so it looks like they're doing something. So I'm not surprised that they would do that.
Folks, let me play this video again for you. I said just come on, but I have to play this video again, because what I just show you is that the numbers that they're giving you, the numbers are incorrect. The numbers are not, the numbers are, they're fluctuating. Here's the video.
Despite what you might be thinking, these two circles are not equal. I repeat, these two circles are not equal. One is in fact larger than the other. What I need you to do is determine which one that is. So, please raise your hand if you believe the blue circle is larger than the red. All right. Please raise your hand if you believe the red circle is larger than the blue. All right, very good. Now, before I said anything about these two circles, what was your first instinct? Equal, right? Because they look equal. And the reason why they look equal is because, in fact, they are equal. These two circles are identical. Yet I got just about every one of you to raise your hand and say that they're not. So what do we learn? That you can be manipulated like that to believe in something that goes against your natural instincts. Just imagine as a child you're taught that the blue circle is larger than the red. If you say it enough times, you convince yourself that's the truth. If you're told the lie enough times, it becomes part of your reality. And if enough people are taught that lie, that the blue circle is larger than the red, well, now it becomes part of the culture. And if that culture then passes that misinformation along to the next generation, well, now it becomes tradition.
See there? And that is where we are with crime statistics, murder rates, when they tell you all of this nonsense, that the murder rate is going down. And by the way, look at this chart again. I can't make it any bigger, but Kevin, where you there? Kevin, where you there? If you can make that chart bigger so I can show the people something. But if you can see it, I don't know if you can. Hold on, let me see if I have another one that might be able to help. No. Make it a little bit bigger, Kevin. Yes, one more time, brother. All right, Kevin. You're the best. All right, folks. No, I'm show you something. That's what I said. Don't make them fool on you. Look at 2015 was the last year that the PNP was in government, was the government of the day. 2015. Look at the murder rate. It was 1,208. And the election was held, I think, in February of 2016. What happened between December, the last day of the year, and February? The opposition at the time, which is now the government, they came out and they protested against this 1,208 because the year before it was 1,005, right? And they said crime is going up, and we have to do something about it. And we are the party of law and order, and we are going to make sure that you can sleep with your windows and your doors open. That was a campaign promise. The people said, we want a change. We believe you can do it. And so we're going to give you the mantle of power so that you can ensure our safety and security. 1,208. In 2016, they took over, early 2016. Look at in 2016, what was it? 1,354. Me no good pan math, but me know 1,354 is a bigger number than 1,208. Look at 2017. It was 1,647. Remember now, the promise was, we going to make you sleep with your windows and doors open because 1,208 was way too high. Look at 2018. 1,287. Still not 1,208. Look at 2019. 1,339. Still not 1,208. Look at 2020. 1,323. Still not 1,208. Look at 2021, 1,474, still not 1,208. Look at 2022, 1,498, still not 1,208. And look at 2023, 1,393, still not 1,208. So how them tell us a crime gone down? How?
And you miss a big thing about these years as well, you know.
Go ahead, sir. Inform me.
are known as a state of emergency years.
Emergency, correct. And COVID. And COVID.
Yes. Took them
Right.
billions of dollars to have this managed, including lockdown and curfews.
You can get your mic a little bit closer.
Oh, you're not here? I probably need to turn it up. Hold on. Yeah. You hear me now?
Loud and clear.
All right. Yeah. So I'm saying it between lockdown, states of emergency, curfews, those are the things that was used to manipulate some of these numbers. And a lot of taxpayers' money to get it like that.
And remember what they said. They said that 1208 was too high. And they have not seen 1208. And yet we had states of emergency, we have COVID, we have this, we have that, we have lockdown where people couldn't move. And yet the murder rate was still above 1208. And they said, we spent more money than any other government fighting crime. And you said, you ask yourself the question, when? When did you do this? When did you do this? So, folks, don't make them fool you about crime rate gone down. In order for them to impress you that the crime rate has gone down, tell them, say, it must be 1208 or lower, because that is what they campaigned on. And you believe them and you gave them your vote. So it must be 1208 in order for us to say, well, the crime rate gone down. Not only that, there are two aspects to it. One is the statistics, but there's another aspect that people haven't really measured, and that is the feeling of security. How do you feel? And if you ask people randomly in Jamaica, how do you feel about crime and violence? And I'm sure they're going to tell you that it's not a good feeling. It's not a good feeling. So people, when they come and tell us the crime rate gone on, tell them, say, no. Is the murder rate below 1208? Because if it's below 1208, yes, it's gone down. But if it's not below 1208, then no. Don't make them fool you. So that's one of the stories that I found fascinating this week. And I sent back something to the JCF. And by the way, more big up Detective Inspector Donovan Henderson, because I'm telling you, and I said it last week, the man is a gentleman. He's a professional. When you talk to him, he's very even-keeled. He actually speaks in a monotonic way. You know, his voice not go up or not go down. It just stay one level, and very respectful. It's a pleasure dealing with him. But I think he knows the problem. He knows it, and he's not the problem, by the way. Let me tell you that. He's not the problem. But there's a lot of problems in the JCF. And remember, what I just presented to you, I got it from the Statistics and Information Management Unit of the JCF. I never get this. So all of the people who claim that I use bogus documents, I didn't get this document. I didn't get it from off the street or from Google or some other search engine. I got this straight from the police, and they are required to give me this information under the Access to Information. I've been telling most of you, I've been telling all of you that you should file for whatever information you need from the government under ATI. Let them tell you that they can't give it to you. Speaking of can't give it to you, I have something I want to pay attention to, sir.
Yeah.
Let me find it. Here's another story. All right, here we go. Take a keen look on this. I think you'll find this one interesting. This one is about the DPP, right?
Which one?
Here we go. Look at this. You can see it, Isaac? You can see it? You can see it? All right. No. I had written to the Office of the Services Commission. Let me hide some of the information first. Let me set it up. I wrote to the office because I said, look, I don't understand this. The court said that I'm sure everyone remembers, the court said that the DPP did not have a job. In fact, she was no longer the DPP. She could not benefit from the amendment to the Constitution. If you remember, family, the government, under the cover of darkness, they quickly amended the Constitution, even though they had a constitutional reform committee that they could have passed this through. They went ahead and they amended the Constitution so that the DPP could extend her tenure, because under the current Constitution, she had to leave at 60. However, there's a provision that says you can get an extension up to 5 years. One extension up to 5 years. She got an extension for 3. So that's it. And then remember last year, February, she wrote to the Services Commission and she said, look, I want to get an extension. And then I think it was in May. She wrote in February, and in May they wrote her back and they said, no, constitutionally, you're not entitled to it. And by the way, the Prime Minister said no. Then something happened between May and August, because in August, that's when they amended the Constitution to extend her. Then there was a court hearing, and the court said, no, you're not entitled to an extension. Your time is up, you need to go. So now the question becomes, what will happen? What is going to happen now with what is going to happen with her? The simple answer is that she should go home because she doesn't have a job. But as you recall, there was mass confusion, and the government even appealed it. It's in the Court of Appeal right now. And so we weren't sure, was she the DPP or not? What happened? They appointed an acting DPP. And my understanding is that the acting DPP got a pay raise, right? Because now she's head of the office. So where is the former DPP, Paula Llewellyn? And we were led to believe that she was still coming into the office and that she was still being paid as DPP. So that led me to ask a very simple question. It's a very simple question. Is the acting DPP there occupying that position because the DPP is on vacation, as there were some reports to that end, or was the office vacant? Because the court basically said the office is vacant. So here's a question I asked. I asked, please clarify whether Ms. Claudette Thompson is acting as a director of public prosecutions based on Ms. Paula Llewellyn being on vacation or due to the office being vacant. Now, this lady, Miss Jacqueline Bell Rowe, I suspect she's a very nice lady, just by her writing style. And she said, if you notice, she went out of her way. She went out of her way to say, I am directed to respond as follows. Normally, you don't see that. Normally, I don't see that. I file these things almost daily, and I don't see this. But she's letting me know, she's conveying to me that, Mr. Rattigan, listen, I don't want to get involved in this, and I'm being told to tell you that this is the response. Right? And look at the response. It says the Office of the Services Commissions is unable to grant access to the information requested pursuant to Section 22 of the Access to Information Act of 2002. That's one reason why they're not going to tell me whether she's on vacation or the office is vacant. The second reason is that we are unable to disclose the information requested pursuant to Section 42 and Paragraph 1 of the second schedule of the Data Protection Act of 2020. So they've given me two reasons. Now, all of the documents are here. They're attached. So once we leave this, I'm not going to come back to this. So I need you to remember this. What did I ask for? I asked just tell me if the acting is there because the person who was previously was there is on vacation or the office is vacant. That's all I ask. Just tell me if the person who used to be there, if she's on vacation or the office is vacant, she's no longer there, and that's why we have an acting. And remember what they said. Section 22, you can't get it. Section 22 of the ATI and Section 42 of the Data Protection Act. We can't give it to you based on those two. So let's go to those provisions and see if what they're saying is true. Let's start.
Before you go there, you ask some difficult questions, you know.
Why?
Because it says it references with your request to this office for a written response, clarifying whether Ms. Claudette Thompson is acting as Director of Public Prosecution based on Ms. Paula Llewellyn being on vacation, unconstitutional, or due to the office being vacant, constitutional. And then she says, I'm directed to respond as follows. We can't grant access to the request pursuant to this, because if we tell you, you're going to know that Claudette is either there unconstitutionally or constitutionally. And if she was there constitutionally currently, we would tell you. But because she's there unconstitutionally, we can't tell you. So now you can proceed.
All right, so family, remember, you hear what Isaac said, and he's correct. There's a constitutional side to it and an unconstitutional side to it. And so they said that we can't tell you because of Section 22 of the Information Act, Access to Information Act, and Section 42, Paragraph 1 of the Data Protection. All right, so let's go. Here we go. Section 22. Look at what Section 22 says. Not to thank Mama for sending me go to school. Right? It says, this is the Access to Information Act. Remember, Section 22? It says, subject to the provisions of this section, a public authority shall not grant access to an official document. I'm not asking for an official document. And you'll see what an official document, how it's defined. I didn't ask for an official document. I just clarify for me whether this person is there because Miss Llewellyn is on vacation or the office is vacant. So they said, you shall not, they can't give it to me because they can't grant access to an official document if it would involve the unreasonable disclosure of information relating to the personal affairs of any person, whether living or dead. Let's unpack that. First thing, I didn't ask for an official document. Second thing, what I'm asking for is not unreasonable. It's in the public's interest. It's like we want to know if we are spending money for 2 DPPs. That's clearly within the purview of any person to ask. And by the way, remember, under the ATI, anybody can ask this question. You don't have to be a Jamaican and you don't have to live in Jamaica. Somebody from Mars could actually send this, and they would have to act accordingly. So that's it. I'm not asking for anything that's unreasonable. And then they put personal affairs. What personal affairs? Whether somebody is occupying the office or not, is that personal? This is inapplicable. Section 22 does not apply. And that's why the lady said, I am being directed to tell you this. Somebody told her. She didn't do this on her own. Right? So that's Section 22. Now, let's look at, they talk about data controller means somebody who is going to decide what information you'll get. That's what that means. And you'll see why the term data controller, you'll see why it's going to be important. You'll see. And the data controller representative would be like the lady who just wrote to me, the lady who said, I'm being directed to give you this. She would be the data controller representative. The person who told her to give it to me, that would be the data controller. All right?
You know what you should do, though, Mr. Rattigan?
Yes, sir.
Reply to her and said, you know what? I will ask Daryl Vaz because nothing is secret. Nothing is private.
I'm going to get to that.
All right.
I'm going to get to the secret thing. But And then the data subject is the person. Listen to this. The data subject is somebody who's who, if they give you the information, it will identify them. No, the acting DPP, everybody knows her. The former DPP, everybody knows her. So when they said likely to lead to the identification of the individual, it doesn't compute. It's nonsense. Here's personal data now. Personal data means information relating to a living individual or somebody who's been dead who can be identified from that information. But former DPP Paula Llewellyn is a known entity, is a known person. What do I mean? Who can be identified? I'm just saying, is she on? Is the office vacant, or is she on vacation? Why this lady is acting? All they have to do is just say one or the other. This lady is acting because the office is vacant, or this lady is acting because she's on vacation. So personal data, that's not it. Let me go on a little bit further. This section 6, it tells you what your rights are to get the information. And I'm going to write to the lady who sent this, the response to me. I'm going to give her all of this stuff so she can go read it or give it to, her bosses so they can look at it and see that what they're saying is just absolute nonsense. Because all this is saying is that you can't give out information if you're going to identify somebody. And I didn't even ask where she's going on vacation. I just said, just tell me if she's on vacation. Let me go on a little bit more. Yeah, I'm not asking for personal data. So that's that. Then there's a commissioner that you can appeal to if you don't feel satisfied, which I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to go back to them and show them the folly of their ways and show them that I don't know if they think I'm an idiot or they misunderstood what I'm asking for. I'm not going to make that determination now. So that's why I'm going back to them before going to the commissioner. And these are areas where personal data are exempt from the non-disclosure provisions. Like for legal proceedings, they can't do. No, remember what she said. Also 42. And 42 says, the matters set out in the second schedule shall be exempt from the provisions of this act to the extent specified in that schedule. So now we go to the second schedule. Here it is. No, so they said paragraph 1, right? Look at what paragraph 1 said. Personal data are exempt from section 6 if they consist of a reference given or to be given in confidence by the data controller for the purposes of. So what do you need to do? You need to go to section 6 because it says it's exempt from section 6. So you go to section 6. Look at what section 6 says. Where personal data are processed for the purposes of or in connection with a corporate finance service. What does that have to do with me? I'm not a corporate finance service. It has nothing to do with me. Both references have nothing to do with my request. Nothing. So I don't want to assume anything. So, and I know if they're not watching, they have friends who are watching who will tell them. And let me just go back to the lady's name. Oh, here she is. Mrs. Jacqueline Belrow. I don't think she relishes being in this role, but that's the lady who wrote to me, and that's what she was told, to tell me that section 22 and section 42, right, and paragraph 1, and both, none of the sections apply to me. None of them apply to what I'm doing. But what do I have? Apart from, the ability to read through these things and figure out what's going on. I have time. I have time. So I can wait them out. I can play the game they're playing. I'm in no rush. But like Isaac said, we need to know as a society, as a group of people, we need to know how taxpayers' monies are spent. Because it would appear as if Miss Paula Llewellyn is still being paid as a DPP, and it would appear as if Miss Claudette Thompson is being paid a commensurate salary as the acting DPP. So essentially, we're paying for two DPPs. Two DPPs we're paying for. Taxpayers don't have to understand that this is food no money, you know. It's food no money. And when we talk about transparency and accountability and honesty and ethics and all of those things, they come into play here. How can you tell me that a simple question like this, you're going to send me around the world and try and, you give me provisions that don't apply to the question I asked. We need to know. Yes, Taya, we need to know. And Paula said that she's still in the office and getting paid. So I didn't know that maybe Isaac knows about this and is not telling us that you can have, let me move this. Isaac is not telling us that you can actually have two DPPs. Oh, Herb is here. I didn't see Herb. Sorry about that, Herb. Welcome, Herb T. I didn't see you. Can't hear you, Isaac.
Repeat for me.
Eh?
Yes,
greetings to everybody.
Greetings.
Can you hear me?
Loud
Yeah.
and clear.
Okay.
So Isaac, can you give us, because you're intimately connected to the judicial system in Jamaica.
It's intimately connected to no DPP. Don't mix me up.
And I didn't say that, sir. I didn't say you're intimately connected to the DPP, and you would never make such a statement.
Let me just make something clear. I only have respect for the judiciary.
All right. With a man with great respect for the...
I think guys that is intimately connected to that judge.
Which
So
judge
the one
you
who
talking?
schooled him?
Huh?
The one
that owned you this past week.
You know, Herb, you're bad mind. You just mad that the judge schooled me. You are some schooling now.
Grateful, me lady. I thank you for schooling me today. Might I take my leave, my lady? In other words, you're saying, oh, you spanked me so badly, I need to run out of here.
No.
Is that what you were telling her?
No, I really want to tell her, can I go and do my context matters now? Because it was cutting into my time.
Okay.
No. So, Isaac, before you cut into Herb, can you tell me if it makes sense, or where does it make sense? When does it make sense? How does it make sense? Why does it make sense that you can have an acting DPP who's getting paid?
You can't. Let's make that make sense. No. And we talk about this already with the whole Avengers thing and Thanos. The minute that the court, the full court, the judges whom I respect says, listen, this is constitutional, and they were like, the person never existed again. But everybody just keep talking about the person, and the person don't exist. And when you talk about the person, and so you can't pay somebody who don't exist.
Right.
Okay, so if it's happening, somebody's scamming. So the clerk who is paying somebody who don't exist should go to prison for scamming taxpayers' money. That's how I see it. And an investigation, the acting DPP should get that file and prosecute the person who is paying the person who don't exist. We must have zero tolerance for fraud and scamming and criminality. Yeah.
Well, if you look at it this way, I want to take a leaf out of Trump's playbook. if the president does it, it must be legal. So if the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General come together and say, we don't believe what this stupid court is telling us, they made another
Which court
stupid
you call it
decision.
stupid?
Huh?
We call it stupid, her.
The Constitutional Court, that's how they refer to them. They don't have any sense.
Okay.
So they have all the sense in the world. So they're going to make a decision to keep her on the payroll. And of course, something that's not appealable, they're going to appeal it anyway. Because they are the powers to be on the island. One guy controls justice, and the other guy is his practitioner, his henchman, the man who wields the hammer, right? So, having messed up at the Court of Appeals level, that caused embarrassment in London before the Privy Council, we now have to embarrass the local court locally so that we can show them that we have all the sense in the world. Those are the words of the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General. They have all the power. They interpret things the way it should be interpreted. So, when is the Court of Appeals going to apologize, turn Vibes Cartel loose, and say that Mr. Buchanan has shown us all the right way, my lady, so we don't have to worry about doing this again in this fashion? You see where I'm coming from?
I see where you're coming from, but I've always said, don't trust the words of politicians. So if they feel like the court is stupid and them bright, I assure you, yeah, they're not gonna get it.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians. People, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians. People, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Mm-hmm. Well,
but these two says, hey, we are all right. We're different. We're not Minister Morgan. He's been fired. So now you can trust politicians that we got rid of the bad information minister.
Well, just put it this way. The appellate process, it ends at the Privy Council. This one will end at the Privy Council. So it's gonna be sometime this year or something like that. So it's just for us to watch.
When you say this one, you mean your case with Vibes or the DPP case?
The constitutional case. Yeah, the DPP case. The case concerning.
So does it has to go before the appeals court in Jamaica first, right?
Yeah, the 24th of this month. We're in June, yeah.
So I don't think they want to embarrass themselves again. I think they're gonna do the right thing. What do you think?
Ooh.
The appeals court.
No, not the appeals court. I'm saying it doesn't matter if the appeal court says that whether they agree with the full court or they disagree, the government is going to take it to the Privy Council. If the government is successful, because as you've seen, the court has added the subject matter and said the subject matter can also make submissions since she's the subject of the appeal. So if the subject matter and the government is successful, then the opposition will go to the Privy Council. Vice versa. The subject matter is unsuccessful along with the government, they will go to the Privy Council. So Mr. Rattigan will probably have to do ATIs and ask who is paying for all of that.
And I will.
What's the cost? And then say it's difficult to quantify the cost.
I just want to know one thing. Is if she loses, if the government appeal doesn't go anywhere, does she have to pay all that money back?
Who would have to pay it back?
The DPP.
Pay back which money?
The money she's drawing as DPP right now.
I don't know if that is so. And the DPP, there's only one DPP.
No, there's an acting DPP.
The one DPP is the acting DPP, but he's saying the DPP, so that's what you have to be.
But she has left. She never left the scene. Did she resign?
You mean the subject of the appeal?
Yes.
The court removed the subject of the appeal.
Okay.
By virtue of the Constitution.
So she's retired, I assume, not on government payroll.
Well, as I said to Mr. Rattigan, if somebody is on government payroll and ought not to be on a government payroll, it's scamming.
Scamming now.
Mm-hmm.
So she's now the number one scammer in Jamaica.
No, the payroll officer who is dispersing pay to somebody who doesn't exist is a scammer.
All right.
Herb, somebody, a dear friend of mine said them you have to wear that shirt every day. Them said just wash it down and wear it.
Who, Herb?
Yeah, them said them love him. What that? A lemon, lime, lemon.
No, it's actually yellow.
You know, why you don't say it's polo, say expensive.
Okay.
Yeah. Herb, I'll go on.
Right. No. You mentioned something earlier, I said. Oh, sorry, Kevin. You mentioned something about Minister Vaz saying that nothing is secret in Jamaica. All right? And can you let me put up this thing here. Hold on a second, Kevin. Let me put up this thing here. Is it this? There we go. I think this is it. Nothing is secret. Vaz defends disclosure of golden citizenship information, data privacy concerns. No. Mr. Buchanan, what do you make of this story, sir?
That nothing is secret.
What about the Data Protection Act?
Even with the data protection, he sees everything, so it can't be secret. You see it? Where's the lie in that statement?
So he said whatever information he provided, he got it from the belly of the PNP. I don't know what that means, but that's what he said.
The PNP can't tell him. Maybe you should ask him, why is he keeping it secret?
Well, they have something called a confidential source. So maybe he has his sources there and he's can't reveal the nature.
It's very, very weird when you're in the belly of your confidential source. I don't know, you get in there, so but that's another thing.
No, this story cannot be good for NIDS, National Identification System. It cannot be good for that.
They pass it, so they're happy about it.
But how's it going to work when you have somebody coming out and saying nothing is secret?
I'm of the view that nothing should be secret, so I don't know what to tell you.
No, because the whole purpose
about it, because especially if you're gonna be in the parliament and you're gonna serve us, we should know everything about it. So
the public.
The public, the people you work for.
Okay.
So that's the tricky thing.
Kevin is using the cursor right now, so I can't get it. I'll have to let him do whatever he needs to do. But here's something I wanted to share with you.
Mm-hmm.
They said that I had a discussion with a dear friend of mine this week, and we're talking about citizenship and Pledge of Allegiance. And by the way, let me just say that last week we had on Mr. Hugh Wildman, and he has a novel take on this whole idea of citizenship, and he said it's based on allegiance, and he quotes sections 39 and sections 39 and 40 of the Constitution, particularly 40. And like I said, it's a novel argument in Jamaica. He said he's been making this argument since 2007 when he was in Grenada. But it generated a lot of discussion. And whether you agree with him or not, I believe we need to give credit where credit is due. I think he was the first person to raise the issue. To the best of my knowledge, he raised it in the Jamaican space in that article last week. And now it's come to my attention that other people have jumped on the bandwagon and they're claiming that argument as their own. Well, listen, even though we may disagree with Mr. Wildman, we would have liked him get credit for the argument we make. And so we're saying to everybody out there who's claiming credit for that argument, that argument belongs to Mr. Wildman and Mr. Wildman only. And just for the record, he and I, we disagree on it. We've spoken at length on several occasions about it. I can't seem to convince him, and he definitely hasn't convinced me. But he's the one who started up that conversation. Hold on one second. Okay. So the conversation I had with my friend this week was that he was saying that he believes that if you're going to be the leader of a country, of Jamaica, you cannot have another passport. You cannot have another citizenship. It must be a Jamaican citizenship only. But if you're just a regular member of parliament, you can have dual citizenship. And he and I went at it for hours. I said to him, look, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. It's either nobody's going to have it, or you say, well, then everybody's going to, you can have it. But you can't say, well, for some positions, you can have it. Like if you want to be a minister of local government, you can have a Canadian passport as well as a Jamaican passport. But if you aspire to become the leader of the country, then you have to renounce it. You can't keep it. I tell him no. And here's the argument I made to him. I said to him, listen, when they meet every Tuesday and they have that cabinet meeting, because he's concerned about secrets being leaked out. I said, when they have that meeting on Tuesday, every single minister is present. And so you may hear an argument coming from the Minister of National Security regarding something sensitive that has nothing to do with local government. But the person who's a minister of local government is listening to this. That's how it works. And so you can't say, well, you know what, we're going to hear from the Minister of National Security, but because you guys have 2 passports, you have to leave the room. And so I can just deal with this issue. And then when it's over, you come back in the room. That's not how it works. The entire cabinet sits and they discuss whatever the issue is. The second thing I gave him, and Herb, this is right up your alley. I said to him, you think when foreign intelligence services are looking to get information out of Jamaican parliamentarians that they care if you have one passport or 2 passports or whatever? They look for your weaknesses and they look what kind of access you have. That's it, essentially. But what can we exploit from this? How can we get this person to give us information? And what kind of information does this person have access to? So we've been going back and forth with that argument. And then I came across this article. Well, first, does anybody know this gentleman here? Hold on a second, okay. Does anybody know this gentleman? The name that's highlighted right there? You know that name, Herb? The very last name.
I'm having a problem with my screen.
You know that name, Isat?
I'm going to go out and come back.
Never heard of it. Savadia. That's the one you're
Yeah.
making reference to.
Yeah.
Dush,
Yeah.
Dush. Or because bothered by
Dushyant Savadia.
Dushyant
Savadia.
Savadia. Is that
Yeah.
an Israeli?
Nope.
Okay.
This gentleman is an Indian national who acquired Jamaican citizenship. He's a naturalized Jamaican. And he's known for this. How Jamaica failed to handle its COVID scandal. Amber Group. This is the man, and look what it says. Amber Group claimed it faced cyber attacks. In reality, the app was just not that secure. This is the man, and it's a very, very, very intriguing article. It says, it talks about the group called Amber, that they had I think they did it for free. They did this for free. Yeah, here it is. It says, Amber Group CEO Dushyant Savadia boasted that his company developed JamCovid in 3 days and that it effectively donated the system to the Jamaican government, which in turn pays Amber Group for additional features and customizations. You understand that? He said it's free, but then the government paid for features and customizations. And he says, but last month, TechCrunch revealed that JamCovid exposed immigration documents, passport numbers, and COVID-19 lab test results on close to 500,000 travelers, including many Americans who visited the island over the past year. Amber Group had set the access to the JamCovid cloud server to public, allowing anyone to access its data from their web browser. Right? You should read this. This story is just amazing. Now, this is a gentleman. That's what I'm telling people. Say, when you talk about citizenship and you talk about this and you talk about that, it's access. The Jamaican government, licky and nyami. They went to this guy. He said, I'll give it to you for free. And then he said, but I'm going to charge you for some updates and some customizations, which he did. And then the information, the system just failed. And nobody seems to remember this. So when they said nothing is secret in Jamaica, they're probably right. Because how many of these individuals whose identities and other personally identifiable information were leaked and they've now become the subject of scammers? How many? We don't know. But this is what we do know. We know that this man, there he is, Dushyant Savadia. He's now Ambassador, Special Investment Envoy for Technology, courtesy of the government. The man who gave them a system, who gave, quote unquote, gave them a system and then charged them for that system, and then the information leaked. Right? So when people come and tell me all kind of nonsense about data breach, here is one where we have, and they're talking about, this guy is a Commonwealth citizen. He's a Commonwealth citizen who came to Jamaica and then acquired citizenship by naturalization. And everybody seems to forget about this, but we don't forget about these things around here. We do not. And again, I want people to understand this. So I'm not making this up. Here's what it says right here. You can't see it because the printing is fine, and Kevin has to leave now, but I'll read it to you. It says, Amber Group's, the name of the company is Amber. It says, Amber Group's CEO, Dushyant Savadia, boasted that his company developed JamCovid in 3 days and that it effectively donated the system to the Jamaican government, which in turn pays Amber Group for additional features and customizations. So they give a gift and them charge you. Do you believe that, people? He gave this system to Jamaica. And look how Jamaica licky. Them never have them own people below the system. And them concerned about security. This man, who's a naturalized citizen, built it out, gave it to them, built it out, gave it to them, and then turned around and charged them. Oh, well, Paula, you're right. You have a fool use him. You have a fool use him. So I didn't make up this story. And now, what do we do? Instead of just run with the man, instead of just run him away. This is what we've done with him. See, man. He's now ambassador, special investment envoy for technology. The technology him screw up. And the world knows about it. And now you make him technology guru to go out and handle technology stuff on behalf of Jamaica. You want to tell me, so you couldn't find a Jamaican to do this? Whether in the diaspora or otherwise? Couldn't do that? But these are the times we're living in. Where Herb there? Oh, see, man. Well, we're going to leave that story for now but we're not finished with it. We're going to just leave it for now. And what I want to do is, I want Herb come in and talk about the protest for 2 weeks from today. Let me just play this promo and then I'll show you the flyer.
Eternal Father, bless, guide us with thy mighty hand. Keep us free from evil powers. Be our light through countless hours. To our leaders, great defenders, grant wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, land we love. Teach us true respect for all. Response to duty's call. Strengthen us the weak to change. Give us wisdom lest we perish. Not
The following is a public service announcement. The Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force and One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation invite Jamaican patriots in the DMV area and beyond to the third staging of A Day of Protest. Meet us on Saturday, June 15th, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the front of the Embassy of Jamaica, 1520 New Hampshire Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20036. That's a day of protest for Jamaicans who want the best solutions for Jamaica. Saturday, June 15th at 9 a.m. in front of the Embassy of Jamaica, 1520 New Hampshire Avenue Northwest in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Listen to Reason with Rattigan, Saturdays at 3 p.m. on YouTube and Reggae Global Radio for further information and updates.
And then here is the flyer, or electronic flyer. It says, Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, in association with the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica, let's raise our voices in protest against corruption, crime, poverty, failed healthcare, poor education, etc. in Jamaica. Join us for this historic event on Saturday, June 15th, 2024, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. in front of the Embassy of Jamaica, located at 1520, that's 1520 New Hampshire Avenue, Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20036. All right, Herb, the floor is yours, sir.
Well, thank you very much. We're ready, folks. We're ready to move in and to make our voices heard. We have a few other things that I'm working on, but that will come in time. It's the final 2 weeks before the event itself. And, we're doing everything that we're following the letter of the past protests. Whatever worked, we're going to be doing those, repeating those things. We have the team that is still on board, and we are very, very motivated for this protest itself in Washington, D.C. The motivation comes from the fact that we now have a local politician in Florida who is bringing her group to the Capitol, who has decided to write the letter, endorse the letter put out by the White House against corruption and against the type of corruption we're seeing in the Caribbean. Now, when that politician gets to Washington, she will be able to address the corruption in the Caribbean to U.S. senators as well as the congressmen and women from Florida. Now, we are asking our own team to also address our concerns to our Congress people as well as senators. So we're going to be sending out a formal letter to those people and asking them to come to the Caribbean American Month Legislative Week meeting that we'll be having the week of the 10th through the 14th of June. We specifically have the 12th and the 13th that we will be having a session. And those sessions will be addressed by the likes of Colonel Evan Ellis, professor at the Military Industrial College on Fort McNair. The other person is Attorney Georges Fariel, whose expertise is Haiti, and who also has an expertise in corruption. And Miss Anderson, Elizabeth Anderson, who is head of a corruption group in Washington, D.C., who did a survey on worldwide corruption last year. Now, it is great to know that Jamaica's corruption is behind that of Haiti, and surprisingly, is now behind that of Trinidad and Tobago as well. So you can see where our job at the Institute of Caribbean Studies is cut out, because now we have to face down corrupt practices in Haiti, in Jamaica, and now Trinidad has moved into the number 2 position. So we will be doing some expose on Trinidad as well. But our main target for the weekend will be Jamaica, because no matter how many slots Jamaica has dropped back from Haiti, the situation is corruption is still bad on the island. We still are ranked 44th at 44 score. we still have had that 44 score in excess of 5 or 6 years. And we still need to do something about it. Now, the fact of the matter is the Prime Minister, his Integrity Commission declaration is still outstanding after 3 years, going into the 4th year. His wife, I don't know if they have added the $800 million complex to the declaration. They should have done that this year, but we haven't heard anything about March declaration, which we assume was turned in on time. But I declared in another program that after 3 years, going into 4 years, it's now high time to prosecute this prime minister. You can't let him go much longer because he's going to be setting a record. And he's going to set a record for being corrupt and not being prosecuted. So it's best you go ahead, execute the prosecution. You have more than enough from his days as the Minister of Education, when he was giving away those contracts to his buddies, to a company that was questionably whether it was his company, his wife's company, or whether they managed the company as a group, right? So when you're looking at all the facts, nobody else on the island, not even the PNP member that they called up the other day, prosecuted him and made him pay a fine, right? Nobody else on the island is getting the breaks that this prime minister is getting. Nobody else on the island apparently is aware of who the illicit six is, neither do we. We suspect who they are. I'm sure ISAT knows who they are, but he's keeping it close to the chest. So the bottom line is, we know the corruption exists. And this is one of the main reasons that we're going to Washington, because we need to say to congressmen, women, and senators, look, the HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities, are in the hole by billions of dollars. Now, you've been giving all this money away to the Caribbean, to Jamaica, Trinidad, Haiti, and other countries, but there's no return on investment. There's absolutely no report saying that there's transparency and accountability on the monies that we've given away. Personally, we have given money during COVID to Jamaica to the tune of $460,000 US. And the person who was in charge of the Northeast region, Dr. Dunkley, has said she's been trying for over 2 years to get a report as to how the money was utilized. And there is no answer forthcoming. So, having through $1.7 trillion in a report that the Auditor General says that that money is missing or unaccounted for, how can Jamaica afford these people in office any longer? How can Jamaica afford to follow another debacle of keeping on a DPP and having the government defy what the court says, that she needs to go home, need to retire and go rest herself? There is no way these things should be happening in a country of laws where the rule of law tends to dictate what you do, where the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General follows the rule of law. That's not happening in Jamaica anymore. There's nothing but defiance of the courts. And this is why the One Jamaica Legal Foundation needs your support in ensuring that we strengthen the backbone of these judges and allow them to rule correctly on the wrongful actions of a lawless and outlaw government. So join us on the 15th of June when we make our voices heard here in Washington, D.C., and let the people of the United States know that we need their support in ridding Jamaica of the scourge of bad government, imposters, and others who worry more about themselves and dual nationality than about the people of Jamaica and what they need to be doing to protect and to serve honorably the people of Jamaica. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to bring in.
I should add, Ratty, that
Hmm.
we appeal, and maybe we should keep appealing today, that the OLDF.net is still available for people to make, not just make contributions, but to sign up for bus trips, to indicate that they're coming and that sign up for those bus trips. I'm sorry, President isn't here. I don't know if you expect him later.
Yeah, I expect him later.
Okay.
In fact, he might be here right now. Yeah, he's here. Prezi's here.
President's here. Okay, great.
Yeah.
So that is gonna be the big plus for our display here in Washington.
Before
we will be ready, Prezi.
All right.
Get them people in. We have lodgement information. We have everything ready for those who need it. And I think Prezi will have a number, the Google number that they can call into. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. While we're waiting for President to come on, we're talking about, remember one of the segments we did was about the former DPP. We don't know if she's being paid. People have their suspicions about it, saying that she's been paid, and then we have an acting that's been paid. So we have, bless up yourself, President. Now you really look like President.
You know, I have my jacket on the bottom of the chair, President. You think I should be putting my jacket on to you?
Yeah, Mr. President.
Stately,
a formal event, Mr. President.
Can't hear nothing.
President.
Is he hearing you?
No, I'm saying can't hear.
We're hearing you,
Can you hear me
President.
now?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
All right,
can hear
there
you.
you go. Now I can hear you again.
Bless up, bless up, bless up. Listen,
Good
before
evening.
you come on, I just want to show the people something. We were talking earlier about the former DPP. There are suspicions that she's still being paid for the position that she formerly occupied, and that there's an acting who's being paid commensurately. No, so we kind of speculate about that, saying, well, then we have two DPP salaries, then basically going out to two different people. Now here's another case, folks. I tell you, Jamaica, you can't make this up, Does anybody know this gentleman? His name is Dwight Sibbles. Isaac, you know that name?
Dwight Sibbles.
Dwight Sibbles.
No, I don't know who it is though.
All right. This is a gentleman who hold on. Kevin, where they bring up the article for me. The Gleaner article. This is a man who, let me see something right there. Anyway, here we go. Kevin had trouble. Let me bring it up. All right, there it is. This was yesterday, right? That day, Miss Marcia Robinson, the dean of UTECH, sent out this message. The day before yesterday. And she said, please be advised that I will be out of office from Monday, this coming Monday, to Friday. During my absence, Mr. Dwight Sibbles, program director, will be given oversight of the faculty, and that he can be reached wherever. Now, this gentleman He's an MP. And so the question is he getting two salaries? Because as the program director of and UTECH is a government funded institution. So the question is he getting paid as program director by the state? And we know he's getting paid as an MP. I'm looking for the article, but Kevin not there. We'll bring up that article. We'll bring it up because the newspaper is raising questions about him having possibly being paid twice by the taxpayers. So they're saying no, he can only be paid once. He has to, if he wants to do one of these two jobs. Well, we know that for Parliament, and this gentleman gave us that information. This gentleman right here. Hold on.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
No, that gentleman told us, no, whether we can believe him or not. He said, listen, once you get the salary increase, you can't turn it down. Yet we said the Prime Minister said, I'm going to turn it down, and he turned it down. So we don't know if Mr. Sibbles, if he turned down his salary as an MP. But fact of the matter is that if he's being paid as an MP, and I have every reason to believe that he's being paid as an MP, and if he's being paid as program director over at UTECH, and if he's being paid there, he's collecting two government salaries, and they're saying no, you can't do that. You can take the one that pays you the most, but you can't take both of them. So that is a topic that we're going to be following and see where we go with that, because again, the taxpayers, them suck it to every which way that they can. Prezi, welcome, and a lot of things to talk to people about. So
absolutely. But let me tell you, sorry for my tardiness. I've been traveling. I am currently in a hotel room here in North Carolina. I had to switch two hotels, and it's just one bag of foolish. It's so terrible. Some of these hotels are, just not very convenient. I literally had to check back out of one earlier. Their Wi-Fi wasn't working. So I was like, I cannot function without Wi-Fi. So for the rest of the nights I have here, I had to switch properties. But nonetheless, I'm happy to be here. Good to see you guys, as always. Big up yourself, Ratty. Also, Maximum Herb. ISAT, excellent. I see we block him out with can we move the cash up? Dr. Ben is also in the house. How are you, sir?
I am good. Nice to see you, President.
Yes, sir. Again, good job with contexting with the Prime Minister, future Prime Minister, as you put it. I saw it the other evening. That was well done. And I want to commend you on challenging those questions. I think it was a fair and reasonable interview. Not as, forceful as some of us on this panel would have been. And but you really prodded some of the questions that I think most people wanted to know. And appreciate that. Herb, I'm super excited about DC. 2 weeks from today. And some people have been asking me, Herb, why Saturday, Mr. President? Because all the people have been calling and registering. Some people have been asking, why are we doing the march on a Saturday? And I think it's something we can probably offer some further clarification on as it relates to, why a Saturday instead of Friday. And we do have several reasons why, including security concern and other factor. I'm just asking you later on while I continue just to address that. But as it relates to the questions that have been coming in concerning the trip to DC, we do have bus spaces left on our first bus, and we're looking to acquire our next bus this week based on your response. So we're getting a lot of people asking about Jersey. Where in Jersey you're going to pick us up? Are you doing a pickup in Jersey? Are you not doing a pickup in Jersey? And I want to tell all of you who've been registering for New Jersey, we will tighten that up later this week. Those of you who've been asking about Brooklyn, some of you have been asking where, because those of you are coming in from different states and you want to sleep in New York for the night, the Friday evening after work, so you can get on the bus for 5 or 6 o'clock or the time that you're scheduled to pick up. We will provide you that information, but keep registering. What we want to do is group and pool all this data together so we can give you the accurate information that you need. And we absolutely want to thank all of you who have demonstrated interest and have shown interest, but you have to put your name there. So those of you even called me earlier today and have been calling me all week, those of you who have missed, I apologize, but we definitely want you to go to the website. And remember, the website is very, very simple to get your registration submitted. It's OJLDF.net, OJLDF.net. Once you go there and register, we'll be able to allocate a space for you, or save a space for you, and also schedule a pickup for the area that you have, because we definitely want to have that information ahead of time. So those of you, if last week was your pay period, I know you have the money now, and some of you have been tremendously gracious. Some of you have been saying, hey, listen, I'm not going, I want to give a donation. Those of you have been doing that, awesome. But for those of you who want to come on the trip, please go ahead and register. And we have someone donated a little bit towards the bus. So if you want to go and the money is a little tight, register and say, Mr. President, I can register and see if I qualify to get a free seat based on some of the donations that we've received. So I'm asking you again, if you want to come and the fund's kind of sticky and you want to get that, you want to come out to let your voice be heard, please go to the website, OJLDF.net, OJLDF.net, register and get your name on the list. Washington is going to be monumental. It's going to be on a Saturday. Herb have lined up an amazing set of days. It's starting from close to the end of the week, all the way through Thursday, Friday, then Saturday the march, and then we're moving to the conference on Sunday, and then the rest of the week coming up. So we have a busy middle of June, and it's you, the good people, the patriots of Jamaica, why we're doing this. And let me say this real quick, because I want you to keep this in mind. Everything they're doing with this Constitutional Reform Committee, who have quote unquote tabled or submitted their proposal, is to write you out of your birthright, is to write you out of what belongs to you. And as non-political as I am, I can say I do agree with some of the sentiments of the leader of the opposition, who himself might be, it could be him, he could be the one who actually bring this conversation back to the forefront. Because now that he's in the limelight about dual citizenship, now it gives us an opportunity to continue pushing this argument. Because I want to have an opportunity to partake or participate in the future of my country. I'm not just some remittance bunny or money bag, as ISAT would want me to be, but I want to do something for Jamaica. I want to partake in serving my country as I have served before. I have served, and yes, you can say, well, Mr. President, you pledged to the Queen. I did, but it wasn't about the Queen. I was doing it for my country, and I want to continue doing that so long as the Almighty keep me on this earth. So why are you going to write me out and say, just send down the money and just, take care of the KFC expenses or take care of, build infrastructure. You can, build houses. You can keep the money in the bank so the banks can lend the money out and make interest on it. You can, invest in other things, but we don't want you to invest in the people or serve the country. So I think this conversation must be had. And for this new republic that's coming up or that we're talking about, it is important that people in the diaspora have a seat at the table, have a voice, even a virtual country or non-state representation, something that we need to do. So we have to have some kind of representation. And I think we should constantly bang this argument until we are heard. So I think all of this is just, creating this perfect opportunity for us to have our voices be heard. And please, and I know they're not going to be talking about it in Montego Bay. So we are the ones who have to raise this argument. So let's go to Washington and let's get some stuff done and let's get our voices heard. I yield back to you, Ratty.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Ben. Kevin came through for me. Here's the thing that we're talking about. It says here the big question surrounding Member of Parliament for Clarendon Northern, Dwight Sibbles, is whether or not he has been collecting 2 state salaries or has opted for the higher of 2, while he also retains his job at the University of Technology. And then we know he's there because of this. That's him right here. He's program director. So we're trying to figure out if he's collecting 2 salaries, because if he's collecting 2 salaries, then not only we need to stop paying, but he needs to pay back all of that money that he's been collecting. Assessment. I think that's the action, right? ISAT, am I correct? Is an assessment.
Correct.
Yeah. So we filed to get an assessment. Oh, we filed one for Dr. Grace McLean, and we didn't collect that money, and that money is gone. That money is gone. I think it was over 12 million Jamaican dollars. She alone was responsible for, and I think in total it was like over 100 million that was paid to some organization. So they need to take care of this gentleman here. No, I couldn't help but listen to what Prezi said. I listen to Prezi keenly every time he talks, because the man is a wealth of knowledge, and he always makes me smarter just by being around him. And he mentioned something about the Constitution, saying that we're written out and so on and so forth. And I have a presentation, and I'm glad ISAT is here. And Dr. Ben, bear with me, because this is going to be of interest to you as well. Chime in whenever you feel that. But ISAT, I need you to pay attention to the one, yeah? Because here it is. This thing came out, and people not paying attention. People are not paying attention. There it is. People are not paying attention. Now, we know that most Jamaicans, educated, undereducated, uneducated, they haven't read the Constitution. And a lot of us who have read the Constitution, we don't understand the import of it, the meaning of certain clauses. Now, the simple definition of a constitution is that it is a set of rules that guides how a country or a political organization or a state, how they organize, how they work. And it tells you what the branches of government are. It tells you their role, their responsibility, and their commitment to the people of that particular country. We have not spent time going over our Constitution. ISAT will tell you that. He's a constitutional expert here. And I think he'll agree with me when we say that this constitutional reform, that the recommendations that they've submitted that to Parliament, woefully inadequate. It's shoddy. The folks who drafted this thing, they're lazy. They're lazy. I don't know who in their right minds could send this to Parliament. It took me a little over an hour to read this thing. It's 90-something pages, 50-something, and then some appendices, like another 30, 40 pages. But I went through this thing. No, I'm not a constitutional expert. I'm not a constitution expert. But I have some familiarity with the Jamaican Constitution. And when I went through this, and I look at the luminaries, or as I said, would refer to them as the erudites on this panel, and see what they did. This is a disgrace. We should have an assessment so that they pay back the money to the taxpayers, because what they did was wasted taxpayers' money. The complete waste. Now, let me start. I'll show you this, but let me start from the end. It's best to start from the end, and then you'll see where I'm going with this. This is a complete and utter disgrace. Let me go up some more. All right, these are the terms of reference, right? I think that's where they start with the annexures. That's where they start. Now, let's start from the end and work our way in. Page 52, right? It's 90-something pages, but 52 of substance, right? Let's start with who signed this damn document and who didn't. Let's start right there. Honorable Marlene Malahoo Fort, she signed. Ambassador Rocky Mead, he signed. Dr. Derek McCoy. By the way, Dr. Derek McCoy is the Attorney General. He signed. Senator Tom Tavares Finson, President of the Senate. Senator Ransford Braham. First person who didn't sign, Donna Scott Motley. Let me make this bigger. Right there, she didn't sign. Next person, Mr. Anthony Hilton. Next person, Mr. Hugh Small. And then everybody else signed, right? You know what these three have in common? They were sent to the board or the commission by the opposition. And so you ask yourself, well, why is it that they didn't sign? They put out a document explaining why they didn't sign. I've read the document. And I found more reasons why they shouldn't sign, why they should never sign this document. So we start with this, that the document was not completely signed. 3 people who should have signed didn't sign, and for very good reason. Let's move to one of the last provisions. Because 1351. All right. Here's what they've said. Let's start. This is the last section. It says public education and engagement. It will be essential for the successful completion of this phase. Remember now, they're doing it in phases. 3 phases, they said. This is the first phase. It will be essential for the successful completion of this phase of the constitutional reform project that the public be sensitized to its importance and persuaded to adopt a positive attitude to the proposed reforms. So they're saying that, listen, we have to sensitize the public and persuade them. Persuade them, not even make them think for themselves. We just have to persuade them, convince them that they should have a positive attitude to this. Now, remember this. Remember this, that they're supposed to sensitize us and persuade us. All right. Let me go from the back to the front now. And you're going to see something that I'm talking about. Section 1.1.2. Okay, look at this. 2.2.1. Take a look at 2.2.1. Read that. Let me move it over. Read that. Remember now, they're going to sensitize us and they're going to persuade us. Look at 2.2.1 and tell me if you see a problem with 2.2.1. And if you don't see a problem with that, with 2.2.1, then I'll just finish. I'll just end right here. And then we can just move to Caribbean indigenous medicine. We can just move to that. If you see what's wrong with that. If you tell me that you see something that's wrong with that, then I'll move to the next provision. All right. Here's the problem I have with it. They had only 5 town hall meetings. You're trying to persuade, you're trying to sensitize the public, and you're trying to win them over, and you have 5 town hall meetings. Here are the locations. Here's where they had the five town hall meetings. Next one, 2.2.2. Town hall meetings were held in each county within the parishes of St. James, St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Manchester, Portland. 5 damn parishes. You have town hall meetings. What happened at 14, one to the other 9 parishes them? How are you going to convince? How are you going to sensitize the public? No matter how many stakeholders meeting or whatever, the best way to reach out to the public, the general public, town hall meetings. That's the best way. Tell me now how you're going to have 5 town hall meetings in 5 parishes and you left out the other 9. If I live in St. Anne, I'm going to say then, how you expect to convince me? I never see a town hall meeting here. You had it someplace else. I want a town hall meeting. What if I'm a farmer and I'm not a member of any of these stakeholders meeting that you have? I want a town hall meeting. 5 town hall meetings. So much money we spend. 5. It gets worse. Look at this. 2.2.5. Additionally, the Legal Education Division sensitized 5th and 6th form students at the Cedar Grove Academy, Waterford High, Jose Marti High, and Cumberland High. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 high schools. One to KC, one to Calabar, one to Campion, one to Excelsior, one to GSC, one to Meadowbrook, one to Clarendon College, one to Monroe, one to Montego Bay, one to all of them schools there. Why only 4 schools? Why? Then look at 2.2.9. CRC partnered with the Jamaica Association for Debate for Empowerment to host a series of competitions to include debates between the UA and UTECH and among high prep, preparatory, and prep and primary schools. What kind of debate? The prep school. What kind of debate them sponsor? What kind of debate? We never hear about no debate with prep schools. Them, who pay for that? And then if them only sensitize 4 high schools, then them have to tell me who. If them only sensitize 4, then which high school writers so them have debates? Them have the debates with. We need to know that. Now, 3.3.1. I'm going to run through this. 3.3.1. All right. Them say, first thing them going to do, sorry, 3.13. 3.13. They said that they're going to, okay, here it is. They're going to Jamaicanize the Constitution by repealing and replacing the current Constitution, and that it will be made by the Parliament and approved by the people. 3.14, they're going to remove King Charles as head of state, and they're going to establish the Republic of Jamaica. 3.15, they said, very last sentence, Central to this endeavor is the understanding that a constitution should be a reflection of the collective will and vision of the people it serves. So if you only have 5 town hall meetings, then tell me how you get the collective will of the people. How? Look at the 3.4.1. And folks, this is just after an hour reading this, right? And them spend a whole heap of money and a whole heap of time. 3.4.1, right? Isaac, maybe you can help me with this because I'm a little bit confused with 3.4.1 and 3.4.2. It says, it is a well-established drafting practice to place a general interpretation section at the beginning of a statute because it controls the meaning of the text that follows. That makes sense. You give people a definition so that them read the definition and then them go into the text and so them understand the definition before them actually start read the text. It says the technical legal form in which the present constitution is expressed places the general interpretation section at the beginning, which they said it's supposed to be. Then they said the CRC acknowledges that this presentation is unfriendly to the ordinary citizen and makes it difficult for them to understand. So Isaac, can you explain to me what does that mean?
That means that they want to put it somewhere else.
But they said that they said right here that it's supposed to be at the beginning.
It's general construction, but they're saying the ordinary man don't understand that definitions at the front. And it makes it difficult for you to always revert to the definition. So if you're on page 300, they think you don't have the technical skills to go back to the front where the definition is.
So if they put it at the back, then how you understand that if they put it at the back?
I don't know what method they're putting because I haven't seen what they said in terms of the.
I have no idea what you're saying right here.
They're just saying that they want it.
All right. Let me clear that. Let me clarify that. No, look at the next section. It says the CRC therefore recommends that the interpretation section, no section 1, that's in the beginning, that it moves to the concluding section.
So it puts it at the back like how you read, which that doesn't.
Right. So I don't understand this. It's at the front. They said that look, this is standard practice that you put the definition section at the front so people see the definition and when they read, they understand what they're reading. They said, no, we want to put it now. We're going to put it not at the back because it's unfriendly and it makes it difficult for the person to understand. I don't understand this. You're going to put the definition at the back instead of the front. The
document is so loaded with discrimination. I think that you're picking up things that the document is badly drafted, and everybody should be happy that the opposition never signed this document. So as you point out these things, you're just embarrassing the erudite people that you speak of.
But Ratty, could it be that they're using some kind of standard similar like maybe APA standards where your references are cited in a specific way or your definitions are? I don't know. They could have a reason and a method for the madness. Not sure.
No, here's the problem I'm having with it. The problem I'm having with it is that they're saying you move it from the front and put it at the back. Because they said people don't understand it when you put it at the front. You must put it at the back. It's nonsense. It's nonsense. Hold on there. Let me pull it back up there because there's something here that Constitution. Hold on 1 second. Okay, here we go. It's foolishness, but there's another one here. 3.5.1. They use something called the UK Interpretation Act. They say it should not be retained, but that the relevant and appropriate provisions of the Jamaica Interpretation Act be adopted. Now, the problem with this is that there is something called the Secrets Act, I believe, in the Integrity Commission. I can't remember. It's a UK act. And the draft of this law, it was passed in 2017. And I'm saying, look, if you want to break away from the monarchy, why you keep going back and using their documents? Why didn't you just get your own documents? But I'll show you that later on. British monarch 4.1.4. Hold on. Okay. So they say that the ideal form of government is where there's a mixture of separation of powers, responsible government, accountability, and respect for the rule of law. All nice language, right? No, look at 4.1.4. All right. Says that the British monarch be removed from the legislative and executive authority. So I hope people understand that the British monarch was the head of the legislative and executive functions in Jamaica. I hope people, because here they're saying that we're going to remove them from that. Right? And who was that person who represented the British monarch? None other than the real Brogard, the Governor General. Right? So, 4.2.4. They recommend that the office of the president, as the formal head of state of the Republic of Jamaica, should perform ceremonial functions, in whom is also vested certain executive powers, but they do not involve the administration of government, which is foolishness. And I'm going to show you why it's foolishness. 4.33. 4.33, this old section here is talking about how do you get to that president, that ceremonial president, and it's flawed. They're saying that the prime minister is going to nominate in consultation with the opposition, and if there's no consensus, then both of them will nominate one person each, and then they're going to take a vote on it, secret ballot. They're going to take a vote on it, and confirmation is done by panel, secret ballot, and a 2/3 vote. And then that's how you get your president. Flawed. The president should be voted in by the people. I don't think we should have a president nominated by politicians. Let the people decide. Bring out the candidates. The candidates should come out and they should talk to the people and explain their vision of Jamaica and what they expect their roles and their responsibilities to be, so that people, because at the end of the day, they're going to be representing the people. And people know we cannot trust the politicians. We've gone way past that. So this is nonsense. Don't make the politicians them nominate anybody for no. No.
So, like the president of Barbados, honorable lady, how is she? She seems as if she's a full head of state for Barbados. I don't think she has a ceremonial role. But what is a model other post Commonwealth countries using in terms of selecting when they're becoming republics? Is that the presidents are all ceremonial, or do they have
No, not all of them are ceremonial. No, not all of them are ceremonial. Some of them are executive. Some of them they wield real power, and some of them they're like ceremonial. But at the end of the day, I don't believe that you should have a president that's handpicked by a prime minister. No. Let the people decide. Then here is the required qualifications for the president. Your president must be a Jamaican citizen by birth or descent. And they define later on descent to mean your generation or your generation can't go further than your grandparents. right? So it must be your parents or your grandparents to be a president of Jamaica. That's the first one. Then they say they must be ordinarily resident in Jamaica and be permanently in Jamaica for at least 10 of the last 15 years before the nomination. How they arrive at these numbers, I don't know. Here's number 3. That's been the
They're cutting out the diaspora. They're cutting out the diaspora. That's what it means.
Exactly. And here's the other one. Not be under duty of allegiance to a foreign state or foreign power by his or her own act and not another person's. What this says now, this subsection 3 right here, what it says is that if somebody else claims the allegiance for me, then I'm fine. I just can't do it on my own. It says you claim allegiance by your own act and not another person's. This is all rubbish. All rubbish. It's not even worth the paper it's on. 4.4.2 citizenship by descent. Here it is. They say that Section 3 of the Constitution currently provides that a person may obtain Jamaican citizenship by descent with no limit as to the degree of descent. That's not true. My reading of it is it's something else. And let me see if I can pull it up and show you guys. It speaks to descent, speaks to parents. In Section 3 of the Constitution, when they're saying that there is no limit, when I read it, it says if you're born to parents outside of Jamaica, then at least one parent, then you could acquire citizenship by descent. So I don't know where they get that there's no limit on it. All right, here it is right here. It says CRC recommends that citizenship by descent should be limited to 3 generations. And the very last sentence, therefore, the nominee's entitlement to citizenship by descent would be derived from no further than the grandparent. So if you have a great grandparent who's a Jamaican and you live in a Jamaica and you satisfy all of these requirements, you can't be president because they won't take it further than the grandparent. Now, here is a section now about the real bro God. They talk about Governor General performing on behalf of the monarch. He has executive functions, blah, blah, blah. He acts in accordance with the advice of the cabinet or responsible minister, acting under the general authority of the cabinet, blah, 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 and that he's empowered to do this. Now, look at this. They said that he has the power to do things in his own discretion, on the recommendation, on the advice, on the concurrence, after consultation. What I didn't tell you is that in the Constitution, the Governor General doesn't have to listen to anybody. He does not have to listen to anyone. You can tell him, you can say this is tradition, you can say this is convention, but he can say no. And let me see if I can find it here. Because all right. Section 32. Hold on. Thirty-two, 3, 4. Give me a second. I'll coming up. $32. All right. Here it is, folks. I can't bring it up any further. I can't enlarge it. But it says, right there, Section 32, subsection 3 and 4. 3 says, where the Governor General is directed to exercise any function after consultation with any person or authority, he shall not, N-O-T, be obliged to exercise that function in accordance with the advice of that person or authority. Meaning, him not to listen to nobody. I mean, him not to follow anybody or tell him. Look at 4. Look at what 4 said. where the Governor General is directed to exercise any function in accordance with the recommendation or advice of, or with the concurrence of, or after consultation with, or on the representation of any person or authority, the question whether he has so exercised that function shall not be inquired into in any court. What does that tell you? That he has the power to do that, and you cannot take him to any court. These are the powers we plan to give the president. These are the powers we plan to give the president. The power where you don't have to listen to anybody. You do whatever you want to. Let me. Hold on. Let me find back the. Oops. No, hold on. So Dwight Sibbles, hold on a second. Let me pull this up. Kevin dig off on me, so I'm up on my own, so no bear with me. Kevin, where are they? Let me just get back to the Constitution. Hold on a second there. Rwanda, Diaspora. Look like me lose. Look like it gone left me. Hold on a second there. Kevin, where are they? President, you can't go and talk while I look for it, while I bring back this document here.
Oh, that's go ahead, Isa.
No, I was telling you that I'm constrained to stay there to take my leave.
No, that's fine.
Preparation starts. So, how about enjoy the show, everybody? I have to go. All right, blessings.
All right.
All right, cool, Isa. Yeah, so back to Washington, Herb. So we definitely are excited about what's going on. But you were saying legislative week starts does it start? Wednesday or the Thursday?
It actually starts on the 10th, the Monday. Mm-hmm. But the key days that we're going to be actually in Congress. There's other things going on with regards to education, the medical, and all these other areas. We are covering crime and security, right? Mm-hmm. So you have a situation where we had to update the use of the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative, CBSI. We have another situation where the White House sent us a paper and asked us to comment on corruption, which is right up our alley. So this year, the White House is looking for papers on corruption. We informed Dr. Monroe. He called us back. We informed Miss Archer, who is now in charge of the NIA. We informed the Integrity Commission and the head of Integrity Commission, the executive director, rather, Christie. And then we informed JAM. So we asked them to submit something or to come in person. Because if you remember, Trump's ambassador took away the $12 million a year from Dr. Monroe because he was investigating the prime minister at the time. So he interfered with an investigation with an outside independent source. And so we want to see NIA get that 12 million a year back. And so we're asking the State Department and USAID to do exactly that, or even the Inter-American Development Bank can do it. So once we go through the week and we are pointing out why corruption has to be addressed, why the President of the United States is correct, right? We now have the Joy, your council member from Florida. She's gonna bring a group with her, and she's gonna follow the letter I sent out. She doesn't have to use the same letter. She can expand on it. She can reduce it, whatever. But I would like everybody in our group, all 8 of us, to consider that letter to your congresspersons, and then whoever their legislative aid is will join in to present something in committee. If they're sitting, like for instance, in the Finance Committee, if they're sitting on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and over the Senate, the same thing, because now we actually start on the 12th in the House, 12th of June, and we move to the Senate the next day for half a day. And then we come back to the House to close out with the different caucuses between 6 and 8 o'clock that evening.
So, Herb, for people who don't know, can you just walk them through kind of, why these steps are important for the betterment and for all Jamaicans, including those of us in the diaspora and those who live in Jamaica? Why are these actions absolutely necessary to be taken so we can achieve the outcome we're looking for? And what is the intended outcome? What are the intended outcomes?
Well, they right now the only thing CBSI does.
Okay. Can you break down the acronym for people who don't know? I'm just doing it. You and I know what it means. You and I know what it means, but for people who don't know.
Okay. The Caribbean Basin Security Initiative was a program started that allows U.S. Southern Command, a military command, to do interdictions and shipwrighter, their signed shipwrighter agreement where they can go on board ships, search them for contraband, for human trafficking, or for weapons trafficking, right? In addition to that, we have agreements that come under that. Our security manager in CARICOM is Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago cannot cover Jamaica. They can barely cover themselves because they just moved up to the second spot behind Haiti as the second most corrupt country in the Caribbean. Jamaica is number 3. So when you have all of these issues to fight and you're trying to get funding for those issues and the funds go out, but the funds get compromised, there's no transparency, there's no accountability. This is what we're fighting to avoid, because the funds, there's no explanation of funds to the Jamaican people. You should be able to go on a website, the very work you and I do, where you go on a web page and you can then follow along to see where the budget is going. What is the budget impacting? There's no transparency, so you can't see, right? You hear a lot of false reporting that exports are exceeding imports in some cases, and it's not true. So without transparency, the people are blind, the people are lost, they can't see anything, they can't object to anything, right? Without improvements in education, where people can read, write, and comprehend the complex issues of parliament, the complex issues that govern our hospital system, the complex issues that they have to deal with in the courts, Without that, the people are also blind because they're not being educated. If only 44% of our kids graduating can read, what does that tell you, right? So we have to make sure that this corruption goes away, that in fact we hold the government's feet to the fire. And this is why we have to, what do you call it, rally our Congress representatives to do the right thing for us. Now, they have a problem. They have a problem because here in America, our own kids who wish to attend historically black colleges and universities, their futures are being threatened because there are billions of dollars in the red. So the question comes up, why fund Jamaica, Haiti, Trinidad, where there's no accountability and people are enriching themselves, like our Prime Minister and his wife, while the country go to hell in a handbasket and they don't feel like they have to give us any explanation in the diaspora, much less to give it to Congress. So how do you manage that situation? They have to develop a situation where they pass a bill that requires some form of reporting from the island saying, oh, the money was allocated here and show it in the budget. That's all. I don't think they're going to micromanage it.
So pretty much you're trying to have any money that United States give or donate to Jamaica or allocate for Jamaica, that they should require a report to say how the money was spent, and it should be made public so that at least we know that most of it is not being siphoned off into some politician's pocket.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it's the only way to ensure that the people of Jamaica get the full benefit of the funds that are being sent there. They're ripping off our individual fund that we sent from the Northeast Diaspora, $460,000 US, right? And we can't get no response from them. Well, what we're going to say to the people going or coming to Washington, you come early. Now you said to your congressman, you make the appointment at home in your district with the district office. You come up, you're going to sit with either your congressman or woman or the legislative representative. That's usually a lawyer in the office who does all the workup of these bills. And you said to them, look, you have the Global Magnitsky Act, which can prosecute people in office or when they leave office. If it's police and the security forces and security ministry allowing the abuse of people, like on the SOE, or killing people or beating people up, you have the Leahy law that will take away all of the training funds and leave them without any form of formal training with U.S. or anything that the U.S. does with CARICOM impacts, right? And then you have the new Foreign Bribery Act, which plays big time with the bribery that's going on, like when that $50,000 that Douglas was given to Minister Vaz to help take care of his case, and they're going to work that through a Manat law firm here in the U.S., right? That amounts to bribery, and that's what the Bribery Act covers. You can't be paying off people to free up criminals that are coming out of Jamaica, and it's vice versa. If somebody in the U.S. is bribing someone in Jamaica to get something done, then it works against that person in the U.S. as well. So we have a lot of different laws, but what's the use of having the laws if nobody activates them, if nobody uses them to get a better result for Jamaica, for Haiti, or for Trinidad? Somebody's got to press that button, and that's the constituents. this is election year, and when the constituents show up, it tells that congressman or woman, hey, this person is serious. If I want their vote, I gotta earn it. And the case I just made, how you gonna say no? Or you gonna say, no, I don't want to dabble in any of this stuff. But to show them how really serious we are, after the Caribbean Legislative Week is over, then what do? Saturday morning, we gather in front of the Jamaican embassy and we do our protest. So whether or not they're working inside or they're working outside or at home or whatever, we're going to make some noise and we're going to say what we have to say. And we're going to deliver the message that we need, that we've been delivering here every weekend. And whether it's Jeffrey's program, whether it's Lonesome's program, Marathi's program, we need to deliver the message loud and clear to this ambassador who has tried to stymie us at every opportunity, right? We won't be stymied. We're going to be heard. We're going to be listened to, and we're going to make our point very clear. We're going to work with Congress to stop you people from ripping off the system. It's that simple.
All right. All right. Let me. Kevin was able to. By the way, Kevin's son, he just got a scholarship, and that's where Kevin is. He's at the presentation. So
That's
I need
nice.
to big him up and make him
Congrats.
know, say, yeah, because him take time out, him step out and jump on the computer and things like that. So Kevin, big up yourself if you listen. But folks, here's where we are. Now, remember I just talked to you about the section 32 of the Constitution, 3 and 4, where they said the Governor General doesn't have to listen to him. It doesn't have to take your advice. Doesn't have to do what you're recommending, whatever to him. Now look at 4.5.2. They said the CRC recommends that the powers now exercised by the Governor General by virtue of the constitutional relationship with the monarch, statutory provisions, and general custom should be exercised by the President of the Republic of Jamaica under the Reformed Constitution. What you're saying is that all of those powers, all of them, we're going to take them from the Governor General and we're going to give them to the President. That's way too much power, people. Way too much power for somebody that you don't vote for. Way too much power. At least let it be for somebody that you are going to vote for. So you can have some say in the matter. But see what's happening? This is no different than, to me, there's a similarity here between, the monarchy in England giving us this constitution or giving us the Governor General. Now it's the government of Jamaica giving you a president, forcing you to take that president along with all the powers previously exercised by the Governor General. We can't have that. Dilute the power. We can't have this is going to lead to totalitarianism. We can't have this. What else we have inside here? We have a whole heap of things inside here. The president is going to get 7 years. Way too much time. 7 years and can get an extension up to 5 years. We don't want that. No.
Who selects the president, Ratty?
Eh?
Who's going to select the president?
The prime minister.
The prime minister. But is there any vote that goes on in the Senate over that?
Yeah, the prime minister will nominate the person, and then he'll consult with the opposition about the person. If the opposition says yes, no problem, then it's a 2/3 vote. I believe in both houses. If the opposition say we disagree, then the opposition will provide a candidate and the government will provide a candidate, and then they go from there. They do a vote, a secret ballot, and 2/3 of both houses, and then select somebody. We don't want that. We want the people. We want the people if you're going to give the man all of these powers, let the people speak. Now look at this. Herb T, you're going to hate this one here. 4.7.2 said the CRC recommends that the president should be granted immunity from suit and prosecution in respect of the performance of the functions of the office or any act done by the president in respect of the functions of the office. This is exactly what's going on now with the state of emergency. The governor general has unconstitutionally proclaimed states of emergency based on information received from the prime minister, and there's nothing Jamaicans can do about it. You can't sue him. It says that anything that he does in the furtherance of his office and his duties, you can't sue him. Actually, this is not even in furtherance of his office. This is in violation of his office. But you can't sue him. But this is foolishness. And they said, any act, if in order for you to sue him, it has to involve treason, selling out secrets, fraud, and or violence committed during the term of office. Now, what if the president decided I'm gonna go for a spin one day and I'm here and lick down some people, kill some people? That is not treason. That is not fraud. That is not violence. That's an accident. What do you do with that? You just make him walk scot-free? You can't sue him. This is not. Then look at this. Look at 4.7.3. It says that during his term, you cannot serve him no legal process, no summons or warrant. Then, if he commits fraud, then how does that work? Because if he commits fraud, you can lock him up. He doesn't have immunity. But then they say you can't serve him. So how can you say he's exposed, but he's not exposed? He's exposed, but you can't serve him legal process. And how will he respond if he hasn't been served? How? 4.72 and 4.73, them don't make no sense at all. None. Because if state of emergency or whatever they said, it's in furtherance of his office, so you can't lock him up. But if him commit perjury, for example, you can't lock him up. If he commits an accident, you can't sue him. That's right here. He have immunity. You can't sue him. Can you call him as a witness? What if he's witness? Can you call him as a witness? Because they said you can't serve him process right here, 4.7.3. During a president's term of office, no process, summons, or warrant should be issued or executed against the president.
So that's perfect cover for the current prime minister.
Yeah, and he might be in office for 12 years. So make we say him just getting on these things happen. You have to wait 12 years before you can even do anything.
Yeah, but even if they want to prosecute him under the Integrity Commission Act for failing to report.
That's a good question. That's a very good question. That people, I hope no understand so the panel and no DB panel, you know. That question where Herb just asked is a billion, not even $1 million question. It's a $1 billion question. Will he be subject to statutory declarations? That's an outstanding point Herb just raised. What them never have not think about.
No, I think they're thinking about it because it will give him all the cover he needs if he becomes president.
Because here's the thing: if he submits a false statutory declaration, how you going to go after him? It says treason, fraud, or violence. Statutory declaration is failure to provide information. That is the number one thing: failure to provide. And if that's not fraud, that's not violence, and that's not treason. So how you go after him? And that is, Herb, that is if you have the authority to go after him. And also remember, the Governor General pays 0 income tax. Will they give that to the president as well? Them people I don't know what flavor them people ahead. And these are supposed to be the best and the brightest that Jamaica has to offer. I remember now, we come from Bakawal. We're not supposed to know none of them things here. We're not supposed to even fathom this conversation. And yet, we, with our back-a-wall mentality, we're able to go through this thing here, analyze it, and say, this is nonsense. This is nonsense. Let me go further down here. Resignation. All right, we can skip resignation. 4.9.1. All right. All right, here it is. It says that you can get an acting president. You have to make a provision. But here, who the acting president are going to be now? It will be a Costas. Costas is a British creation. We are runner from the British creation, but we still are going to use it. Is that if the acting president themselves should be from among the custodians? Costas. Me not understand them people. I don't understand them people. 4.9, 4.10.2. It says you can remove the president. You can impeach him. Oh God. You can only remove him. And look what I'm saying. You can remove him. And by the way, some of these provisions, like the number one, this one here, this is the one that they use for the DPP. This one, I know this one. I'm very familiar with this one. It says you can remove the president if he's unable or she's unable to perform the functions of the office, whether arising from infirmity of mind or body or any other cause. What does that mean, any other cause? What I understand if somebody is them get mental or them just physically infirm, them not up to the job. But when you say any other cause, what does that mean? And then when number two,
that's wide open. That's wide open. You can't push anything in it. You can't push anything in there.
And if you do that, right, any other cause, then you don't need the rest of them. You don't need the second one, behaves in a manner that endangers the security of the state. You could just say, no, that's any other cause. That comes under any other cause. So I don't know what any other cause means. Behave in a manner that endangers the security of the state. What does that mean? Misbehaves in a manner that brings the office into disrepute. What does that mean? Whose standards will we be using? Where are the standards for that? We don't know. Look at this one. Pledges allegiance to a foreign. That's fairly simple. No, you can remove him, and then they tell you how you can remove the president. It's a very lengthy process, but let me skip that and go to 411.2. Look at this. All right. They said that when they're bringing the president into, they're gonna bring him into office, right? There is a lag time. So what will happen is that the governor general, they're saying, will act as the president, and they say up to 3 months. They expect that they anticipate it will take 3 months. So in the interim, the governor general will then act as the president, and then after that period, the president will come on board. But they say if the governor general say, "Boy, I'm not up to it, no, I don't want that job there," then you know who will be the president of Jamaica? It'll be a Costas. Says right here at the bottom, that transitional president be appointed by the prime minister after consultation with the leader of the opposition from among the custodians. A Costas. And how you get to be a Costas? It's a political appointment. You don't run for no election. Nobody no vote for you to become Costas. You're appointed a Costas. So you can see what could happen there. And them say if you don't want it, if none of the Costas them say we don't want it, then it goes to the President Council, which is they have something called Privy Council, which is an advisory body to the Governor General, and then you pick somebody from there. Them people are not think, man. 6.1.4 have to do with the diaspora. I mean, not this a president where I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go there. All right. 6.1. 6.1.4. Yeah, let me skip out some of them things.
Yeah, I think one thing, Ratty, because I'm listening very carefully, and I think you really wonder
you don't even wonder, but you really see how convinced. I think a policy like this would have been drafted by an entity that is very convinced that they rule over a set of numbskull people who are not thinking. And you know, if you go to countries, if you look at countries where there is a similar republic setup, what you actually find is nepotism. What you find after the first 5 years is that the persons that are now put into power are now relatives of those that were in power. You know, and then now when you have a system like that, you will find that those children are those people who fill that nepotistic structure, bring in other business conglomerate. So it becomes a long list of toxic politics, far worse than what we have now. So
True.
you know, it's so what this republic sounds like. It sounds like Jamaican corruption 2.0 to me. I mean, sitting on the side, it sounds like corrupt Jamaica 2.0. It sounds like the next evolution of corruption here in Jamaica, and it's just phenomenal that we have. And you talk about the town hall meetings. I think that, you know, the government should take leaf from a program like this, where town halls don't necessarily have to be physical anymore. Town halls can be also online, to facilitate and to get a bigger scope, because anybody who does statistics can actually look at the chat and be able to have an idea as to where the public or where the majority of persons are leaning. It's a good way. And there are polls that can be done on a platform like this. So in terms of a good indicator, in terms of a tool, of a good indicator, use of a good indicator, this to me is an excellent platform. So I think the fact that gone are the days, we have a population now where everybody is tech. Everybody now is internet savvy or internet based. Why would you, let us say, for example, you want to say maybe for the sake of time, or for the sake of spending, you want to limit the public town hall meetings. This is an excellent platform where town hall meetings can be had, which is virtually free. And it also gives the opportunity to include more people into the discussion. So, you know, you picking apart this document is an excellent idea, where the average person can see and know what is coming. And I don't think the town halls were intended to garner or to acquire objective criticism or objective perception. It was just so that it could be said that town hall meetings were had. That's basically, with all intentions. If the intention was to capture the perception or to get the views of persons, these should have been avenues that should have been considered. But outside of a genuine need to get consensus and to get involvement from persons, it is just so, quote unquote, it can be said that town hall meetings were kept. But I don't believe the idea is to really capture and or, based on what you said, it is to convince. So it is not so much to gather consensus or to get input. It is just so that whatever is written already can be rubber stamped.
You're right. It is, as they say, to sensitize and convince. That's what it is. But look at this. They said that in 1995, some group mentioned that Commonwealth citizens who are not Jamaican citizens should no longer be entitled to serve in Parliament. This is a very topical subject, right? And that the residential requirement should no longer apply to Jamaican citizens, meaning that people in the diaspora, you wouldn't have to, you know, physically be in Jamaica. There'd be no residential requirement. I think it's 6 months. You could just go and run. Now, here are some of the things that they considered, right? They said, and the one that interests me the most is number 2. It says where, let me see, 6, where Jamaicans living abroad with U.S. citizenship or the citizenship of any other foreign country should be barred from membership in Parliament. They consider that. And then they also consider the type of citizenship qualification that would be required to serve in Jamaican Parliament. And then they go on to talk about Commonwealth citizens. Now, here's what's interesting about Commonwealth citizenship. It's in the Constitution. And it's been at the forefront of the news for the last week. Now, if they want to get rid of it, they just get rid of it here. But look at what they did. They said they recommend that current references should be removed and that status be dealt with by ordinary legislation. Why didn't they just do it right there in the Constitution? Why do you need ordinary legislation for that? What you're saying is, look, somebody from Bangladesh cannot come to Jamaica, maintain Bangladeshi citizenship, and run an election and vote. It cannot happen. You have to give up. You have to give it up. You have to come here and establish citizenship. They said they can't do that. They said that let the parliamentarians come up with a law to deal with that. Meanwhile, they're dealing with it in the Constitution. Now look at 6.1.9. They recommend, this is for Parliament, no. This is for House of Representatives and Senate. This is not for President, Prime Minister. This is, well, not Prime Minister, but President. This is for the Parliament. It says, they recommend that Jamaican citizenship should be the essential qualifying citizenship criterion for membership in the Parliament. So, if that is the essential, that means anybody, any Jamaican can run, whether you live inside or outside of Jamaica. I mean, it is what it says. Further recommends that Jamaican citizenship should be the essential qualifying citizenship criterion. Oh boy. Then how do you disqualify someone from running as a parliamentarian? Here's what they say. They recommend that the provision be expanded to include convictions for offenses involving treason, fraud, violence, where the person has been sentenced to a term of imprisonment for a period of 18 months or more. Now, this is foolishness, because if a politician has a son that he's grooming to become a politician, following his father's footsteps, you can see where this could lead to some kind of corruption in the judicial system, where I'm saying, okay, if you're going to sentence him to a year. Because if he's sentenced to less than 18 months, he would not be disqualified. I don't understand how they come up with the 18 months. Then impeachment. I hope all of you remember that the Prime Minister said that within the first 100 days of his administration, he would get legislation going for impeachment, right? Now look at what they recommend. No inclusion of an impeachment. And they give the reasons why. And they're all foolish reasons, that it could be criminal in nature and should be in the courts. It could be manipulated for partisan purposes. And what else they have? They have to get their own investigative resources, normal criminal. This is foolishness. This is foolishness. The Prime Minister promised this, by the way. He promised impeachment. And now they're saying no impeachment in the Constitution. Here's another one. Fixed general elections date. The Prime Minister promised this. He said within the first 100 days, we're going to get legislation going for fixed election days so that people can come and trick you and then throw poison upon you. Everybody remembers that famous speech. And now they're backing away from it. They're saying, look at the language. The CRC recommends that in the event, this is not how you do these kind of things. You should say, we recommend that you do the following things. They're saying that in the event there is consensus between the two political parties, then it should be for the life. the life of the parliament should be fixed at 5 years, and then the prime minister can call election within a period not exceeding 3 months. Anytime within that, he can set the. This is nonsense again, people. This is another nonsensical provision, and they might try pull the wool over on the eyes. But as long as me there on, this not gonna happen. This won't happen. Then for Parliament, they put something here saying 6.52. You know, they want to extend Parliament now. You know, if you have COVID, or say some other calamity, I don't know what that means. And they can go up to 6 months. They can extend the date up to 6 months. And they can go to a maximum of 2 years. You can imagine the games politicians can play with this. You can imagine the games. No, then they said they're going to extend the Senate from 21 to 27. And here's how they're going to do it. It's right here. 15, the Prime Minister will recommend 15 people to the Senate. The opposition will recommend 9. And the president will have 3. But you need to have 2/3 votes inside here to do anything. As it now stands, it's 21. I think it's, what is it? The way it's configured right now, you need 1 opposition member to cross the line in order for there to be a 2/3 vote. If you're doing it straight on party lines, you need 1 person to cross the line. Here, the president has 3. Guess who nominated the president? The prime minister. So the
Ding, 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 ding.
The prime minister of 15. So I'm just telling brethren who nominate, hey, we need the 3 votes them. And guess what happened? They now have 2/3.
2 9s are 80.
What I want to ask you, President, what you are doing now, which is good, shouldn't be this the job of the present opposition?
Shouldn't what?
What you are doing now, which is very much needed, because shouldn't this be the job of the opposition? What you are doing basically is defending the people. This shouldn't be your job. Shouldn't this be the job of the government, or shouldn't there be a government entity, a neutral entity that is offering this education to the person? I asked that question for this reason. With all of the wonderful pointers that you have made and areas of concern that you have made, what will it do to the present document that have been drafted? I mean, can adjustments be made? Who has the power to recommend adjustments? Because part of what I'm saying, is that if it is that we have a opposition, and the opposition is not critiquing or have its version of a town hall meeting, then, because we heard the town hall meetings that were recommended by the government. The opposition should have its own version of a town hall meeting, making its recommendation and its suggestion. Because what I'm saying is that this could very well just be beneficial to any side that goes in. The fact that we don't see an opposition that is seeking to present an opposite or ulterior side really kind of shows that this is really beneficial for the government. There's no real care about the people. Because it's all good that you being a diasporan, and even if it was me, being a citizen, who is really defending the people? Who is really representing the people? Because this don't sound like it is designed for the benefit of the Jamaican people. So, and as I'm saying, the opposition should have a show similar to this, and with the funding and with the support and with the resources that they have, they should be able to to include a larger cross-section of Jamaica. But to me, without you doing this, and thank Yah for you and for your team, this is eye-opening. This is absolutely eye-opening. I think today's show should be based on really doing as much as you can, having more critical, analytical mind to pull to shred this proposed document for a republic. Because without you, if I were to put a value, a monetary value to what you are doing, I mean, who would pay for what you are doing? What would be the monetary value for what you are doing? And people need to understand that this is not just you don't have nothing to do and you just want to make trouble. This is somebody who, one of Jamaica's greatest mind, working for free to bring light and to bring information to what is going to be the future of Jamaicans and our children. This is not just an election which is an event, and I mean elections affect us for the rest of your life. Whatever if this document becomes accepted or if it becomes passed, it is now going to be how the future of Jamaica is governed and determined. So it means, therefore, that a lot more resources, we should have 10 more minds like you and Isaac Buchanan, 10 of Jamaica's minds from the intellectual and the legal field who are analyzing and going through this. The question again is, after all of these objections and all of these points have been raised, can we in any way make any input or suggestions as it relates to change or adjustment to the present document as it is? And if we can't, what is the route to make that suggestion for change or clarification or whatever adjustment that needs to be made? That is my question. Listening to all of what you're saying, because it's very edifying, but the big million-dollar question is, how do we go about change, number one? And number two, what you are doing, shouldn't this be the job of the opposition, or shouldn't there be a third-party entity that is doing this?
Well, let me say, thanks for the remarks. Nice remarks. The opposition did come out with a paper. They didn't go into detail as much.
No, not a paper. Not a paper. Most people, they say they want to hide something from Jamaicans, hide it in a book. Social media platform is now able. We are talking about the middle class, the average person who don't want to see black and white. They want engagement. So we need the opposition, or let's talk about the church. Where is the church stance in all of this? What does this new document, and I'm not a politician, I'm not a political person, but I have to give credence to persons like Al Miller as it relates to voice from the religious community. Where is the Jamaica Council of Churches? Where are the religious leaders as it relates to defending? Who is defending the people? Where are the people? Who are the people that are representing the people? Where are they? Where are the pastors? Where are the bishops? Where is the religious community as it relates? Because better believe it or not, this is going to affect not just us politically, it is going to affect us in every sphere of our life, including religiously. So, it's really eye-opening, but I believe that I believe in giving power to the people. And I believe that what you are doing is fabulous, it's phenomenal, but can what you do, just bring it to the forefront, just highlighting it, can that make any adjustments or change the document as it is?
Well, here's the thing. I'm hopeful that people will gravitate to the message and then they will go look at the document themselves, even though the document is on the screen. Because some people say bogus documents may have. So people can go pull up the document, look at it, read it for yourself, and then you can start ask yourself the questions. And then if you can't come up with answers to these or they don't make sense, then at that point you need to reach out to your politician and say, look, what does this mean and how come I haven't heard from you? No, the opposition party, they put out a document with objections, But I understand what you're saying, that they should be more forceful on social media and the different platforms and get the message out. There should be like a
They should
blitzkrieg.
seek to engage the public.
Yeah, they should be
Not
all
sign it.
over the place. Yeah,
Yeah, seek
because
to
they
engage.
have objected to it and they did not sign it, and the government will need them to sign in order for this to become law, or for the Constitution to become legitimate. No, they've also talked about passing something for what do you call it? It's in here where the people can actually vote on some of these issues. But at the end of the day, they're gonna need 2/3 of both houses to get this thing going. And referendum, that they're asking for a referendum clause to be put in there. Although the Board of Elections, they already have something dealing with referendum, but they're asking for it. So I understand what you're saying, that it should be broad based. It should be all over the place, their objections with this. And like I said, they've started. Will they stop there? I don't know. Or will they expand? I don't know. But they have started. Now, look at this one right here. This one here, where they tell you how you select members to the Senate. I mean, it's interesting. The Prime Minister is going to nominate the president, so you can already count those 3 members on his. So now he has 18. He has the 2/3. Whereas now, under the present construct in the Senate right now, he cannot get the 2/3 unless an opposition member crosses the line and go and vote with the government. If that does not, you can't get 2/3. But here, he'll get his 2/3. And let me just wrap it up here, because I want to get the doctor in to talk about medicine. 7.2.3. Okay, I'll just skip some of these things because they're very involved. 9.1.1. All right, here we are. Look at this. They come back and talk again, about Commonwealth citizens, and come back and re-emphasize the point that this should be dealt with in ordinary legislation. Now, the thing is, it was dealt with in the Constitution. So if you're going to amend the Constitution, amend the hell out of it. And don't worry, leave that for legislation, for the lawmakers to come up with a law for that. Just do it. You're in the document already, and it's there. Just get rid of it. But no, they're delaying it. And then there's a reason why they're delaying it. And here is why. Look at 9.1.2. They said, recommend that Parliament be empowered to confer privileges on or make special provisions for CARICOM citizens by way of ordinary legislation. So what they're saying is that we're going to make a distinction between people in our territory, our community, as opposed to people from Australia and New Zealand and the UK and African countries and blah, 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 other members of the Commonwealth. They're saying we're going to take care of our own. We're going to make special privileges for them and special provisions. What the hell do those things mean? Confer privileges and make special provisions. Does it mean that they're going to allow them to become members of the Jamaican Parliament if they want to, because they're now in our region? So they narrow it now. They're not saying Commonwealth, they're saying CARICOM. What does this mean? 9.1.2. What do you mean by confer privileges or make special provisions? What does that mean? And look where it is. Look at the section. It's in the section under citizenship. So what does this mean? We're trying to go away from Commonwealth citizens, but now they're saying, well, we got to do something for CARICOM. I don't understand this. Then here's one this one caused and still causing a lot of angst. This one has to do with the CCJ, Caribbean Court of Justice versus the Privy Council. And they didn't reach any consensus as to whether or not the final court should be placed on the whether or not it should be, the CCJ should be the final court of appeal for Jamaicans, as opposed to the Privy Council. They're still grappling with that. And you think that you put all of these learned people in that room, and they have all of these meetings, and you spend all of that money, and at the end, this is a document they come out with, saying that, oh, we don't know what's going to happen there. No, that's why we put you there. 13.51. This is the last one, folks. Here's it. The referendum I was telling you about. Here it is right here. They said the CRC recommends that the drafting instruction should also include the preparation of a referendum law. They already have something like that already. So I don't know why they're wasting time doing that. No, here's where we're back to. We're back to where we started. 13.5, public education and engagement. It will be essential for the successful completion of this phase of the constitutional reform project that the public be sensitized to its importance and persuaded to adopt a positive attitude to the proposed reforms. We're back to where we started. And it's circular, because you're saying that you want to sensitize the public and you want to persuade them, you want to convince them to come on board. But then you only have 5 town hall meetings. You have 14 parishes and you have 5 town hall meetings in 5 parishes. Why didn't you do the other 9? Why? So, and 13.5 for the end with it recommends that the public education and engagement exercises should be expanded and given the support of the political leaders of the nation and all parliamentarians. Well, look, here's where I stand on this. This document is not worth the paper it's written on or it's printed on. It's not. And so I say to our people, do not be persuaded, do not be convinced, do not be cajoled to have your parliamentarians sign off on this. This document is pure, unadulterated garbage and a waste of time. Just think about the money that was spent to come up with this nonsense. I did this in an hour. In an hour, I went through this. And they have been working with this thing for, I don't remember when it started. Actually, it's the date is there, but it's a long time. And they have a whole bunch of luminaries, whole bunch of bright people. And this is the best they can come up with, and said, we're going to submit this to Parliament. Come on, Jamaican people. Come on. We're supposed to get a refund. We're supposed to say, oh, I'm back for money. Because if this is the work product from all at the time and the money and the effort, then we want back for money. Because we don't think we get value for our money. We don't think no, there's no value here. This is poorly written, ill-conceived. I have to give kudos to Mr. Anthony Hilton, because he came on the program one time and he said, listen, our idea, meaning the opposition's idea, he said, our idea of changing a constitution is not to do it in phases. And I agree with him. A document as significant as this that will govern the lives of Jamaicans for generations to come. Something like this, if I were in charge, I'd say, look, get the best possible minds you can get. Not the people that we have right now. We'll do this because they're proven to be failures, abject failures. They're proven. Get a different set of people. And I would say to them, listen, folks, I'm going to give you 2 years or 3 years, whatever the time period is. And I need you to come up with a brand new constitution reflecting the values, the culture, the history, the sentiments of the Jamaican people. And I want you to do it in like 3 years. We're going to pay you. We want you to do nothing else but just focus on this. And when you're done, we're going to go through it. And at the end of that time period, what I would hope to get from them is a constitution that's reflective of everything I just mentioned. And then you do away with this old one. What they're doing now, they're tinkering with it. They talk about phase 1. Then when is phase 2 coming? When is phase 3 coming? What if they lose the election? Where are we now with this? So don't be convinced, people, that this is money well spent. This is like a whole bunch of corruption that we see going on in the country where money is spent and you're not getting value for it. So I say to you, do not support this. If you're going to support constitutional reform, then it should be in its entirety. You cannot reform constitution like this and you do it piecemeal. And then the people who are actually in charge of reforming the constitution, they themselves don't even know the constitution. I remember they asked the Minister Mallow, what about the role and the responsibility of the president? And she couldn't answer the question. She couldn't hazard even a guess. She said, oh, that's a very good question. And we're going to look at it. So, listen, I'm going to come off the soapbox now, but again, folks, just think about it. Just think about it.
But Ratty,
1 hour. 1 hour. I go through this document and look at how many months. When them start this, Herb, you remember when them start this thing, yeah?
It's been going on for about. When they officially announced it, might have been when the Prince visited Jamaica.
Oh, they started more than a year ago. They started March 1st.
When did Prince William come to Jamaica?
Guidance to the Jamaican government. March 1st, more than a year ago. And this is the best them can come up with?
Yeah, but it's longer than that, Ratty.
This thing, right minds?
Both parties proposed it before.
I am absolutely convinced. I am supremely convinced that the four of us could come up with a much better document than this in record time. It wouldn't take. If the four would say, hey, you know what? Like we're farmer, we could just have a call to action group. And we say, all right, we could just do a Zoom thing. And we meet once a week. We just meet once a week and say, okay, and put some ideas together. I am sure. I know about Prezi qualifications. I know the passion of the doc, and I know Herb through and through. And the four of us, I am sure, could come up with something much better than this in less than 6 months. And them have all of them bright people there, but them appear. And this is the best them can come up with. This thing get a big fat F for failure. F, me give them. So that are my piece on it here, sir. So let me come up.
You can hear me? You can hear me, Ratty?
Do not support this, my people. Do not support this. And by the way, do not support the business conference that's going to be held from the 16th through the 19th. And I will come back because Doc after doing peace now, but I'm going to come back and explain to you why that conference, they made it absolutely clear this week that it is a business conference and not their words. They put it out in writing. They said this thing is a business conference. And basically they say, if we don't have no money, we don't bother come. Now, what they've done is they've sold out all of the booths, all of the sponsors them booths come. But you know them never tell you? They never tell you how the registration will go. Them say all the booths have been sold. And now I know people associated with the ministry who have said they've never seen the media blitz and all of the things that they're doing now to convince people to come. People who don't know God. The last time I heard that they had about 200 people and they're making arrangements for 1,000. I would say to the 200 people, don't go, cancel, don't go, do not go. But we will get to that. Doc, I yield to you, sir.
Sir, wonderful. You know, it's always an opportunity to be mute. I'm unmute.
I hear you.
You're not hearing me? Yeah, man, it's okay.
We can.
Yeah, go ahead. So you know, it's an opportunity Precious, are you hearing me okay, Ratty? Are you
Yeah,
hearing
I'm
me okay,
hearing you.
Herb? Are
I'm
you hearing
hearing
me,
you
Herb?
too. You can hear me?
Yes, yeah, man. Good.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
hearing
man.
you.
So
Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Are
are
not
you
hearing
hearing me,
you.
Herb?
Ratty, it's on
I'm
your
hearing.
side.
I'm
Ratty,
hearing.
it's you.
It's
It's
your
on your
thing, right?
side, Ratty.
Okay, okay, good. So you know, it's good to be
Oh,
here.
it's me. It's me.
I'm
Oh,
still in.
you can't hear me?
Yeah, man, I can hear
I can't hear no. Them cut me off.
you. Yeah, it's good to be here. You know, I'm still in
I don't
Asia.
know what
I'm
happened. You
still
call Kevin. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go
yeah,
ahead
I'm
with this.
still in
Kevin. Let me call Kevin.
Laos, and it has just been
Oh,
wonderful.
Kevin,
I just want to thank the government here. I want to share a little bit because I came here to see a client, and I took the opportunity to meet the different government officials, you know, to find out about traditional medicine here and its usage here. And I spoke to one professor from the Institute of Traditional Medicine. We had a very good chat. He further introduced me to his director, and we had a wonderful talk with his director. His director further introduced me to the the Minister of Health. And so I was invited to a function where I met with the Minister of Health and all other key stakeholders as it relates to health. As a matter of fact, it was a herb tree planting ceremony. And the government here in Laos was very encouraging in inviting me to do collaborative work with them as it relates to natural medicine. And I was so appalled as to how welcoming they were, as it relates to natural medicine. The interest that they take. I mean, within a matter of 10, 15 minutes of being introduced to these government persons, it was so wonderful and thrilling to see how well they took on to natural medicine. And I was very impressed with how, as a country, I wanted to particularly look at the model that they had since they had Western medicine in practice as well as traditional medicine. I wanted to look at their model, and I was very impressed because their model was structured in such a way where it's beneficial to the people. It's beneficial to the people. For one, the government here takes importantly or values traditional knowledge as it relates to medicine. And so what they have done, I've been in Kingston at the university, and I know for a fact that the University of the West Indies has a vast amount of knowledge as it relates to plants and as it relates to the usage of plants. It's just that that knowledge has not been structured in such a way where it is of benefit to the Jamaican people. And let me give an example. So when I spoke to the chairman of the Institute of Traditional Medicine, one of the first things that they have is that they have, within the Ministry of Health, they have a department that is tasked with traditional medicine. So they value traditional medicine so much so that within the Ministry of Health, there is a department that focuses on traditional medicine that works very closely with their Food and Drug Administration, which is equivalent to the Bureau of Standards in Jamaica and the Scientific Research Council. Now, what they do is that their students, the students there who study herbs, who do their masters and who do their bachelors, the students who do their masters and their bachelors are assigned the paper that they write is in relation to the practice of traditional medicine. So what they do is that they'll have a traditional medicine practitioner, they'll have a student who is involved in that study, and that student basically writes their thesis after working alongside a traditional medicine practitioner, where they document the use of herbs, they document the use of other natural therapies. And so what they do is that at the end of that thesis, that student will prepare a paper. So all of what we're doing so far, we have that being done in the University of the West Indies. But at the end of that paper, that student will now take that knowledge that they acquired from that traditional practitioner, and they will now do research, scientific research, on validating or bringing clarity so as to create not only a traditional, but a scientifically backed healthcare delivery. And that now is published in a book. And I'm sorry I don't have the books with me. That is now published in a book, where that book becomes a book that traditional practitioners and the medical doctors can use. And it was interesting because those books are available. I had on my show recently Dr. Picking from the Natural Health Institute at the University of the West Indies. And Fred, let me give you an example. They had a book, they had developed a physician desk reference book as it relates to herbs that have possible contraindications with herbs here in Jamaica. And I couldn't get a copy of that book because there were only 500 printed. There is not a digital copy. So the university professors here in Jamaica are paid by the Jamaican government to produce or to compile knowledge that is not made available to the Jamaican people. Whereas in contrast, here in Laos, when university professors are paid, when students study and do their research, that knowledge at the end of their study is made available to people so that people can, the Jamaican people who paid for most of that, now have access to that information, and they can now use it to the benefit of the Jamaican people. When I went to the university and spoke to the lecturers there, I found out that even though we have a vast amount of knowledge as it relates to plants, the interest, let me say, is more limited to pharmaceutical exploitation. In other words, if there are no drugs that can be made from these plants, the knowledge is of no use. The knowledge is of no more use. And that is sad. It hurts me because we have not taken, again, the Jamaican people are always at the back of the line as it relates to their interests. Prior to the Chinese coming in and building the roads, if you everywhere across Jamaica that you go and see a good road, it is always leading to some form of tourist attraction. If it is for the benefit of the Jamaican people, those roads are not important. If it is for farmers, it's not important. If it is for the average citizen, it's not important. Roads are only important in Jamaica where tourists have to use them to experience our attraction. So at the end of it, the people of Jamaica are always at the back of the line. And so what I am saying is that we don't have politicians, and I'm talking about both sides of the fence. I'm 46 years old, so I've lived long enough to see how government treat the people from both sides of the fence. They have all the good ideas, all the great ideas, but the minute that they go in, people come at the back of the fence, the back of the line, and nobody holds them accountable. I am praying that what the Rattigan show is doing becomes a normal staple on social media platforms in Jamaica. I am praying for a proliferation of social media content producers to begin to hold our government accountable. They need to know that it's not that they can't practice corruption, but they need to know that if they practice and when they practice corruption, they are going to be held accountable. There are going to be platforms like this that demand better service, that demand better care for the Jamaican people. So, you know, while I am here, my goal is to bring back my findings to Jamaica. I'd love to get the opportunity, if I can, to share my findings with Jamaica through state media like CVM and TVJ, because at the end of it, there is so much that, and you know what caused this? What the big reason for this, Mr. President? When you have a country where traveling is a luxury. You find people thinking that what should have been their right is given to them as a privilege. And so you find that those few who have the privilege consider themselves lucky and blessed. But when you begin to travel and look around the world and realize that a lot of what you think or you have as a privilege is really a right. A lot of what you think is your right, your privilege, you know, and privilege this and privilege to walk through a hotel. Think about this now. In most of the countries in the world, you can go through any lobby, the lobby of any hotel and go to the beach. In Jamaica, you wouldn't even try that. Because the minute you turn up at the gate, the security is going to block. No, if you drive a particular vehicle, or if you're a particular complexion, the likelihood of that is increased more than tenfold. So, what should be our right for the average Jamaican is a privilege. And so when people begin to enjoy privileges that should have been rights, it creates a sense of reach, a sense of status, and sometimes there's no level playing field. And so you know, my passion is as it relates to herb and as it relates to health care. How did a country, and I was walking here, and I'm going to show them tomorrow Sunday on my show, 60 Minutes with Mother Nature, I'm going to be featuring some herbs. A lot of the herbs that are here in Laos, the government, I did a consultation with ministers of government. I did a consultation with key persons in the health sector. As a matter of fact, I can only be on until 9 o'clock local time here. It's now 6:04 in the morning. So in the next 3 hours, I'm going to be having a number of government officials coming to me for assessment. I'm saying that to say that this is how important or how valuable these people value natural medicine. I was able to do that because in a matter of minutes, I was able to identify so many herbs here in Laos. I was able to identify so many herbs here in Laos because I know these herbs from Jamaica. I know these herbs from Jamaica because 70% of the medicinal herbs in the world are found in Jamaica. No, the inverse is not true. 50% of the medicinal herbs in Jamaica are only found in Jamaica and nowhere else. Which means, Chiching, we have a product that we should be leading with. Why is it that I had to come to a country and gain significant, I want to use the word respect, but taken seriously enough? I was taken seriously enough to sit with the head of the pharmaceutical industry. I sat with the head of the Food and Drug Administration. I sat with the head of he was a monk, so he represents the religious society. Sat with all of these persons. And they said, listen to me, how can we sit with you? How can we work more closely with you? Because we value the knowledge that you have. The knowledge that I came here with, I brought it from Jamaica. And one of the things I'm advocating is that not only should the Ministry of Health, I would want to ask the leader of the Minister of Health, what's his name? What's the name of the Minister of Health?
Dr. Tufton.
Dr. Tufton. I would want to ask Dr. Tufton, why is it that we don't have a unit that focuses on natural medicine? I really would want to hear what his answer would be. Why is it that we have, if you know the amount of entities that we have in Jamaica, we have the Scientific Research Council, we have so many agencies in Jamaica that have the knowledge, so much so that they have to be merging. Why isn't that knowledge available to the average Jamaican? Why is it that any book on herb is a book that was written by somebody privately? And even though persons have written that book privately, the same knowledge exists in papers written by persons who did their masters and their PhD? Why the person who taught these persons? Why isn't it that these findings, why aren't they available to the average Jamaican in a way that it brings uniformity and consistency among the practitioners? Because here's a big challenge in Jamaica. If it is that you go to 10 different herbalists or 10 different practitioners, you're going to get 10 different understanding of a particular herb, 10 different understanding as it relates to the concept of biology, as to the relates to the concept of science. Why isn't it that this knowledge is made available to the average Jamaican? And this should be so, because 60 to 70% of the average Jamaican trust or use natural medicine as their primary source of health care. And one of the reasons why this is important is because, number one, traditional medicine is the available medicine for the most vulnerable and the poorest in any society. So if you say that you care about the poor, because everybody have to eat, sickness is a constant among the many variables of life. So why don't we have a system where the poorest and the most vulnerable, if they can't access health care, and this is their chosen primary choice of health care, why isn't it that we have a system where they can say, based on this book and based on that book, with the evidence of science, I can use this book and I can treat myself or I can heal myself? It is because, again, the health of the Jamaican people is not a priority or the successive governments. It is time we stop being polarized. We need to understand that power in this country is people power. When we gained independence, it was not through a government deciding that it's time for people to go free. It was through revolution or revolt. It was because of people who said enough is enough. So I am saying that what we need is people who understand that for us to have the change that we need, stop looking to politicians. Politicians are there to serve us. They are employed by the people and for the people. And so what we are looking at, I mean, I didn't cry, but tears came to my eyes when I saw how well these people received me. I remember I met the Minister of Health, one of the Vice Minister of Health, and he said to me, Dr. Ben, hey, I have been spoken to, I have been told about you. 3 days before I met the director of indigenous traditional medicine, and in 3 days' time, I was made known to the Minister of Health. Come. So he brought me to some pictures, and I felt so welcome. The people, I felt so welcome here. And when my mind went back to my people, to my country, to my nations, you know why this is so important to me, Rattigan? I traveled to New York, I traveled to Florida, I traveled to different parts of the world. Jamaican people cannot understand this because a lot of people who get sick, almost any herb that I talk about or I bring to the knowledge of persons in Jamaica can just go and harvest it. So they don't value the knowledge. Who values the knowledge is those Jamaicans living outside of Jamaica, who still believe that 70%, who still believe that their primary health care should be their herbs, but there is no system set up. There is no system set up where Jamaicans in the diaspora can gain access to this traditional form of medicine and know that it is backed by science. Many of the Jamaicans who trust this form of medicine are losing trust because now that they have become enlightened and they have become educated and they understand standards, they don't know who to trust back home in Jamaica. This is my primary belief of healthcare. But with what I know now, who can I trust my health to as it relates to practitioners back home? Because there is no system set up. So we're talking about, from a financial perspective, we're talking about the opportunity for billions of dollars into the Jamaican economy by Jamaicans or Caribbean diasporans who still trust natural medicine. We're talking about billions of dollars from the outside of Jamaica, not just people of Caribbean descent, but people who know come to the knowledge that mainstream healthcare has its place, but natural medicine has its place, and they want to access that. So we're talking about wellness tourism that becomes a new product and becomes a new staple. We're talking about people, university asking for funding. I went to the university and I looked at the entities who were responsible or who were involved with the task of natural medicine. They are at the back of the university, and that says something. It tells us something about what's your understanding of the value of natural medicine here in Jamaica. How can you put any other sector above natural medicine? Because in the future that we're heading to, the next crisis is going to be a food and medicine crisis. We've got to understand this. The next crisis is not going to be a gold and diamond. The next crisis, as pollution and as the different negatives of society, of climate change, the next great crisis, and I hear Freedom says water. When I talk about food, I'm also talking about water, is going to be a food and medicine crisis. Why is it that Jamaica have to be at the back of the line? By the time you understand the value that we have as our greatest resource, by then, it is going to be of no value to us because the rest of the world is catching on to it. So as I am here in Laos, and I look at how much this country, this nation values natural medicine, I am broken. As I came to the university, and what I was talking, one of the professors there could go to the bookstore, he could take down dozens of work, and dozens of work, and dozens of work, and dozens of work. Ask him, so why wasn't it published? Why wasn't it put in a book where the average person can get it? Based on what he said, I deduced from it that there were no pharmaceutical drugs that could be acquired from the herb. And you'd be amazed as to the amount of politics that goes on at the University of the West Indies. You would be amazed. Jamaica, you would be amazed as to the amount of politics that goes on at the University of the West Indies. There is a micro political system that goes on there. And again, it's not about when I talk to him, the Jamaican people is not even in the equation. So the Jamaican government pays university lecturers. It pays money to teachers. And the money that they pay to them is only to explore herbs for pharmaceutical exploitation. Can you imagine that, Rattigan? The Jamaican people pay for the knowledge, the use, and because I was wondering, before I went in, I was wondering, why is it that from the day we have gotten independence, there has not been much advancement as it relates to natural medicine in Jamaica? To my surprise, there is tremendous advancement, but the advancement was not for the Jamaican people. We are paying for the exploitation of herbs so that they can be exploited by pharmaceutical companies. So what the university will do is sign joint projects, or they will get the funding from private companies for the exploitation of those herbs. And I look at persons like what's his name? Jamaica. We have some brilliant scientists here in Jamaica. Now we had Dr. T.P. Lecky. Dr. T.P. Lecky developed the different breeds of cattle. When I'm talking about practical application, that's what I'm talking about. This is a man that did research as it relates to genetics, and he was able to develop 4 breeds of cattle that are suitable for the Jamaican climate. And so our beef industry is based on those cattle. That's practical application. As it relates to herb, nothing. And the persons who have tried, because there are persons who have tried. There is, what's his name, who developed the cannabis? What's his name? Dr. One of Jamaica's more foremost scientists, which is respected in Canada, respected all over the world except in Jamaica. He has a lab at the university, by the way. Yeah, he did some work with cannabis, did some work as it relates to the use of cannabis for eye drop. And he faced so much fight. He faced so much objection that I know that he will die heartbroken. When Jamaica finds persons who are for the people, the government of Jamaica fight them rather than build them. Dr. Lowe, thank you, John McCann. Dr. Lowe, one of Jamaica's brightest mind in science, will die heartbroken because he believed in exploring. And I don't know these persons, but I'm just talking from what I see. These are persons who wanted their work to translate to benefiting the Jamaican people. And the powers that be fought them out because the university, this is my opinion now, this is my opinion as far as I see, the University of the West Indies is only designed to take Jamaica's money to pay for foreigners to exploit what we have. Nobody is holding them accountable. I would want to ask the minister, why isn't it, if you say you take Jamaican medicine, Florence Nightingale, Mary Sequel, the only persons who know about Mary Sequel are those who stay in the Mary Sequel dormitory in Kingston. Mary Sequel is the Louise Bennett of natural medicine. This is a woman that was cared for by the Queen until she died because of the work that she did during the Crimean War, using natural medicine, using herbs. Mary Sequel has done more for herbs than Florence Nightingale, a contemporary at her time. Yet in the Jamaican society, her name is not known. How could it be? How can these atrocities, how can we get away with them? How can the language of Jamaica, which is very important, be important than the medicine of Jamaica? Why is it that we have a unit focused on the language of Jamaica? And this only became important when it was seen that through the work of Louise Bennett, patois had a monetary value in the rest of the world. All of a sudden, Jamaica developed a unit focusing on patois. Now we have a patois Bible and so on. Not for the people. When we were young, we were told that if you speak patois, you speak bad language. Yeah. But now we have a university that has a department. And we don't have one for health. We don't have one focusing on natural health. I mean, if that was in the case, Rattigan, after the pandemic that passed, we should have learned that even though we had the fund, even though we had secured the fund to get the juke, the countries that had the money were hoarding it. So it's possible that you can have the money and need something and not have it. So the government should have come out and said, you know, the fact that we've bounced back, what we need to do now is that we need to take natural medicine very important. We need to develop this because we have seen that in a time of crisis, a dog named dog, each man for himself. So even though we have Western medicine as the official medicine of Jamaica, in the background, we have an alternative. In cases where we have emergencies, where we don't have access to Western medicine, as in the last pandemic, we could now say to our Jamaican people, turn to page so and so, we could have a drive where certain herbs are explored for the benefit of Jamaican people. These are just the questions that I'm asking. And these are just the pointers that I want to raise, that our government don't care one damn about our people. That's the conclusion. Our government cares one damn about our people. I was sucked into the last young man who ran for government, thinking that he is astute and he understands the concerns of the Jamaican people and surely he's going to make a change, only to realize that he's smart enough to be worse than who was before. That is what I have seen. He's smart enough to be worse than who was before. A lot of times I come on the show, Rattigan, I'm ashamed because I gave my support to him. Not afraid to talk. I'm not a political person. I don't vote for persons. I vote for results. So if you represent the result that I believe will serve the people, you're going to get my support. So I am ashamed to say that the support that I gave has contributed to the worst thing of Jamaica. 46 years old, there are many more Jamaicans who believe like what I believed. I was tricked. So Andrew Wallace, this is one person that gave you his support. But I'm sorry that I gave you that support. With you being articulate, with me identifying you within the same age group, I believe that you're going to make a change. You have made a change. You have made Jamaica worse. I'm not saying that personally. I'm just talking. And so now for the next person who's running, I'm looking even more because I'm not going to be tricked again. And what I'm saying is that we need to ask the question at the end of the day. You know what I see and realize? That nobody cares about the people. None of the party cares. That's why I asked the question that I asked before about who is voicing the opposite, who is voicing their opposite view on the document for constitutional reform. Because it shows that nobody cares about the people. Maybe we should have Ratty run for president. Who said Ratty for president?
Yeah.
You know, so this is. I'm sorry that I'm starting on health, but you know, you have to sometimes go with the flow. And my mind is not even thinking about health. I can talk about health at the time of year. I can talk about health at the time of the day. But I mean, what we're talking about now is the future. My children live in Jamaica. I don't want to do as the ship. I can't run when nothing go back. I hear I think it's Buju, who can afford to run will run. But what about those who can't? They will have to stay. Opportunity and come again. In this time I say, when man has spent a last and said you go class, never you ever stray. It's a competitive world for low budget people, spending a dime while earning a nickel. We know it all we been tickled. My cup is full to the brim. I could go on and on. It would have never been told. You know, so that song really expresses how I'm feeling right now. And for me, that would have been my theme song. I think it's done by Buju.
Yes.
Buju. Yeah. That song could express how I'm feeling. But I want to welcome Mr. James. I want to talk about some health-related issues, but I want to just, you know, maybe open the floor for Mr. James. I don't know how it's done, Ratty. You know, Mr. James is here, and I've been talking for so long.
Mike, okay. Can you hear me, right?
Yes, sure.
Yeah. Hey, first of all, Mr. James, first of all, Doc, I want to tell you, you're brilliant, man. You're brilliant, not just with medicine, but you're brilliant with your perspective of the world. You're not just myopic. You're not just, you know, just natural medicine. But you have an expanded view.
1 second.
Beyond medicine. And that, you have shown me that you're a curious person. And that is what we need in Jamaica. We need people who are curious. What we have in Jamaica, we have people who are incurious, people who just not care, right? You have to care, and you have to be passionate about these things. You can't just do it as an academic, you know. It has to come from deep within you. And when it comes from deep within you, it's easy to do it because it's not contrived. It's alive. And Natalia, God bless you, man. May the Almighty continue to bless you so that you can heal 1 million more people, heal all of Jamaica. And God willing, you know, we will have a department of natural medicine or indigenous medicine at the forefront of the university, forefront literally and metaphorically, because only through you, people like you, will we be able to look at what they call traditional, not traditional, but look at pharmaceuticals as maybe the alternative, not the primary, but as the alternative. We use the natural medicine first. Like I said, you put out some stats, and they're very remarkable when you talk about how many plants, how many herbs in Jamaica that you can't find anywhere else, and how many of them that you can find somewhere else, but Jamaica has like 70% of them. So I want to commend you on that. And every time you come on the program, like I said, you come on the program, you come home, because you make all of us smarter by just listening to you, And like my mother used to say, may your storehouse never be empty, my brother. Never be empty.
Yeah. I just want to add to that, Ratty, because you and I spoke recently. Because one of the things that was shared here was it the director said to me, because I'm here caring for a client, and he says, Doc, I want you to do it as a case study. We want to know the findings. We're interested in what you do. I've given that offer many times to the Jamaican the Jamaican government. I don't know everything, but I have, with this knowledge, helped some people, helped a lot of people. And one of the things that I would want, because I don't have it, I used to have it, but prior to COVID, I don't have it. A lot of people who need help, we need a facility. My goal, my vision is to have a facility where people can come, and we can have persons from the University of the West Indies. They can come in, medical doctors can come, look at what we are doing, prepare case studies, make this knowledge available to the average person. And one of those persons that don't sit and wait for it to happen. I believe I will make it happen. It will happen. And so that's also one of the reasons why I'm here. It's about the Jamaican people putting your money where your mouth is. Like Mr. James, put your money where your mouth is. And I'm also knowledgeable of the fact that since I've been on the show, Ratty, my Facebook page has been hacked. And there have been persons impersonating me and saying things that I wouldn't say and doing things that I wouldn't do, like they're asking for funds or they're asking for money. I want to say, and I've spoken to you, so I can say it here, that I had a GoFundMe page that I'm going to take down, because I don't want anybody to use Dr. Ben's name to ask for funding, because any funding that I will ask for, I want to say, Ratty, could you please assist me in setting up an entity? So if the person who reached out to you and said they need help wasn't from Ratty or from his team, it's not me. I want there to be a transparency. I've spoken to a client who values the work that we are doing, and he says that, listen to me, I have a building, I have a property that I will make it available. I will sell it to you. I will sell it to you to half of what it's worth. And if you can give me a quarter of what it's worth, you can take it and you can begin to use it to help people. From COVID, where we stopped using the facility that we had, I have been turning away a lot of persons. So we had a facility in Portland that had there like 100 rooms. Due to COVID, we had to give up that property. And the largest properties in Portland is what we had that we're using to work from. We had to give up that property. So we have offices now, but we don't have physical properties that we can get persons to come in and care for them. And that is critical, because a lot of what we need to do to help people, it is habitual and it requires information and training. And so without a facility, I am not able to do, I can tell you, but I can't do what I would want to do, because I'm very limited. Some persons that I would want to help are guide. I can't just tell you what to do, because you're living in an environment where the habit that created the problem, you are still immersed in that environment. So part of what is required for some people to get help is for them to leave that environment and come into a new environment where not only they are exposed to a new lifestyle, but they are being trained how to sustain that particular lifestyle.
Exactly.
It's not possible to help some people, even remotely, even if they are willing, because whereas you are willing, it's about energy. If what you are doing is not conducive to what everybody else is doing, you are going to come up against resistance. You're going to come up against, so many mindsets that are not conducive to your healing process. So there has to be somewhere where natural medicine, where persons can come and be healed and be taught. My goal is to see somewhere where we can take a nurse and condition that nurse in our mindset, where even if we have exhausted all the space of the physical property, we can send that person out, where it is even more affordable. Go to St. Elizabeth, go to St. Anne, go to Montego Bay, and you're going to spend a week with this person. You're going to stay with them. Not only are you going to care for them, you're going to teach everybody in that home how to take care of themselves. I am here in Laos, and the persons that I spent that I'm here with, they're Indians, gone through their kitchen. And when they showed me, first of all, I'm a scientist. I make observation. I look at the skin. I look at everything I look at, and I realize that here in Laos, because of their habitual eating of spicy foods, skin condition is very high here. Then there is stomach acidity, and there are a number of other issues. So when I started to tell them what needs to throw out, and what needs to throw out, and what needs to throw out, and what needs to throw out, I said, then when are you going to eat? If I've thrown out all of this, what is left? So what I had to do, I had to go into the wild, I had to go into the forest and harvest wild plants. And tonight, this evening, I want to talk about gut health. And I want to say that there are persons who are so sick that it is imperative, it's almost fundamental that for them to get better, they have to change their diet and begin to eat wild vegetables, because that's the only form of vegetable that is also free. So I believe in being affordable. I believe in being practical. So I took my client house and I've done a lot of videos, because he's financially comfortably enough that he doesn't have to do a 9 to 5. So we spend a lot of time together. I'm not seeing any clients here per se. So we're in the wild harvesting, and I'm making videos because I'm leaving a little while. And he's trying to get as much as he can, and can as much as he gets. And so we're doing videos in an hope to keep this knowledge, to get the knowledge. So the amount of wild herbs that we have harvested, and I've created dishes from them. I want to share them on our channel. I want to share with you how to use Spanish needle. Yeah, we're going to show you how to use purslane to make a meal. We're going to show you how to use all these vegetables that are free. And I was saying that, the whole concept of food is a myth. Food shortage is a myth. We have allowed somebody to define what is food.
Right.
Somebody has defined our food. And so what happened is that, and he asked me the question, I was thinking about it. So that, how did we end there? I said, think about the question that you just asked. How did we reach to the point where we walk past free food to go to the market to buy food that is not good for us? We pass free food that is helpful for us, that is beneficial to us, and we go to the market to buy unhealthy food. You know how that happens? It happens because of miseducation or a lack of education. So capitalism decided to create an education system that defined simple for us what is food. So we pass purslane, we pass fat and barrel, we pass Spanish needle, and we buy pak chow, we buy cabbage, where all of those vegetables, the seeds are sold in a farm store, and because supply and demands determines price, you kind of see where I'm going now. The domestic food is a part of the capitalist structure. So when there is a shortage of defined foods, the price goes up.
That is it.
But the price for Spanish needle never moves. The price of purslane never moves. The price of guinea grass never moves.
Low
None of
cost.
these wild vegetables, the price is never affected. But they are never in demand because people don't know these plants. You kind of realize now why indigenous medicine is important, because it is the knowledge of indigenous medicine that begins to educate people. This education affects capitalism, because if it is that more people see Spanish needle as an option, guinea grass as an option, we have to get rid of Dr. Ben, because Dr. Ben is affecting our bottom line. So maybe I won't be around forever, but I'm doing as much as I can to get this knowledge out. And so what is important, my value, and since I've started this show, a lot of people have been reaching out to me. A lot of people want me to help them. And I love doing that. I enjoy that. But I know that's not where my value is, because I'm helping far less people than if I can educate them. So my focus is on getting a facility where I can duplicate myself. I can train far more people to know these plants. So guess what? If you get rid of Dr. Ben, by then, Mr. James know all the wild vegetables.
Exactly.
Peter Flynn know all these wild vegetables. Mama Neath know all these wild vegetables. Lime Tree know all these wild vegetables and fruits. So if you get rid of Dr. Ben, another Dr. Ben will just pop up. So critical and crucial to all of this for me is a facility that I can duplicate and share this knowledge in. So it's not just I heard that this is edible, or I heard that that was edible. It is I've experienced the benefits of eating that, or I've experienced the benefit of eating that. So it's no longer theoretical knowledge now. It becomes practical knowledge that is based on experience. So I spoke to Rattigan, and I'm making the appeal. Rattigan will furnish persons with the information. I've shared with him intimately the possibility of such a facility where we can help persons, or where you can give directly. I don't need $1. I don't need $1 in my hand. I don't want to be a part of the transaction any at all. I want Rattigan and his team and you to help me in that endeavor, because it's about that institution. I will invite persons from the University of the West Indies. I'm in Portland, so I will invite persons from the College of Agriculture, Science and Education. I will invite them in. Come, I am willing to share with you. It's not about me. Part of my goal is I believe Jamaica should be the wellness mecca of the Caribbean. I believe Portland and St. Thomas should be the wellness mecca of Jamaica. I believe that our indigenous communities, where Chief Corey and all the different indigenous space, must be valued for their indigenous knowledge in this development and in this process. That is what I'm about. That is what I'm pushing. So not just to come and to share about the new herbs. Sure, this will die by next week, tomorrow. I'm talking about what has the ability to live on perpetually from generation to generation. You know, so I'm gonna yield, but I'm gonna give Mr. James, he brought the floor, Mr. James, and then when it's time for me, I'll share on the topic that I came to share on this evening.
Hey, Ratty, just before Dr. Ben goes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay. Dr. Ben, you brought up an important point before, which was the PDR, Physician's Desk Reference.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
We know which ones the regular physicians use, but then I see several of them advertised in the Amazon and elsewhere for PDR for herbal medicines.
Yes.
Now, do you know offhand if those references have been cross-checked against actual medications that doctors will prescribe? For instance, when they're prescribing metformin or insulin, somebody else may prescribe berberine 1200 or 800, and berberine works effectively because I see the practical use here in my household. Are there studies that have clearly established? I see a lot of it on YouTube, a lot of so-called experts speaking out on YouTube. But where in the PDR does it say for sure that this herbal medicine or holistic medicine works better than the one that Merck is putting out? Some of the other poisons that these other people put out, where they say the risk of using it is death. And even aspirin, still deadly, make you bleed in your stomach, right? So how do we know that there's been studies and that it's safe to use one holistic medicine over what Merck or other pharmaceuticals might be putting out?
All right, great question, Herb. The medicine that you see in the PDRs, physician desk reference, are based on actual research. So in America, there's what we call Western herbalism. And Western herbalism, you will find also in the West that there are actually herb farms. There are places where herbs are grown in controlled settings. And because these herbs are grown in controlled setting, the intent was not to create nutraceuticals. These herbs were studied for pharmaceutical benefits. When pharmaceutical benefits, and when they study them, basically they study them to see, one, are there compounds in these herbs that we can extract so that we can patent for pharmaceutical use? Or two, are there compounds in these plants that we can synthesize, that we can make a synthetic version that we can use for pharmaceutical use? After that knowledge was acquired, and after these plants were completely exhausted, then the secondary knowledge was whatever knowledge that they gained from them. This was what they used to create the Western medicine nutraceutical industry. So these plants have been researched, and that is the reason why most persons who practice herbs in Jamaica, like myself when I just started out, I started out using the plants because all the textbooks are based on these same plants. Most of these textbooks don't include plants from the Caribbean or Jamaica. And so after extensive study, they were able to a large extent, determine the dosage and the forms that these herbs could be used in. It was out of that the nutraceutical industry blossomed. That is the reason why you have nutritional supplements. It is out of that the Western herbal herb stores were developed. That is the knowledge for that. So they have very fairly accurate knowledge as it relates to the use of those herbs. What we are saying here is that in Jamaica and the Caribbean, we don't have an industry of herbs. We have exploited them for pharmaceutical use, but we have exploited them for nutraceutical use. Number one. Number two, and that's working to our benefit. Because of that research that has been done and that knowledge that has been acquired, it is what has given birth to herbs grown in controlled setting. Now, what they have now found is that the herbs grown in these controlled settings are not as good as the herbs that are grown in the wild. Which is why Jamaican herbs are of the value that they are at. Because the herbs grown in controlled settings are grown under conditions, water, and they have to be given quote unquote natural fertilizers, natural man-made substances, and that now has taken away from the efficacy that was there originally.
Yeah, you know.
That is what has now given value to herbs from Jamaica and the Caribbean, which are not grown in controlled settings, which are grown by nature that have proven to be far more powerful. Yes, there are some negatives because Jamaica is over fertilized, and so what we find is that a lot of the herbs in certain parts of Jamaica, when they test them, they find lots of chemicals in them. So we are destroying potentially something that is of great value to us. But going back to your question, as it relates to the efficacy of those, they're fairly accurate because the research was done based on the involvement of millions of dollars to explore the possibility of pharmaceutical products. So where those pharmaceutical products where it wasn't possible to get pharmaceutical products, or where they have exploited those plants where they have either synthesized or extracted chemicals, the knowledge that they have garnered from all of that research gave rise to a nutraceutical industry. And so what we're saying is that Jamaica needs to learn from that. Our herbal industry is far more valuable than tourism, bauxite, and every other foreign exchange earner of Jamaica combined. I challenge you, every other top earning foreign exchange sector combined is but a pinhead of what can be acquired.
I think his Doc is stuck.
Like that system cut off, man.
Where's he at in Laos?
Yes, Laos, in Lebanon. Is it Lebanon?
Eh?
Vietnam.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think he said Laos, which is a country next to Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, it's good that he's saying all of that because here in Washington, again at Institute of Caribbean Studies, we brought up that doctor he spoke about from University of West Indies. And he presented his findings, and we tried to get him some exposure through Howard University. So I don't recall how that has turned out. I thought he was doing well there. I've not checked on it recently, but I will. Because they had to do a study here before they would allow him to market the marijuana medicinal products for 13 different cancers, because that's what he declared. It can cure 13 different types of cancers. And I know that the pharmaceuticals didn't want to hear that.
No.
Because that's crashing in on their market. So remains to be seen how that's going to turn out. But he made some very excellent points, and that PDR is essential because young people don't know much about the natural herbs. They just smoke it. And so when you have young doctors come along, they need to learn from that PDR how to prescribe various medications. And possibly, Doc, do it in tandem with other medications in the market. For instance, I know a lot of your cancer patients who's on the radiation treatment and the other treatment.
Mm-hmm.
They use the marijuana
They benefit greatly
to help them with the nausea and stuff. But also, it's also good for treatment as well in itself. You drink the tea. When I had a diagnosis on my throat, right? Where they saw the different nodules in my thyroid.
Mm-hmm.
And I spent 7 months in Jamaica drinking the Guinean weed mixed with some of marijuana, mixed with some of the peppermint and the ginger. And when I came back up here to the US, all traces of the nodules were gone. they were going to take my thyroid out. So once I went to Jamaica, got the treatment, that was the end of that.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't. I'm God. If I were to tell you the experience, you can say what you are saying because that's your experience. Now you can imagine what I would be able to say from the different clients that we have been working with, cancers, ovarian cancers, breast cancers, using natural therapies, persons with inflamed bowel syndrome, IBD. I mean, a whole list of different. I can't talk. I can't share because if I share, then I'm making claims. I'm saying that it would be good if we could have a place where persons could come in and and experience that, and it's not just a man claim something. It's based on empirical evidence. But I want to say that it's sad to see the state of affairs in Jamaica. And as I said, I believe in people power. When I saw what was happening, I started, I have a channel, and I'm looking for 12,000 people. I'm looking for 12,000 people to teach 120 herbs every year. And I think I've only gotten 9. Free. I've only gotten about 9 in the last 3 months. Only 9 people free. That's how passionate, and that's how much I believe in herbs. Everybody, herb, I sit in the chair where my perspective is very different. I see politicians, I see famous people, I see successful people, I see people chasing everything that needs to be chased. When I get to see them, when they're in a pampas, lying on a bed, on the walls, with some significant persons that they have known, who they have taken pictures with. And then all of a sudden, at this stage in their life, all of these famous persons that they have taken picture with, it doesn't matter anymore. When you get sick in a herb, life doesn't matter. Nothing else in life matters than your health,
Yep.
No degree, nothing that you are pursuing in life matters when you get sick. I have clients who are getting calls from big business persons, clients who are wealthy, and they say, I can't handle that, let the office handle that, or let that person handle that, because that don't matter anymore right now. So I tell persons, in all the busy that you're busy, in all that you are pursuing, your health is your responsibility. The greatest weapon against sickness and disease is education. As much as you can get. That's all that matters. If you were to climb out to reach the apex of the sector that you are pursuing and you got sick, it wouldn't matter tomorrow. It's one of the most chilling thing when you hear that you have 6 months to live, 8 months to live. I've done house visits to some houses that are, oh my gosh, I see one piece of furniture worth $5 million. Rattigan. One piece of furniture over $5 million. When you get sick, none of that matters. I've been to some homes where I cannot tell you, and I'm telling you that my perspective on life, so I don't run down money, because I know that it's just here to serve us. By the time you start to enjoy money, most of the time sick, you get sick. By the time you start to reach an age where you can enjoy the fruits of your labor, sick, you get sick. So I've learned that life is about doing as much as you can for other people. When I sit down with people, I sat down with some of these people, Rattigan, and I talk to them. You know what we talk about a lot? Could have, should have, and would have. I could have, should have spent more time with my wife, should have spent more time with my husband, should have spent more time with my children. When you reach a certain age, appear could have, should have, would have, you're here now. I could have owned that. I should have taken more time off. Should have eaten better. I should have rested more. And every time when I get too busy, this is what reminds me. That you got to know what you're doing. It's one thing to help so many people, but you don't want. I want to be at the bed. I'm talking about coulda, shoulda, woulda. So even what I'm doing now, I'm 46 years old, and I put an expiry date on how long I will do this because I'm happily married. I have a wonderful wife, and I intend to spend time with her, and I have one grandchild and spend time with my children. I'm young, so I have strength, so I'm using that now as best as I can, but I won't be doing this forever. So I don't value consulting, and I don't value helping people as much as I value educating people. That has far more value to me than if I could even help somebody to reverse their cancer, that is good. But it's far less valuable to me than getting the opportunity to be on Ratty Show, where I can talk to thousands of people. That's why this is so valuable to me. And so I want to, I just want to put that out there. So I think there's a link in the description of my channel, Ratty. There's a link in your description of this video. Every week, every Sunday. And Herb, I used to be hooked up on trying to get people to come with me to do the herb walk, but I found a way out. I've created a way where I can do the herb walk, and then I do a live where I go through all the herbs and take questions and answers and talk about the benefits of herbs. And remember, a community where persons can come and join, and they can take pictures from their home, and they can take pictures and send it in the group, and we help them to identify the herb and look at the medicinal benefits. That is what is of value to me right now. So I said to persons, can all you can get all you can all you get, because the next health crisis is going to be a food and medicine crisis. And in one of the shows coming up, Rattigan, I'm going to be talking about, because from the last pandemic that we had, you better understand that it was a case study. It was a case study. And a number of information was garnered from, one of the information that was garnered from that is that a lot of the persons who didn't take what was recommended, a lot of the persons who did not take what was recommended, what they found is that the persons who didn't take it, there are a number of reasons. One, those persons had alternatives in Canada and in America and in other parts of the world that they could go to get an alternative. I'm talking about wellness shops, wellness stores, wellness supplements. So they learned that in the next pandemic, we have to find a way to make it inaccessible for persons to gain access to a natural alternative. And two, where they get access to natural alternative, we have to find a way to reduce the efficacy of those natural alternatives. And number three, where it is possible for persons, where there is effective natural remedy, we have to make sure that it is outside of the reach financially of the average person. So 3 points, based on the observation, 3 actions were put into place for the next pandemic. So one, there's going to be far less places for persons to get natural supplements. In other words, they won't be able to go online and order it. Number one. Number two, when they order it, the quality, because the institutions that have put in place a new structure that forces the manufacturers of supplements to reduce them from therapeutic grade to food grade. And three, the big natural supplements who make effective supplements, who will still be in the business, they have put in place a structure where only those entities will be able to afford what it takes to manufacture supplements that is nutritionally effective or therapeutically effective. So when the next pandemic comes, the freedom that you enjoyed, where you didn't have to take what was recommended, that's not going to be there anymore. The solution, therefore, is, what is the solution? The solution, therefore, is to educate persons, because no system can prevent a person from going to the wild to harvest what they need and to use it for their benefit. The only thing that can prevent them is the knowledge if they don't have it. It means, therefore, that knowledge of what is beneficial for your health or for your family is going to be the more sought after resource in the next pandemic. I want you to hear what I'm saying to you. Nothing else will matter. Your job, nothing else will matter when you see your child sick and you can't go and Google and order it anymore, because the new structure that is put in place will make it difficult for those companies to function. They have created new requirements that the average herb shop can't afford, can put them out of business. This has been put in place in Canada. And the gentleman at one of my show spoke to him. He was one of the advisors. He was one of the advisors that was tasked with the responsibility of putting in place a new structure to govern supplements in Jamaica. When I showed him, he was shocked, because it was modeled off the Canada model, which has done this, and this was done privately. This new policy is waiting on the government is on the desk of Tufton. Why is it on the desk of Tufton? It's waiting on the new republic, because the new republic is going to roll out what we're talking about. That is the reason why indigenous medicine is important, because one of what I'm saying is that this is the right of indigenous people to use garlic, to use peppermint, to use guinea hen. Indigenous rights are recognized universally. It may be the only clause that we have. So it becomes therefore important for the Jamaican people to disclose, for the government to disclose to the Jamaican people what are the policies surrounding the use of herbs. What will be the new policy? Will I be penalized? These are questions that we need to ask, because who can afford to run will run. But what about those who can't? Those of you who don't have no visa, who can't run, have to go live with it. So it becomes your business, and it becomes very important for you to be involved in this discussion, for us to be involved in this discussion, because this affects all of us. All right, let me yield, because I'm so passionate about this.
Yeah. Nah, man, it's always a pleasure to hear you, and there's no different. You know, I just sit back in awe and just listen and learn, and hopefully I absorb enough that I can pass it on to other people so that they can be tuned into you. I won't tell them, I promise you I won't practice any kind of medicine, but what I'll do is I'll forward the information to those, you know, who in need of this information, which is almost everybody, you know, and get them involved. There's a question here in the chat here, Doc. It says herbal medicine practice has no standards. An institution must be established to do so. Is that what? How do you respond to that?
I would say that is very true. And natural medicine is not regulated in Jamaica, so there is no standard. There is no system of accountability. Almost anybody can just get up tomorrow and start practicing, and that's very dangerous. people know that people are trending in this direction. And so that's one of the reasons why we're saying that the Ministry of Health should have an institute that is focused on not just regulating, but managing this very important sector. That's why so many people in abroad, you know, and because somebody said, Captain J said Obia laws, the Obia law has contributed significantly to this, because in previous years, anybody who practiced natural medicine was misconstrued as a practitioner of Obia. Just very recently, not only in Jamaica, but around the world, in England, you know, most practitioners that practice natural medicine under a law that was passed by the king when during the witch hunt, it was used as a pretext for killing out a lot of herbalists, a lot of practitioners. And so it's for the most part it's unregulated. But it will always be with us, because it was seen that, and the World Health Organization says as much as 70% of the world still looks to natural medicine as a primary means of healthcare. And what I'm saying also is that there are so many benefits, there are so many benefit trade-offs, because the over burden that our health sector is now experiencing, the overburdening of the health sector started when the average Jamaican didn't know after the natural alternatives. When Jamaicans know about the natural alternatives, people won't show up to the ER, emergency department, for secondary issues that could be resolved secondarily. People are showing up for fever, people are showing up for headaches. In time past, people only show up for break hand or to have baby or other real emergencies. So when you have a society where people don't have the knowledge, and then because of the overburdening of the healthcare sector, that created a new set of problems. Because of the overburdening, the care and the attention that persons should get, they can't get it because it is overburdened by unnecessary issues. So it pays the Jamaican government to spend time to focus on natural medicine and to build it out in such a way where our health sector only sees persons who have real emergencies. The healthcare, the indigenous practitioners can become included in offering secondary care to the population of Jamaica. Our people themselves can become educated, where they can do far more for themselves rather than overburden already overburdened people.
Yes, sir. We're going to open the phone lines, but we have Mr. Richard James here with us. Oh, by the way, I have to thank you again, Doc, because you were the person responsible for me meeting Mr. James, and also next week, through your involvement, Maroon Chief Curry will be here. They confirmed yesterday that they will be on Reason with Rattigan next week, Saturday. So you can spread the word. Chief Curry will be here next week. Mr. James, before we're going further, Dr. Ben and I, as he said, we had a conversation about how can we help the people of Jamaica and give something to them that they desperately need, which is affordable health. And we've been talking about setting up a retreat where people can actually go and get treated, because some of the people who need treatment, they cannot be treated like over the phone or you send them something. They have to actually come to the center. And it's imperative that we have a building where he can continue to do the good work he's doing. We cannot depend on the government to do this. We know, you see how much money they spend on Cornwall Regional. I think it started out at 2 billion, now it's up to 20-something billion. Waste, massive waste. I won't even go into a discussion I had with the minister a while back, but I won't even go into that because it's frightening when you listen to some of these people who are in charge and the reasons they give for failure. But what we're planning on doing is, and I have to talk to Prezi. Prezi, I don't know where he is right now, but I'm gonna have to talk to him because we're gonna set something up so that we can actually assist. And when I say assist Dr. Ben to provide health care to the people of Jamaica. Because believe me, a lot of them need health care. A lot of them need health care. And hospitals are not providing what we would consider health care. In fact, I have a friend right now who's in the hospital, her son, young man, and he's gonna need hip surgery. And they're saying some of the stuff they don't have, some of the supplies they don't have, he's gonna have to buy. And then he's gonna have to pay for some of the the surgery. He's gonna have to pay for it. So, we're in a crisis. I would rather have you, my people, my family, I would rather have you make a contribution to this effort than go to the conference, that stupid conference in Jamaica, that business conference. I'd rather have you do that. And so I have to talk to Prezi because we're going to set it up. So next week we will have more information as to how we're going to set this thing up and how you can make the contribution. And like Dr. Ben says, it doesn't have to be money. It could be supplies. And there are ways that we can get the supplies to Jamaica through donations. Not the way that most people do it. We're just going on it because no. You get it to Jamaica and then you have a huge issue trying to get cleared. So, no, walk like a champion. Those monies are supplies. They won't go near the government. No, we know this government is what I'm calling a chopper government. So, no. We won't be doing that. We still have to talk about this conference here because I want to prove to you people that this is a business conference. They put out some material this week, and it is now more clearer than ever that this is exactly what it is, a business conference. And them not care about the Jamaican people. They just don't. Believe me when I tell you that. And you're going to see the documents for yourselves, and then you can make up your minds, right? But before we do that, I want to bring on Mr. James and let him talk to us a little bit more about the mathematics initiative that he has going, because I find it to be an exceptional initiative to try and get young people involved in education off the streets. And he goes beyond that. His attempts are about making or the creation of a wholesome student, not just somebody who's one-dimensional, just a math genius. But he's saying, look, I want this person to be, well-rounded so that they can make contributions in so many different ways to society. So, having said that, Mr. James, thanks for coming on again. I know you've been here waiting patiently for a long time, and God bless you for what you're doing, and the fact that you just sit here patiently and you just wait, and now it's your turn, sir. So, without further ado, I present to you Mr. Richard James, who's a mathematics genius. I think I think we can all agree on that, because I think he won best mathematics student or something like 4 years in a row, or one time as a teacher. Am I correct on that?
All right. So yes, we won the national mathematics competition 4 consecutive years, the team of us, and then of course I went back with another member of the team, and we also won the national mathematics competition as teachers. Now, of course, Richard James Mathematics Resources, I've decided to make these resources because of the destruction that I discovered in the society, as you imagine, 1996. So in 1996, the society was so distracted, students coming from school, I was convinced that they would not retain much. So we have to that is going to be with them all of the time. And so the resources were designed. Designed also to address the specific needs of students. Now, I have to put on display this afternoon This just looks like one book, right? All right, because of the perspective, the angle on it. But I have here 7 instructional manuals. So I'm going to be introducing some of the books to you.
Mm-hmm.
There are 7 instructional manuals. These are designed to address the needs that students have from a concept point of view. Students go to a textbook, you have at best a summary or an introduction, and then of course you have your exercises. That's not what we have here. We have detailed discussion of each topic. So for this one is your algebra. Of course, algebra is the most important topic in mathematics. My first degree consisted of, when I advanced to the major, consisted of 4 courses, not 4, 8 courses, and 4 of them were algebra. Out of the 8 courses for the algebra major, 4 of them, sorry, for the mathematics major, 4 of them were algebra. So I had abstract algebra, linear algebra, applied algebra 1 and 2. So this book is going to be the foundation for your mathematics for life. So everyone who imagines that you're going to do well in mathematics, you must master algebra. And of course, after that, we have the others that might be taken in any order. Where are all of my books? Right, we have the others that may be taken in any order. We have functions part 1. Functions, very important for your foundation for mathematics if you're going to be advancing to calculus. You know, function is going to be very, very important. So we have in here mappings, we have quadratic graph, equation of a straight line graph, we have gradient of a curve, completing the square, solution of a quadratic equation by completing the square. So this is your functions part 1 book. Well, this book, of course, all of my resources have reported that they are excellent and they go well beyond what is generally required. And students, teachers find them to be very, very useful. However, this one, which is functions part 2, is a gem. Because when it comes to the more advanced topic in functions, a lot of teachers shy away from them. Functions like sketching parabola, solution of quadratic inequalities, linear programming, distance and velocity time graph. So if you are a teacher of CXC mathematics or you're a student, you're going to find this book to be very very important. Very important because most of the topics that are discussed here, they just scratch the surface in textbooks and some of them are not done. And this is your function. So this book is a must-have because you're not going to find another book with all of the fun things that we have inside there. Computations part 1. This is a continuation from your work in primary school. Ratios, percentages, simple and compound interest, decimal places, significant figure, standard form, and so on. Now, as it pertains to percentages, there are a lot of misconceptions that are discussed in when they are using percentages. And this book also clears up a lot of the misconceptions. And this is your computations part 1, which of course is my smallest book. This one is another book that I like to pitch as being one of my best books. It's the only hybrid book. It has computations part 2 and geometry. So far, the computations part 2, part of it, we have set theory and we have statistics. Then we have measurements, circle theorem. The dreaded circle theorem is discussed in this book. Construction, that requires quite a bit of detail to understand. We have those inside here also. So this is the only hybrid book. is very, 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 very good for students and teachers to have. If I show all of my books, I will take it the entire evening. We have everyone's favorite, trigonometry. This is a topic that students generally find very challenging. And of course, as long as you have your background in algebra, then you are ready for this. Because you will find that this book, according to the principal of Cornwall College, that this book represents the most simplified version of trigonometry that he has ever seen. And he's also a mathematician. The principal of Cornwall College, Mr. Ellis. Also, Mr. Ellis made mention of this book. One of those books that I showed before, Functions Part 2. And he said about the linear programming, because linear programming is hardly taught now. And he had this to say about the linear programming, that he saw one of his students with one of my books, which is, of course, this book. And he took the book, he borrowed the book, and he did not know how to do linear programming. And by the time he was through with that topic, there's no linear programming question that you could give him that he could not do. And of course, your trigonometry, he also had something to say about this one, that this one is the most simplified version of trigonometry that he has ever seen. And he did not consider that we should divide trigonometry into right-angled triangles, then triangles that are not right angles, that you have to use the sine and cosine rule. And of course, for the right-angled triangles, you use the trig ratios along with Pythagoras' theorem. Then you move further to the applied topics like bearings. Earth geometry is no more in the syllabus, but it's still inside of this book. And of course, you have angles of elevation and depression. And the final of the 7 instructional manuals that we have for your CXE CSEC, this one, vectors, matrices, and transformation. And I dare say that this book is, of course, something that is out of the box, because I think that more students have difficulty with vectors and matrices probably than they have with any other set of topics in mathematics. And this book takes it from every possible angle. And it is discussed in the minutest detail. Now, I just want to take this book, this last one, as an example of what Richard James Mathematics Resource, our Mathematics Resource book does for the instructional manual. This one, of course, we will have your concept discussed. And not like algebra, this one consists of a lot of diagrams. So you will see almost every page that you turn, you will see diagrams. So this one has a lot of diagrams. There you go. And through the entire book, you'll see diagrams. And I've gone out of my way to construct my own. If you can see there, the ruler. Yes, I constructed my own ruler. I constructed my own set square and my own protractor, and I put them in these books so that I can manipulate them in a way that is necessary for them to be manipulated in order that students will get the full understanding. Now, apart from the instruction and the illustrations, we have the examples, no doubt, and we have the solution of exercises. Like every book that I've written, let me just use this one as an example, the algebra. Like all of my books, in the end, your answer sheet looks like this. I'm trying to look over the book onto the screen to see, yes. The solution would look like this. It is handwritten, and it is not a solution that is based on a particular answer. Say the answer is 15, we just put the answer 15 down. If you look at this carefully, you will realize that what? All of the steps are there. They are worked out, and of course they are worked out with the hand in order that the students would have completed the exercises, they look and they see x is equal to -5. They need to know how I arrive at x is equal to -5. All of the steps are there. And in the case that we need to have diagrams, then this is a good example. In the case that we have to have diagrams, all of the diagrams are drawn in the answer sheet, so you can see what it should look like. So, of course, I spoke to a lady by the name of Dr. Hamilton many years ago. I don't think it's about 10 years. I think it's maybe less than 10 years. And Dr. Hamilton said this: handwriting is quickly diminishing. And she did some serious work with individuals in Canada. And she realized that there's hardly any student that she has seen that can actually write properly. So in my resource books, the solution pages are always handwritten. Yes, they're always handwritten. And tipping over because I'm also blocked out by that. Yes. So all of my solution pages are handwritten. So these books, I don't leave anything out. Everything is done with you in mind. And everything is done in exactly the same way that you are required to present them to an examiner. Now, after the 7 instructional manuals, we have 5 books for PEP, primary. Yes, we have 5 books for PEP. This one is the general book. PEP is in 5 strands, and all strands are in this book. So they have numbers, measurement, geometry, statistics, and algebra. This one is general, and because they have a tendency to go towards critical thinking, my books are very heavy on critical thinking. If you really need a critical thinking book, you have to check Richard James Mathematics Resources. They are heavy on critical thinking. And of course, the same thing applies here. We don't imagine that a single book will be able to do everything, but this is a general book that you may use for PEP, for critical thinking, and for the 5 strands. Now this one, PEP in tables, diagrams, and graph. Turn it around. This one, PEP in tables, diagrams, and graph. Diagram and graphs. This book, for every problem, there's either a table, a diagram, a graph, something. And this book is geared towards students processing organized information and also presenting information that is organized in some way or the other. So this is the purpose. That is the purpose of this book, for the processing of organized information. This one, Algebra Sharpener. Of course, we have our algebra for secondary school. For high school, we have one for primary school. And I'm always approaching, why do you need to have an entire book for algebra for primary school? That is because the PEP syllabus requires it. It does not require an algebra book, but because of the emphasis that is placed on algebra, the best way to approach it is to have an entire book on algebra. So algebra has to have its own book for PEP. What about this one? PEP, arithmetic, and logic. This book has no table, no diagram, no graph, no chart, just written information, no diagram at all. What is the use of this book? This book is for students to use their imagination. For every single thing that you're going to do, you are required to internalize it. You're required to interpret, and you are required to produce. Not only to reproduce, also to produce. To reproduce and to produce information. And you are going to do that with no assistance at all. You are going to do that with your mental ability alone. And that is what this book is for. Finally, PEP out of the box. That one, PEP out of the box. This book is for students who are above average. And it is said that when somebody is very brilliant, you should, the first thing that they say is that my son or my daughter is not being challenged enough. That's not the way you teach brilliant people. You don't teach brilliant people by challenging them. You teach brilliant people by unlocking the potential. That is how you teach brilliant people. And we have this book for primary school students. If your son or daughter is very, very brilliant, well above average, then you use this book. No, it is strange that if you go to schools, they will say, all right, this son is not up to speed numerically, we're going to give them this. Put them into this program. Give them this book. They're not reading so well, give them this book. Give them that one. Give them the other one. This one is reading below the grade level. Let us let him go to that place. This one will not pass the examination if it continues as this rate. This one is slow. They have something for that. You will hardly ever find books that were written for extremely brilliant students. And I have two of them. This one is the PEP out of the box, and the other one over here is mathematics. So this one is mathematics for the high school students, and this one is PEP out of the box for primary students. The way that you teach brilliant students, or students you imagine are on their way to become geniuses or genii if you prefer, you give them something that will unlock the limitless potential of their mind. And that is how you deal with brilliant minds. So these are those books. Now, it might be, no, I'm not going to show you all of my books today. I'm just going to show you a few more. We have the tutorials. What are these tutorials? Mathematics. This is an error, by the way. I hear people say this. You cannot study mathematics. You practice mathematics. But I heard Mr. Rattigan talking about studying mathematics, and that's right. Because you have to study mathematics. How can you practice something that you do not know? So you'll have to know something. You'll have to understand. You'll have to be conceptually sound. And you are conceptually sound by reading through the concept, internalizing it, and applying, which is the last part of it, is the practice. And you apply what you learn. But of course, mathematics is a subject that I study, and everyone should study mathematics. So as you study mathematics, you also need to practice. So here we have, first of all, without showing them all again, the 7 instructional manuals. Here we have the other hand to it, which is for you to practice. So we have 2 main books for your practice. We have the tutorial 1 and we have the tutorial 2. The tutorial 1 covers the core of the CXC syllabus. It is, of course, it has a shorter list of topics. It has a shorter list of topics because it's the core, but it is more intense. So this book has 160 pages of solution, while the tutorial 2 has 130 pages of solution. But every topic that you study in mathematics, you are presented with a number of questions. And of course, the book is organized according to the topics. So every topic that you study, you have problems to solve. You have practice. And when you practice, what do? You go into the solution book and you take a look at the solutions. The solutions, of course, everywhere you see in Richard J's mathematics resources, something that is handwritten. it means that it represents solution of problems. Everything else might be instruction or problems, demonstration, illustration, whatever is required. But as long as you see something that is written or drawn with the hand, you know that that's a solution page. Everything is there. And it is done with the hand exactly. I'm not seeing anything on that page. Statistics exactly like you are required to do it in an examination. So, yes, as you go along, for the entire year, you have your 2 mathematics companions. You have the one that covers the core, and it is very intense. The problems are sometimes more challenging, and you have a greater number of them. While this one is less intense, and it covers the entire syllabus, which is tutorial 2. We also have, if anybody is doing additional mathematics, which is your add maths, if anybody doing additional mathematics, you must have this book. Somebody approached me in SAB some time ago and said, Mr. James, I don't need that book. I have another book already. My daughter has this book. It is for $6,000. I said, all right. I bet you anything. The $6,000 book that you have, bring it come and make your daughter look at both of them together and make a decision. And the number of things that this book covers and the way that the answer is presented is going to be a lot more convincing. And of course, the girl insisted on her mother purchasing this book also because she had the one that valued $6,000 already. And it is just like any of my solution books. It will have the questions at the front. And of course, my questions, anything else is going to be typed and diagram nicely drawn. But in the end, the answers are handwritten. Anything that you see is handwritten. And this is for students doing additional mathematics. So whether you're in your first or second year of additional mathematics, this book, you must have it. Now, of course, do we have another book for additional mathematics? Yes, we do. And if anybody is from Cornwall College, you will identify that man on the book cover. Mr. Bevel De Bruyne, who I consider to be the greatest mathematics teacher who ever lived. And students, far and wide, I know Mr. Keith Irons because Mr. Keith Irons is my good friend. And Mr. Keith Irons is a great mathematician from the corporate area, was at Kingston Technical High School for many years. And Mr. Keith Irons signed me up for advanced level, further mathematics without teaching me. So you will understand the kind of person that Mr. Keith, the view that Mr. Keith Irons had of Richard James. Of course, Mr. Keith Irons, I think he died in the summer of 2020 or the summer of 2021. So he's no longer with us. And this Mr. De Bruyne is no longer with us either. So this is your additional mathematics paper 2 solution, which is of course a final examination preparation resource book. So we have this one, which is a final examination preparation resource book for additional mathematics. And we have for CAPE Unit 1, CAPE Unit 2, CAPE Integrated. As a matter of fact, for the CAPE Unit 1 and 2, CAPE Integrated, I do not have them here. What I've done with those books, because I had a few, I made a donation to maybe all of the school that I think that with the exception of St. Elizabeth Technical, that is one that I remember that might be doing advanced level work that I did not make a donation to. So it's Monroe College, Hampton, Manning School, Rossies, of course, Cornwall College, Mount Alvernia, and I went over also, okay, Westwood, and we went also into the county of Surrey. So we went, not Surrey, Middlesex, and we had St. Hilda's. We donated book to St. Hilda's, another one, York Castle. Right, so all of those students who were doing advanced level work in the last school year, I donated a mathematics book for every single one of them. And of course, they are not here. So they are not here. And we have, of course, this paper 2 solution for additional mathematics. And this is my best-selling book. Paper 2 solution for CXC CSEC. Somehow, I guess we have it reversed because I imagine, well, I understand why, but I imagine that instructional manuals would have, you know, been more supported in terms of people purchasing books. But the people are more concerned with the end result. And if you are more concerned with the end result, you are not going to get the result that you imagine or the result that you really need or you would appreciate more. Because you will not get the result if you do not understand. And all of the understanding are in the 7 instructional manuals that we have right here. And of course, this book is a final examination preparation resource book. So this book has their paper 2 solutions. One advisor to our Minister of Education said about this book. Well, he took the book and he showed it to the Minister of Education, and he said to the Minister of Education, this book is the greatest book of its kind ever written in the history of this country, and it was designed to create the correct psychological effect. This book. And I've written other books like it. Maybe because it is for the one that is highest in demand, or more students do this one than any other one that, you know, it's singled out. But I've written 4 more books that are similar to this one. And in my opinion, I have quite a few, maybe 7 or 8 books that I consider to be better than this, but not of the same kind. I guess that this is the best one of its kind that I have. Also, I just want to make mention, because mathematics is not the only subject. And of course, somebody said something about STEM. So I've found this one is biology. So the entire idea of resources catching on, not just from Richard James Mathematics Resources, but for other scientists. So this book is a biology book. It's a final examination preparation book. It's a summary book of the entire course. And we have the biology over there. Richard James did not write those. Richard James did not write that book. Also, we have the physics. Turn it the right way around. So this is the physics book. And of course, we have the biology book. And these books are excellent. So if you are doing the sciences, you should also have those books. Now, I'm going to give you a little story about this book. This one. I was selling books in Halfway Tree Square, and a lady came up to me. And, you know, she was there looking at the books, very much interested because she had a 9th grade son who was doing mathematics the same year. She said, Mr. James, I want to purchase this book. So I said, purchase it. Since you want to buy it, buy it. She's very hesitant. She said, well, I'm not so sure. So you really want to purchase the book, why aren't you so sure? She said that her husband has a master's degree in mathematics, and he's preparing their 9th grade son for the CXC examination. So she's afraid that her husband, having a master's degree in mathematics, will be so critical of the book that when you go and say, this book, handwritten, man write book with him hand, maybe it's the worst book, you know? Anyway, I said, all right, listen what you do. Buy the book. Keep the book in resale condition. That means if I'm selling you this for $2,500, was $2,500 at the time, is that $2,500 now? I'm selling you this book for $2,500. Make sure that when you bring it back, it is still worth $2,500, and I'll just give you a refund. All right. After a few weeks, going to Harvard, I didn't see her again. A little bit, I saw her long after. I said, what happened to the book? And she said, just by having this book, her husband said, just by having this book, his entire work is cut in half with just one resource book. One resource book. This one, the cover was not like this. The head of a mathematics department of a school in Kingston saw the book. So she took up the book and she did this a few times. And she said, I need 30 of these books. There's no way that she could go through a solution book and know if all the answers are correct. Besides, she would have to cross-reference that with the questions that are there. How did she arrive at her conclusion? She's saying that the book is handwritten and the way that it is organized and neatly put together, there is no way it could have been done by somebody who's a fool. So she needs 30 of them. So she's 100% confident that in the way that the book is organized, being a book that is written with the hand, it has to be something extra special because no fool can organize information with their bare hand like that. She took 30.
There you go, Chad.
Right. And of course, the books, these books were not written for the world. These books were written for my students. But the head of department of Russell's High School sent her children here in my classroom to learn mathematics. And when she had to purchase mathematics resources. When the resources went home with the children, she took a look at them and she said, wait. When you talk about mathematics resources, she was just looking for some things just put together in order that students might find them to be, have some assistance and maybe something that the teacher will earn from, but not anything at this level. She did not imagine that it could be like this. And she said she had to take the books in the school so that in the same way that her children benefited, other children can also benefit. And in those days, those were the heydays of performance in mathematics for Russell's High School. And of course, when she became the vice principal, then it went downhill. But the mathematics resources, I think that if you really consider the number of things that were done by Jamaicans, we have Mr. Elliston Brown, who is a supporter of Richard James Mathematics Resources, one of the greatest mathematicians that I know. And then you have Mr. Michael Jackson, the living one. He's also a supporter of Richard James Mathematics Resources. Mrs. Heather Murray, Mrs. Antoinette Pottinger, Mr. Virgo. I would just spend an entire program just listing names of teachers, heads of department, principals who supported Richard James Mathematics Resources. Recently, let me tell you something what a mathematics teacher did. A mathematics teacher, he has mathematics resources on sale in the school for the students in the school. Right? And I went to the school with the mathematics resources. He looked at the resources and he said that they are going to have a PTA. No, he has resources selling to the students in the school. They are going to have a parents' day. And he's inviting me to the parents' day with my resources. I brought the resources to the parents' day, all of them. And when he had the opportunity, he came down and looked at all of the resources. And Mr. James, I did not know that you have so many resources. And he said that, Mr. James, you should return to the school with your resources. And that is how selfless that man is. Putting the interest of his students way ahead of his own. That man is not an ordinary person. Cannot be ordinary, because I have been across some teachers in institutions who just cut against Richard James Mathematics Resources for no reason. And they don't even have resources for the children either. And the school is not doing well either. There's a school nearby me. Someone told me, and I'm not going to repeat something that one of the teachers down there tell me. I'm going to repeat something that somebody who handles the information and would have some concern. He said that the school got 7% pass in mathematics 2 consecutive years. I know that you didn't hear me, you know. No, I know that you didn't hear.
It's a 70% or 7%.
That's why I say you never hear. That's why I know you never hear.
Two consecutive years.
2 consecutive years. And that is a school that time and time again has rejected Richard James Mathematics Resources.
Did they fire the math teachers?
No.
They should have. They're not communicating with the kids at all. And if they reject your books, then they must have something better. That's crazy.
Right. So that's what we get. But you know, that's just one of the downsides. You know, there are quite a few of them. But at the same time, there are quite a few schools in which the mathematics resources are being used, and they are being used for great things. There's a school. Listen, I'm going to just give you some information so that you know. There's a school not in our county, in another county. There's a school in another county. They say that not even one, see, I'm not even putting up a finger, not even one student in the school passed CXC mathematics. One particular year. Not even one. And I tried over and over and over and over again to get a meeting with the principal and the head of the department, but to no avail. They're not interested. It goes further. Somebody inside of the school told them about Richard James Mathematics Resources, who was at another school where the students use Richard James Mathematics Resources. You're talking about failure? Hardly anybody got 3 for mathematics in that school. They don't get 3 for mathematics at that school that use the Richard James Mathematics Resources. And that teacher was also at that school. And then she spoke to the other principal in the new school where they're not doing well, but to no avail. And the entire thing about mathematics and students studying, and it's a real sore point at the moment. And when I started envisioning Richard James Mathematics Resources, I could not imagine that it could get this bad. But right now, I guess the students are not thinking anymore. They're not reading. They're not studying. So that's a contributing factor. And again, sad to say, not only because we are suffering from a brain drain, but I doubt very much that students are being given the quality instruction that they need in schools. I'm really terrified about the entire education system in Jamaica right at the moment. And let us take a look at the CXC result that is to come. Because if you get 7% pass in mathematics, when the students were assessed on multiple choice and SBA only, I don't want to hear when they are going to be assessed with paper 2, because paper 2 is the most challenging paper. So when the paper 2 becomes a part of the assessment, like it is going to be in this time around, I'm really, really terrified as to what the result is going to look like. But of course, we have hope. Richard James is not the only person doing some serious work on behalf of schools. These books are not my books, but I adore these books. I love them. And I think that students who are doing, this is the bio book, this is the physics book. No, this is the physics book. And this one is the chemistry book. So I'm also highlighting somebody else's work, because there are other Jamaicans who are doing quite a bit of work. Now, if the Richard James Mathematics resources should do well internationally, then of course the 7 instructional manuals are general. The 7 instructional manuals are general. That means anywhere in the world that you are and you're studying mathematics, you will find these books to be useful. These are your 7 instructional manuals. Of course, the 5 PEP books. The 5 PEP books, they are general, for general use throughout the entire world. We just recommend these. And especially PEP out of the box, mathematics. This is a general book for students also. Where should I go? Maybe over here or in the middle so that you can see, come a little bit closer. Mathematics. Yes, this is one of the books for brilliant students. And of course, we have your tutorials. Now, the concepts of mathematics are universal. So wherever you go, the concepts still apply. It is just that for different regions, different countries, the treatment of the material may be a bit different. If you are required to factorize a trinomial, you are going to be required to factorize a trinomial. It's going to be the same throughout the world. But some students might not do construction in the way that we are required to do it, and they might not be required to do transformation in the way that we are required to do it. But as a matter of fact, I was tutoring somebody in New York recently, and I realized something, that they are doing construction, but the construction, they are not giving them enough hands-on to construction so that they imagine it can be done over the internet. Yes, and with some amount of success. But for success to be guaranteed and the student to actually see the thing working in the way that it should, they should have something right in front of them, and they should also be doing it. And because of that, a very, very brilliant student, she got average of 100% on more than one occasions. She had some serious problem. She was really struggling with the whole idea of transformation. And of course, you know that Richard James Mathematics Resources address that here. And as I said, in vectors, matrices, and transformation. In transformation, it is done in every single way that you imagine, and in ways that you have never imagined. You will find that in this book, Vectors, Matrices, and Transformation.
So James,
yes, Privida?
Let me throw some things at you. One of our best supporters asked, "What is the price for the entire volume of your books?"
The resources that we use for the CXC CSEC, its values at about 26,000 Jamaican dollars for the package that we sell to our students for the entire school year.
Okay.
And the instructional manuals are half of that. And do not forget that when we say the entire thing, I have to be thinking that somebody is talking about CSEC, which is our greatest demand. But of course, if you put this into the mix, then you will have, this is for PEP. No, mathematics is not in it. And of course, we don't sell mathematics as a part of our regular, resources. Right.
Okay. There are some more questions. Can the books be purchased online? Are they for sale on Amazon?
No, they're not for sale on Amazon. As a matter of fact, I am making preparation for the books to be available on PayHip. Some of the instructional manuals are already up, but we're not going to make a big hurrah about it. We are going to, take some time to put those in. As I said before, my expert in information technology, she died. And of course, that's going to cause some amount of hiccup. And I dare say that I have not fully recovered from that. But we're going to get that up and running because, by the middle of the summer, more than 50% of my resources will be available.
All right.
And when I say more than 50%, you see all of these books that I've shown to you? We have about 4 or 5 other books that are not here among the set of resources. And yet still, books represent less than 20% of my work.
Oh, because you do audio visuals.
Yes, we have a lot. We have tons. We have 5,000 audio visuals. And we have animated slides that are not narrated as yet.
Okay. Here's another one. Where in Jamaica can we get your books?
Well, of course,
Tell me
they're
halfway.
not available in stores. So individuals generally, because I sell them throughout the entire island. So they make a transfer and I send these books through Knutsford Express or another courier service that they require. And that is what I do quite often.
All right. And let me just tell people that we're working with Mr. James on trying to expand the attention on the subject of mathematics and his approach to it. And hopefully in the fullness of time we'll be able to give you some good news. So we're working with him. We have I'm trying to assemble a group of professionals, and then we will go from there. I'm sitting here thinking, I'm listening to your presentation, and a question came to me. I said, no, it's a silly question. But then something said, ask him, So I'll ask you anyway, at the risk of sounding silly. Do you have a weak area in mathematics, and how do you address that? Or are you equally adept across the board?
All right.
I shouldn't say weak. Do you have a challenging area, I should say?
Okay. Now, when you study mathematics, you do not generally study everything. So you'll find that in my degree, I had things like, of course, linear programming, theory of games. I would have a lot of calculus, a lot of algebra, and of course, not necessarily at the university, but we have a lot of geometry, trigonometry, geometry, a lot of all of that. So if I did not study statistics at the university, or I did not study it extensively, you would imagine that statistics would be one of my weak areas, right? Correct, if I didn't study it.
Right.
But maybe you would not call it a weak area because I didn't really study it. And you are thinking that maybe if you did study statistics in the way that you should, then it would not be a weakness that you have. Right. And that's not only a difficult question to ask, but it's a difficult question to answer. Because I remember when I went to Brownstone Community College, I was invited there because two of the teachers were leaving in quick succession and they wanted somebody to fill the gap. And I had to drive from Montego Bay all the way there. So I went up there, and during the interview, they asked me the same question. Mr. James, some teachers, when they are on the topics that they love, they spend the entire school year. But when it comes to this topic that they have weakness on, what do they do? And what do you do with topics that you're weak on? And let me tell you something. I spent the entire school year there. And all the students see me with, except when they are getting a worksheet, the only thing that the students saw me with, I don't use erasers. They will see me with a rag, and they will see me with a marker. And the students say that, Mr. James, I go home and I read your mathematics notes. Are you sure that you did not memorize a textbook? That's what they're asking me. No, I know that performance at the highest level requires that you do not show weaknesses. And the best way not to show weaknesses is not to have them. So I make sure that I go, if there's hardly a topic that I really need to go over, but you have some of them like you need to remember, like, let me see one of them now. If you're going to find the inverse of a 3x3 matrix, then you know that you have to consider the sign array. You need to consider how the what is called the determinant. You have to consider all of that. It is a lot more sophisticated for a 3x3 than a 2x2. So things like that, I would probably run over. I don't like to keep a lot of things in my mind, like just to memorize. I always like to reproduce information that I have an in-depth understanding of. And that is why when I go to class, if I'm teaching the vectors, I start with the introduction. And of course, as the students would say, it seems as if you memorize a textbook. No, but I'm just writing everything from my mind because I'm ensuring that I understand. And that is the kind of delivery that I put forward to students, that they will also understand. I'm really crazy about students understanding, have a knowledge, understanding, and up to the point where application is just second nature to them. One of my critics said this about me. No, Mr. James only teach students how to pass examination. Well, if you're going to do an examination, you may as well pass. But how can you say that Richard James is only interested in student passing examination? What motive would I have for this? I think that this is what, 708 pages? Or 700 plus, surely over 700 pages of instruction, discussing concepts, drawing tables, diagrams, making graphs, everything for students to understand. We have 7 instructional manuals. Where in the world do you find a teacher spending so much time on the computer, writing 7 instructional manuals for his students? Where do you find that?
Montego Bay.
Right, so you cannot say that Richard James is only interested in the students passing the exam, because I really have gone through a lot putting these books together.
Let me turn you over to the panel. But before I do, another dear friend of mine, a listener, just called to ask if is this something hereditary in your family, or did you just a gifted person? You just applied yourself. What is it about you and mathematics? Is it familiar? Does it run in your family, or you hang out with a group of people who were similarly interested? How did you end up being where you are?
All right, the first thing is that I think that I am naturally inclined to the subject. So that goes without saying. No, the second thing, my father insisted that I had to be good at mathematics. So he insisted that. All he does is take the books from me when I go home from school and make sure that everything I do inside the book is right and that the book is kept in good order. That's what he does. He's like an inspector of my work when I go home. It does not teach or anything. And it is sometimes he'll insist that we go around the table and sit and do some form of studies. You know, but we were intrinsically motivated anyway. The next thing is this. At Glendevan Primary, the primary school that I attended, I was given 2 specialist mathematics teachers, one in grade 5 and one in grade 6. So first thing, I think that I am inclined to the subject. Second, I have a father who decided that I have to be good at the subject. And then we have the teachers at the school who were excellent mathematics teachers. So I got specialist mathematics teachers at an early age. As a matter of fact, what I got from primary school, I think that I got the best primary education that anybody could get anywhere in the world. That's what I think. Then, when I went over to Cornwall College, so it's like a sequence of great events. When I went over to Cornwall College, I had Mr. De Bruin for 4 consecutive years when we won the national mathematics competition. So that is the mathematics genius. Right? And Mr. Keith Irons is my good friend. And if you go anywhere in the corporate area and somebody say you are one of Mr. Keith Irons' students, you know that you are excellent at the subject. It goes without saying. But I think that I will give the edge to Mr. De Bruin, my own mathematics teacher. It's not like I don't know both of them. I know both of them. So I had this wonderful mathematics teacher. And of course, we have 2 specialist mathematics teachers in primary school. And I think that I'm gifted to in this subject. I just think that is a sequence of great events. So there's no doubt I am naturally inclined to the subject.
Hey, Rich.
Yeah.
So before we move on, before me answer my question, I want to read some of the comments that are coming in. A lot of people are saying in the chat that how brilliant you are. You're a genius in math. Some people are saying you're very well rounded. That's my Moby genius maths teacher. Whoa, Mr. James. Some are saying Ratty, Mr. Ratty University. And either
this one has the practical class. This is the one that
So that's gonna bring me back to the question. But before that, I'm coming right back to the look last part. So walking genius and many, many more, mathematician, OJLDF University, and so on and so forth. So a lot of people I said, welcome to Radian with Rattigan University people. So a lot of people out there have some very positive feedback and compliment concerning math. But my question for you, Rich, can everyone learn mathematics? Because I know for a lot of times they say boys tend to be a little bit more mathematically inclined than women or girls. And if someone is old, can they get one of your book? Let's say somebody that retired or they're home and say, I was never good at math, but I would really want to master algebra. Would you sell your book to, someone who is not really taking a test, but just interested in sharpening their mathematical proficiency? Can everyone learn math and answer the other questions?
Okay. First of all, I would like to say a big thank you for all of the very positive comments that I've heard so far. And, I'm really, really very encouraged and delighted that so many people are on to the program and they have such a good thing to say. Yes, mathematics can be learned. And, of course, the opposite is true. People who are inclined to the subject can be dumbed down by the environment. So both of them are true. So as a matter of fact, if you begin at the beginning, counting early, learning your multiplication table early, you might not be able to write 22 mathematics books, but surely you should be able to master algebra. And you should be able to draw your diagrams and so on. We don't imagine that everyone will perform at the same level, but I am confident that everyone will be able to attain a certain level of competence. It can be taught. Individuals can be taught to do that. Let me tell you something. Some people come to me for mathematical help in mathematics. And when they are gone, I have to be wondering, these people imagine that they can learn the subject? Let me give you an idea. One year, a girl came to me, Mr. James, I don't think that I'm going to pass the examination. Man, if you want to see me get mad, that was the day. But I was not really mad, you know. You understand? But I know how to get mad. I got mad. And I know the girl was weak in the subject. And I know that she was like bordering on failure, as a matter of fact. They said, I am here thinking that you don't pass the examination already and you're going to tell me, say, you don't know if you're going to pass? You think those people who set in the examination smarter than you? You make an idiot set an exam and you fail it? No, when me get mad. But me know the girl was just like bordering on failure, as a matter of fact. And it would be touch and go if she would pass the exam. Here am I, 100% sure that you're going to pass the examination. You're going to tell me foolishness? So when we finish, of course, you know what happened. You know that she passed the exam, right? Of course, she passed the exam. Because sometimes there's a little block, there's a little psychological hurdle. So when she left the classroom, which was this same classroom, when she went home, she said, boy, she was say, boy, look how me make Mr. James angry. Mr. James down there, have me done for a pass from September. And now the school year finished and me thinking that me go fail the exam. No, son, me can't bother fail this exam. I work on them psychologically. Yes. The teacher is not only up there to put some numbers on the board, you know. The teacher is there to psych them out. Let me tell you what I did when I set a student at Cornwall College. I said to the students, this is what I'm going to do to you. I was teaching physics at the time. I'm going to give you, for every topic, a worksheet. And what do you think I'm going to do? Give you the worksheet to take home. I'm going to work out, at the end of the topic, at the end of the lesson, I'm going to work out all of the odd numbers. I'm going to work out all of the odd numbers. And the same sheet that you bring home, I'm going to give you the even numbers for test. So every time you get a test, you have the test question them already. So when you come to the test, all the questions that you're going to get, they are already on the test, on the question paper that you're bringing home. I did not do that in order that the students will get 100% because I'm seeing the questions already. I did that because I wanted them to practice. They are the same set of students after how many years, after maybe 30 odd years, that won the national mathematics competition for Cornwall again. Jason Bowen, Sanjay Watson, Lorenzini Grant, Philip Wilson, Michael Wilson, Gavin Wright, Delano Jackson, Aisha Levy. It was a good number of years ago. So I can't remember all of the names.
You're good though, but it's kind of like a mainly man name you call a while ago, except for one woman.
It was
Oh,
called
so hold on. Okay, Cardinal. But hold on. But can women be as smart as men with math?
And smarter.
No, that is for so long time, and I never wait for you to say.
Look here. I had a girl by the name of Chantel Roper. Chantel Roper. She used to sit right over there. I'm just pointing just to be, but you're not seeing where I'm pointing. She used to sit over there at the side desk. And Chantel Roper would sit there as if she's not paying attention. There's no question. She was in grade 9 at the time. There's no question that you can ask, as long as it is pertaining to something that you have taught or you're teaching, you're getting the full 100% answer. Chantel Roper. There's another girl by the name of Grace Ann Parkinson. That girl is a genius. Grace Ann Parkinson. She attended 2/3 of the class for the entire year. She got straight A distinction. And she's so thoughtful that you hardly ever see she had Grace Ann Parkinson had to correct a mistake. Then you have Moisha Gonzalez. You said the examination paper for the CXC paper is 2 hours and 40 minutes. I give them 2 hours and 20 minutes. Gonzalez is finished in 1 hour and 20 minutes. And nobody think you're going to find anything wrong on the paper. You're not going to find anything wrong on the paper. And then we have Cherise Hill. I mentioned some of the most brilliant students. Cherise Hill. She used to sit right there, right in front of me, right there. Cherise Hill. I try to see if Cherise Hill is really up to the task by giving the entire class a test that she should not be prepared for. And she got 100% same way. So yes, we have very brilliant female in the subject. Exception, I don't think that, they always say that men are more logical than female, and that the female is more emotional, and therefore the man will be more inclined to the subject than the female. That might be true. But when we finish with them, it don't make a difference. Yes, when I'm through with them, it does not make a difference. And people who want to purchase it, people do that all the time. People do it all the time. They retire and they say, okay, all right, I want a mathematics book to go through and to read and to solve some problems. And they purchase my mathematics resource books. So it's not like if somebody's asking for something like that, it's going to be far-fetched. No, people actually do it. I've not been doing a lot of road work, so I don't get a lot of that recently. But when I used to do road work, a lot of individuals used to do that. And you have individuals who retired mathematics teachers say, all right, in my time in the schools, I've never seen throughout my entire career books like these. So I'm going to purchase some of these and I'm going to go through them in my good time. There's a man by the name of Mr. Cecil Cupidon, I remember, in SAB. And there was another one. I don't know if it's Mr. McLean, but we have individuals. Those are the ones that I can remember because they are more intimate with the subject, and they would have given me their experience in school and what they have done and which school they have taught and the rest of it. So I have a tendency to remember those more than others. But yes, it has been. And females also, they take the resources and they still study. They are very happy to see them.
Let me ask you a question. Sorry, you finished, Percy? Sorry. All right. Let me ask you a question before I ask Dr. Ben and Sir Herb. They have a question for you. You know, I watch and I cringe. I tell you, math was my worst subject in basic school, primary school, college, law school, worst subject, right? But when I hear people who are supposed to be leaders make some silly mistakes, I wonder about Jamaica. Two things come to mind. One is a lady asked the prime minister, she said to him that they needed to do something about the minimum wage, because the minimum wage had moved from 8 to 13,000. And he said to her, there's nothing more I can do. I raise it 100%. Yeah, and me sit down and I say 100%. 100% means another 8, right? So that's what
yes.
So only 13, 2 years at 13. I don't understand that one. And then we had this is a famous case of the mayor, I think is Port Antonio, or one of those places, eastern part of where he had some difficulty explaining how money was partitioned, or you cut up the money and things like that. I'm sure you must have seen that video. Have you seen the video?
No, I don't remember seeing it.
You don't want to see it. You don't want to see it. I'll send it to you. But you don't want to see it. Trust me. Now, when people like that in those positions, when they take my word for it, it's terrible. The mayors, it's far worse than the prime ministers, right? The prime ministers, you can say, it was just off the cuff thing, and but the guy over the mayor, he went through an explanation. He was being interviewed on nationwide radio, and it was just terrible. And it was a dialogue. They were going back and forth. When you see all of that, what do you think about and the fact that you have not been supported by the Ministry of Education, by the government, by the private sector? What is your prognosis for the future of Jamaica as far as education is concerned, but particularly mathematics?
Yeah, particularly mathematics. Well, I'm always positive, and I'm sure that, and I hope that is not very long, and I hope that is not very far from now. But just like you are enlightening individuals about their rights, you are enlightening people about the responsibility of leaders and all of that. And people are asking for more now. And people are doing their research now. When I go on the street and speak to people, because I love street side, I go and talk to some people. And some things that they're telling me right now. And they know of your show. And some of them who I speak to, I spoke to on the road recently, they might also be watching now. So because of that, because of your show, they are now becoming more aware of the responsibility. Because once people used to believe that the leader is somebody who we push him up there to do whatever I want to do to it. Now we understand that the leader is a servant of the people. And that he has a responsibility to us. And that he should face the consequence of his actions also. So in the same breath, I am confident that although we are at this point as it pertains to education, and of course the way that our leaders are coming across to us because of, one, being uneducated, and two, being willing to deceive the people at all costs, that we the people will soon start to take responsibility in our own hands. And of course, with the mathematics resources, some individuals have gone ahead and have done that. So although as some people say it will get worse before it gets better, well, I hope that this is the worst that it could get, and then it will get better in the near future. But I think that because we have the resources at hand, and people are becoming more and more aware, you know, of what is going on, of how, as Mr. Ben Israel, Dr. Ben Israel is pointing out to the individuals, that the university would take our money and do whatever it takes and make us a victim, or if not, just exploit the people in order to push forward a particular sector of people. So I think that not in a not too distant future, because of the work that you, Mr. Rattigan, is doing and others are doing, that eventually people will be more aware of what is available to them, and that the people in high places will not be able to ignore the mathematics resources for too long. And as a consequence, the delivery of mathematics will not diminish, but will gradually, maybe slow, will gradually get better, and they're going to be more, they're going to have access to more material that can help them, and the education system will get better and better. And also, you know, that's the answer for the question that I imagine, but I had something to say about that, about what they said the politicians did. There's a person on the radio with a PhD, and he went to explain to the Jamaican people how the PAYE can be cancelled for Jamaican people, and the government will be able to fund the budget without any additional tax. A man with a PhD. I think that at the time, when the PAYE went out, the deficit in the budget would have gone to maybe it's off the board by now, off the screen by now. It's there. Okay, you can see all of it. Right. It went to over $40 billion. The deficit. Now, anybody who spent 1 day in Richard James mathematics class knows that the man with a PhD who come on the radio telling us he knows that is the biggest fool on the planet Earth. Because this is what you call a what? A negative value. And they know the number line when they come to the first class in mathematics. And they know that the negative numbers are over there. And the positive numbers are over here. And they continue in that direction indefinitely. And they know that before we can say that we have an amount that can fund anything in Jamaica, by throwing out $40 billion or more, it has to be more than $40 billion. By throwing that out, you would have to recover this by putting in a positive, the same amount. My students know that before you can go to zero. Before you can go to zero, you'll have to put the positive, same amount as what? $40 billion. And he said that the Jamaican government will be able to do that without putting in any new tax. And of course, they mean that also they wouldn't increase the percentage of any other tax. And they are going to tell you how a person with a PhD, I'm astonished. When I attended the university, I had to study in the Department of Language and Linguistics. I'm doing a mathematics major. Of course, I did mathematics major, electronics major, and information technology minor. So that's not the only thing that I did. But I was in pure and applied science at the time. And I was required to study language and linguistics. so that I can go into the world and understand when people talking foolishness and also be able to express myself. Then why a person with a PhD so dumb that he don't even know the first topic in Richard James Mathematics Resources book? That's the first topic, working with positive and negative numbers. Look here, I was so angry when I heard a man with him PhD doing that. I was so angry. A man with him PhD explaining how they can. Nigel Clark knows that the economy is not going to recover one bit, no matter what him do. If him don't abandon the whole policy of throwing out the PAYE, Jamaica will. Somebody have to come and put it in the back. As Jamaica is going to struggle. You are going to see when it is implemented, you are going to see a small and figure coming home on your paycheck. That's what you're going to see. When they implement the PAYE again, you're going to see a smaller amount coming home on your paycheck. But what would you see eventually? You will see that over a period of time, you will start to be able to afford more things.
Well, I tell you what, I want you to listen to this. Kevin is on this program right now, and him, he's not able to put it up. But I just want you to tell me if you can hear this, all right?
Yes.
Mr. McKenzie is suggesting that there's a certain level of partisanry on the part of how you allocate certain benefits at municipal level.
Mr. McKenzie cannot come to this on this platform and say anything like that. What I have done is what he was practicing when he was the mayor. When he was the mayor and he gets the funding from the ministry, he shares it in a 50, 100% basis. He gives the 50% and they take 100%. And it is evident right now that is exactly what I'm doing.
Oh, hold on. That sounds right. If you get $100 million, you take 100% and give the PNP 50.
Get half of it.
No, that cannot. No. Something.
That's what he was doing.
No, you can't have 150% or something. Which would you take, and how much would you give the PNP?
If he gets $10 to share for the council,
yes.
If the PMP would get $150 out of $10, and the PNP will get $25.
Oh, hold on.
I want to get that video there, Ratty.
I'm right. In $10. You get
let me
so you get $10.
Yeah.
Right?
Get $5.
50%, yes. PNP and the GLP and the PNP would get how much?
The PNP gets, whenever time the PNP gets any money, whether 20 or $10, if they get $20, the GLP gets $10.
Oh, so
if they get $10, the GLP gets $5.
So it's 50-50 in sharing?
Right.
Oh.
No, that is an elected official, brother. That is an elected official.
He would never balance his budget.
So
there's no way.
He used to laugh at the program. We said that would have loved to have him work at a bank. You know which bank they got him a work. To draw some money.
But Richard, you definitely sound like an economist, man. And I appreciate your good work. Maybe that's something you should look at, because as I said, the PAYE over time, once the country start operating and having surplus, then we'll see the trickle down effect. Some people don't believe in trickle down economy, but based on the way you qualified that statement, I think you're on to something about that. But I think math is fundamental, and I can't stop, but I can't help but to commend you on your passion and knowing that you're in your classroom on a Saturday evening. No, it's not part there. When you say she's jealous of some over there, so you point at me and say, no, wait. No, man, this man I love what him do. So I know you love what you do. I just want to big you up and say maximum respect, and you are reason with Rattigan is on here, because a lot of people think when we talk about one aspect of Jamaica, but this is something Ratty always say. We highlight the best of Jamaica. People like you, people like Dr. Ben, people who are passionate about contributing and giving back to the system. And believe me, everybody have nothing but love for you. And, likewise from my side. So maximum, and just keep at it, and we're going to work on something for, as Ratty said, to take it to the next level.
Yeah, man. And thank you very much. And thanks for the support from all of the individuals who are making their contribution, in the chat.
And you know what?
Yes.
A lot, sorry to interrupt you. A lot of people ask me for your contact details because they want to buy the set of books for the grandchildren and their children. So I'll touch base with you regarding that.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. And I remember in the good old days when the mathematics resources started, because Richard James did not start by having anything to print books and so on. So I would write what I intend to put in these books, but it has to be a shortened version. I used to write the detailed notes on the book on the board. And some of my students said that when I'm writing on the board, they said, Mr. James, when I finish this with this notebook, you see, I'm going to keep it for my children and grandchildren so that they can come and read these mathematics notes that you gave us. But they imagine that it would just be at that level. But I think that this is maybe the 5th generation book for Richard James Mathematics Resources, because we started off by writing detailed notes on the board. Then I started by giving handouts in just printouts. And then we started with what we call a monochrome cover. Yes, the monochrome cover. And then we have the spiral bound after that. So this is the perfect bound or the mini bind. And of course, we have the other book like that. Let me stand a little bit so you can see the two. Right, so these are the 2 books. So this is the one before, this is the one that we have in place now.
Let me just tell everyone. Let me just tell everyone that we'll put up Mr. James's details on the website. But we're gonna force people to go to the website. We'll put up his details on the website so you can go over there and you can see how you can contact him to just chat with him or to purchase the books. So we'll get that up on the website. And the website is OJLDF.net. One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Yeah, put it up on the board for me, sir. OJLDL. Yeah. LDF.net.
And they should put it in all lowercase, or it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
.net. All
right. And you're left-handed too, man. Maybe that's say you're smart. So.
You know that some students attend the class for the entire year and don't recognize that I'm left-handed?
You serious?
Yes. And I know why.
Oh. Why they're right-minded?
No, because if they're
right-minded.
If I'm writing a law, so because sometimes the left-handers have a tendency to lean over and to turn their hand to right and to twist over and to be like this when they're writing, like that, and to turn the hand away. But my hand is just normal position writing, so they don't recognize that. And compounded with the fact that they are paying special attention to the information more than the handwriting. And some they spend the entire year. Is when they come to class now and they ask me to sign some paper. When they are leaving and they ask me to sign some paper, and I take up a pen to sign it, Mr. James, I never know use. It does
So
recognize
James, let me ask Dr. Ben and Sir Herb if they have any questions for you there.
Yes.
Yeah, let me go quickly because I have to run now. It's nearly 9.
No, yeah.
No, my bedtime gone. It's 9 a.m. now. It's 8:47 now. So the question that I have to ask is, maths is one of those subject areas that has a lot of misconception surrounding it. So, when you look on the TV, you look on the internet, you look on social media, we find that the progressive way to education is how they have challenged that misconception by creating games and repositioning and presenting math from a perspective where it is fun. So my question is, do you have any plans in the future to create games, one, that reposition math not only as something to fear, but from something fearful to something that is fun? So that's one question. And then number two, apart from the fun, do you have any plans to present summer program, where math is presented through not board games now, but fun games, where math is repositioned as a fun-filled activity? So I'm gonna jump off, but I'm listening for your response.
Okay, no problem. Well, I have attempted that on a few occasions, and people have done that on a few occasions, people I know. But the thing is that with mathematics, if the ideal environment for learning mathematics is for concentrating, peaceful, calm, void of excitement. That is the best environment for individuals to learn mathematics. So as it pertains, well, people can learn aspects of mathematics with fun. For example, they might be playing a game where 3 times 9 is going at them, and they have to type in the 27 before it explodes on them. By so doing, students will get sharp on their multiplication tables, and that would be a good game for them. However, the reproduction of mathematical concepts is not very efficient by making use of devices that are very exciting. I think that somebody suggested something to me like reggae and dancehall stuff for mathematics, that they would use reggae and dancehall to teach individuals mathematics. And I said to them, now, listen, if you are going to teach individuals mathematical concept with that kind of environment, the beat and the rhythm and the like that, in what environment do you imagine that the student is going to reproduce, is going to recall, is going to make use of that? The same environment. But can you have such an environment in an examination? What is therefore going to happen? Of course, the child is not going to do well. Because when the child gets information into the brain, by that means, if the child is going to reproduce the information, then the child is going to require that same environment. And of course, you cannot have that in an exam. So that throws that one out. As a matter of fact, over time, the reggae dancehall mathematics and getting the students to learn it by that means, with time, they got what I was saying. They couldn't get it at the moment, maybe because they were not willing to consider what I was saying. But eventually, they realized that it turned out to be a failure. So what we should try to do, we should try to get students a calm environment, an environment conducive to thinking, an environment in which they can express themselves, an environment in which they can reconstruct a concept. That is the kind of environment that we need for them. And they're not going to get that far with mathematics being presented in an exciting environment. They're not going to get very far with it. They're going to get very far with a calm and peaceful and what we call now harmonious environment.
Before you're coming, President, let me just tell there's I guess it's a young lady, well, a pretty gal you want at 9:52. She's saying that she went to the website, didn't see his information. It's not there yet. We're gonna put it in.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll call it to Prezi. Prezi is the website guru, so it will be there. That's the website OJLDF.net, but the information for you is not there yet. Prezi is gonna put it in. So by tomorrow you'll see it in there. So you'll see all the details from Mr. James, and then you can reach out to him. You can just chit chat with him, purchase the books. Brother, there's a lot of people right now say they want to buy the books. I don't know how you going to manage this, because a lot of them overseas. How do you deal with that issue?
Okay,
So,
well, for overseas, it might be a little bit challenging or a little bit more, but I've sold my books to Canada, Barbados, Trinidad, states, quite a few of the states in the United States of America. So I've sold my mathematics books, many different places.
all right, no say another word.
The shipment might cost some more, and might be a little bit more.
Well worth the investment, though. Well worth the investment. All right, go ahead, President. No, you're muted. Oh, Herb. Hold on, the President.
Yes.
Forget.
Yeah.
Herb. Herb, you can't hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Get some in the box, or remember get that chance to ask a question. Go ahead, Herb.
Yeah. In New York, I recall when my kids were in school, I got them a bunch of VHS videos called Math Made Easy. There's everything from addition and subtraction all the way to calculus and trigonometry. And it worked because when they were watching it, they could watch the teacher or the instructor, and they could stop it and back it up, listen again, and before you know it, they all were passing math with A's, right? So my thing is, in this day of what President and I would term the technological age, I heard you say that your technological person was out or something like that. You could actually take a challenge and do some IT courses yourself to equip yourself to do your recordings, to market them, right? YouTube, or wherever you're able to market them, and do international business.
For sure.
You can get them translated. Have you done any of that before?
In terms of translation of the mathematics out of the
Yeah.
No, I've not attempted that. But it was presented to me that they need to be somebody wanted them to be translated into Swahili.
Yeah,
individuals.
the African market. Remember now, we are in region 6 of the African Union. Jamaica, the United States, everywhere there's black people in the Western Hemisphere. It's region 6. And that they open up the markets to us. And something like that for African kids, I mean, you have a certain amount of enthusiasm that you put into your presentation. And that means you're excited about the subject, right? And it's great. So you will sell yourself and your product in a heartbeat. But the key thing is to get it on some form, maybe a jump drive, maybe a disc, something that not all Africans are up to date with the latest and greatest. They might even be still using cassette tapes over there, right? We found out when they wanted us in Ghana to do IT upgrades, the military was still using analog systems. And we were going over there with digital stuff. It wasn't going to work, Yeah. So you have to look at it, because what you're doing is you're taking the books. One of the books, when I was doing my math course at University of Maryland, I had to use this, right? It's one of the best sellers. All the math you'll ever need by, who's that? Stephen somebody. You can make it out, Ratty?
Yes, it's Slavin.
Yeah. Steve Slavin. And it has the simplification of math is this book. Until I saw yours and I realized you're doing the same thing he did. And he has a best-selling guide, right? And keep in mind, I was going back to college in my 40s. And I had to pass this math course to graduate. I left it for last. I got a B+. But
that's excellent.
This book helped. And there's some other little books that this other tutor told me to use. And each one was specific in the area, whether it was calculus, whether it's trigonometry, whatever it was, right? But the idea behind marketing is that you have what it takes to be a good marketer for a math series. I didn't say book, I said series, which is what you have.
Yes,
right? And let me tell you, brother, you'll be raking in some bucks. You would. You get to a website, you go into town.
Richard, some of the people been talking about Amazon, like utilizing their reseller account. So pretty much what I know from how Amazon work, you can have a bunch of books shipped to them and they'll do the distribution for you. Or you can, when somebody order it, you pop it in the mail and ship it off to them and they can generate the interest here. But I do think the sky is the limit, and just being here and the stimulation of the argument, I know, this is gonna fuel or at least start sow some seeds of creativity in your mind, but just to explore your options. And of course, as Herb said, your e-commerce is easy to develop. You already have the product, you already have the system. In fact, I'll tell you what, I found this out. One of my employees authored a book, but how he did it, and this was incredible because I didn't know you could do that. You just go on Amazon, design your book, put the content in, they will print it, they will ship it, and give you all the credit, ISBN number and everything, and your book now, they can just sell everything, made by them, sold by them. They take a bigger percentage, obviously, because they have to do the shipping and all of that. So there is a process that you can use, and once we start communicating, I'll share how that process works and see if it's something you'd be interested to do. But so the Chinaman's a quick sale, small profit. But so the international market, I do think you can tap into, and with AI these days, and with ChatGPT 4.0 coming out in the next couple months, well, it's out, but it's not ready for public consumption. Your videos, you can literally talk in your Jamaican language, and AI can play it back in any language. They just choose whatever language you want to hear it in, and it automatically transcribe and create an audible version of what you're saying. So I do think this is a great time, and the sky's the limit for some of the potential and the opportunities that are available to you. So I would say you've worked hard, you've done this thing, and now it's time to reap the fruit of your labor. And by God's will, you have a good support system here, and may the Most High grant you the blessing. I know we're up against time. I can't believe it's 10 o'clock. But I just want to commend you for being at school at 9 o'clock on a Saturday. I mean, trust me, you're devoted and you're dedicated. I respect that.
My entire life is like that. Yes.
Yes, sir.
And thank you very much.
No wonder why people end up.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much for the support. Thank Dr. Benny Yisrael, thank Mr. Rattigan for getting me on this show. The support that I've heard of, because I'm not seeing the chat being some distance from my computer screen. It sounded to me as if it's overwhelming, and I've been given quite a bit of support. I'm really very thankful to everyone who has participated and has caused this event to be the success that it is already. And going forward, I'm always willing to take the advice of others. I'm always willing to do that. I'm willing to make a go for the one on Amazon and the one for translating into another language, for the audiovisual. All of those things I have to consider. And you know that I have quite a bit of resources, because if the audiovisuals are 5,000 are in that region, then that it's going to take some amount of getting onto the devices and so on. As a matter of fact, you have individuals who have purchased my audiovisuals. Not all of them. Some of my audiovisuals on flash drive, because yes, I had audiovisuals on flash drive.
No. You want to license them. You don't want to sell them. You want to license the use of them, because that's a big difference. You still get the money, but you have full ownership, and of course, you copyright them too. But you want to license them, never sell them. Always license them.
Right. Yes, I get that.
We had a chat with somebody this week, and we're working on some things. So hopefully next week we can have another meeting, and then we go from there. But Prezi is right. You never sell, you license, so money is always coming in.
Right.
Like Microsoft do their things, with them license a product, and money is always coming in. So, but you're gonna be nice, man. I tell you already from another week, you say you're gonna be all right. But you don't have to worry about nothing. All right.
Okay.
Well, you're welcome. As you know, as I said with Dr. Ben, and I told you another week, consider this your home. You can come back anytime. You have a whole heap of dunce spot around yourself. You're the first one.
No, I don't think that you're dumb. I think that you are the antithesis of what happened to me. Because, as I said before, I was just in the right place at the right time. Going to the school, going in grade 5 and grade 6, getting specialist mathematics teachers at that time, then going to Mr. DeBruin. So, that happened to me, where I'm not only inclined to the subject, because I'm listening to you speaking. And I know when somebody has a logical way of doing things. And because I've been listening to you all the time when I go on the show on the internet, and sometimes the show is gone already and I watch it over some other time, and I've been listening to you. You don't sound like somebody who would have difficulty if you were taught properly. So I just think that you were in the place where you were not given the proper instruction. That's all.
All right, sir.
Yes, that's all. If you're given the correct instruction, then you'd master the subject like anybody else.
But here what? You don't have to go, right? You can stick around because we have a couple more segments before we leave. But there's one that you probably should have sitting and listen to. We're going to do one now on the conference that they're having in Jamaica on June 16th through 19th. That's the business conference. And then we're having our conference, the real Diaspora conference at nighttime. And they just put out the program, which I want to show them final now. I showed them a tentative program, but they put out the final program. And then I also want to show them a release that they sent out, basically evidencing the fact that not for regular Jamaicans, not for the regular.
I didn't hear the last thing. I didn't hear the last thing that you said.
Yeah, they put out a release this week. They put out the final program. They had a tentative program last week, and they put out the final one now. And then they put out a release as well. And when you look at them, it will become abundantly clear to everyone that the conference that's been planned for the diaspora, no go. Don't go. Stay hard, cock up your foot, and watch our conference from 7 to 9, 6 to 7 to 10, 6 to 9 Jamaica time. And you'll get the real scoop. You'll get the real issues. We're lining up some tremendous speakers. Some of them have committed already. Some of them I still have to chase them down this week. But by the end, a week from today, I should have everything, everything should be planned out. And then we're going to go from there. So what I want to do now is just show the people them, oh, here it is, conference. Show them some stuff. So we're going to cut off from you, but again, it's been a pleasure having you. And I hope that, this place is your place, man. The key, you have the key. You just come and go as you feel like, If you want to come back next week, fine. Because people are asking a million questions about you and about the books and all that. And I'd love for you to come back next week because we should have it up on the website. The website should be fully functional next week because we have a little difficulty because, people working on it like President, they have a regular, they have things that they have to do, so they can only give us a small window to work and refine the things. But it's coming along. Rome never built an idea. Our patient.
Right. Yes. Right. And even when the website is up and running, you are going to have updates for it all the time. You're going to say, all right, we have to do this, we have to put this on, we have to do this and all of that. So it's always going to be a work in progress nevertheless.
Right. And then now what happened now is that when my technician dig off for me, go and play music, and I see some of the people in the chat, they must go back and forth. I'll go back and forth with Kevin, Kevin have them wind up them ways. Oh, I'm just finished now. So I'm calling put on this thing up so we can go forward. But yeah, always a pleasure, man. I mean, I have a bunch of calls here, text messages asking for your details so that they can buy the book. And we'll go from there. So any questions, Herb? Any questions, Prezi? Well, I get Kevin on the line.
Yeah. I'm good though, but Richard, again, appreciate it. Just those who have been talking about the trip, we're still looking forward for your comment. If I haven't replied back to you, if you've been calling or reaching out, please feel free to do that. I am still looking. Those of you who signed up today, thank you. We're still expecting other people to go to the website, OJLDF, and you want to register for the bus ride, those of you who want to volunteer. We're going to be having a volunteer meeting this week. Ratty, we were saying we want to do it on Thursday, but one of our key volunteers is available on Thursday. So we may want to push that back. But see, this is their teacher clean the board for it. OJLDF.net. That's exactly where you need to go. So please go there. Just register to volunteer, even if you can make some phone call. Right, Miss Bum Bum? What's your name? Miss Brum Brum? Brum. Miss Brum Brum, I think I want to have you volunteer to become a moderator for me, because you're always active in the chat. A lot of you are working very hard in the chat. I've been watching your chat. A lot of you guys are very consistent. Captain J, even though you're saying I have no maths problem, a woman problem I have, I still love you, my youth. So, I have no maths problem and a woman problem me have. So, but all of you, who are in the chat, see the website there, OJLDF.net, and we definitely want to take it to the next level. All right. So it's a Captain J, the boss, Miss Brown. OJLDF.net. Please hop on over to the website. Next week, as Wilfred said, you should have Mr. James' info on it. And I don't think you have a YouTube page yet, right?
Richard James?
Yes.
Yeah. Richard James has a YouTube channel, yes.
You can write it on the board now. So can you write on the board? Are it too long? It's too long? I have to search here.
It's the same thing. If you look at my shirt, if I'm close enough and you can see.
No, right. You have to write it. People like me wear glasses. Go down. Wait a transform. All right, so Richard James.
Yes, Richard James Mathematics Resources.
Okay. All right, everybody. Richard James Mathematics Resources. And yes, the Richard James Doctrine. So if you guys, somebody can find it and put it in the chat, Richard James. I think we had put it last week, but once we get the moderators, we'll be able to pin these links next week. But yeah, Richard James Mathematics, if we can do that. And we totally appreciate your help. And yeah, get some vote, Richard, to be on the conference to talk about education and the brain drain in Jamaica, because that's going to be part of the conversation we're going to be having with the conference. Why are teachers leaving the profession? Why did you stick around? Because you could have left and taken up other opportunities, but you stuck around because why?
Look here, you do not want to have a conflict with me because I do not know how to give up.
All right.
I don't know how to give up. That is the kind of person that I don't know how to give up.
Well, they're not the right group.
Right. So yes. Yeah, I that's the kind of person that I am. So
thank you, Mari, for putting it Richard's website.
If needs be, then you know that I don't know if it's called migrate, because I'm not going to go away. Well, people travel all over the world. But as it pertains to what I set out to do with these mathematics resources, to ensure that the people of Jamaica, my nation, my people, learn the subject and learn it the right way, that will never leave my mind, and I will never give up on that.
Well, Ministry of Education, they choose books and resources for all the country, and I think we need to figure out a way where they can prioritize the right kind of technique so that our test scores can increase, especially along the level we talk about the STEM on the last broadcast, because you want to raise those test scores so that internationally will be renowned. And if you individually can produce that type of result, imagine about multiplying that across the country, what impact, what kind of minds would Jamaica be pumping out if we can have people master the discipline of math just through the simplification of the process and the techniques that you use and have shown that you're able to demonstrate those quantifiable results. So I think, this is something, it's a deeper conversation as it relates to Jamaica and where we are as it relates to brain drain. So definitely a good thought for the person who made the comment about you, sharing also some of those passion, not necessarily about math, but about teaching and the role. And to answer the question about what type of areas to volunteer, we need all type of volunteers. We need people to make phone calls. We need people to send out emails, people to send out texts. We have the numbers you're going to send to. We have the email list you're going to send to. We just needed to volunteer, 2 to 3 hours per month to do various things. So we want you to go over to the website, OJLDF. Once you go to the website, you'll see a link right there, volunteer with OJLDF. Once you click the little hamburger button, that's a menu. If you're on a computer, you'll see it big across the screen. If you're on a mobile device, it will be just 3 little lines going across. That's a menu. You click on it, and then you'll see an option said volunteer with OJLDF. Please go ahead and sign up. Appreciate it.
Sorry about that. You say 3 hours per month?
Yeah, 2 to 3 hours per month. Yes. So it's not a big commitment.
No, you know the kind of person that I am. If I go on it, I'm to do 3 hours per month. I'm doing 3 hours one time. I don't know if that's
that works too. So
that's the kind of person that I am. Is if I'm going to do something like that, Mr. James, you need to do this 3 hours, per month, When I go on it, I'm not leaving until completely 3 hours worth of work one time.
Well,
yep, and get it behind you.
Yeah, that is for one, but I don't like to start things and then go back to it. I like to continue doing it until it is finished. But I don't think that you want just 2 to 3 hours per month, but I think that you could do with maybe a few more hours, right?
Yeah, as we get along, we're going to need more time. But for now, the type of workload we have and the amount of volunteers that have already registered, it will be shared. It will be shared responsibility across this. Ratty, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say that we need volunteers for a variety of tasks. Like one of them, we need a volunteer to monitor the chat. Like I just had to get. I mean, I'm sitting here and people, I'm paying close attention this week.
Herb, is that your mic, Herb?
Yeah, so,
just mute it a little bit.
So we'll need monitors so that I can spend more time just focusing on this screen over here and this screen over here with the guests and the questions, and then just leave that to somebody who they can go through it, and then they can call me, send me a text message if there's something interesting that I should be looking at, or somebody should be blocked. Then they just block them. They don't even need to ask me because they can monitor it and see where the conversation is going. And we don't really need any distraction over here because this is very, very educational, and we need people to focus, pay attention, and learn. So we don't have time for the foolishness over here. So when people come over here, we just get rid of them. We don't need that. So, Mr. James, I have to run now, sir. But
all right, no problem.
We're going to talk soon, all right?
For sure.
Everybody, Mr. Richard James, and let's say good night to him. But he doesn't have to leave. He can just stick around because we're going to show something now that might be of interest to him because it's happening in his town in June. So, here we go. Bless up yourself and your family.
Thank you very much.
Blessings to you.
Here. Oh, here we go. All right. See what they put up? They said, our marketplace is officially sold out. This is the conference that the Jamaican government is having on the 16th through the 19th in Montego Bay. And
They announced that they're making preparations to receive 1,000 diaspora members, or 1,000 people, because I suspect people from Jamaica will attend as well. The sales are the ticket sales are not going as they would like. In fact, I'm hearing that they have about 200 plus, and we only have 2 weeks left before the conference. So I don't know how they're gonna do that, especially when they come up against us, because we're telling people do not go. And let me be clear again, people, do not go. If you really value your people in Jamaica, if you really want to do something to help your people in Jamaica, do not go. So they said our marketplace is officially sold out. Thrilled to announce that all marketplace spaces for the 10th biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference have filled. Thanks to all our exhibitors and partners for your fantastic support. Conference is shaping up to be a sensational experience with something for everyone. Engage in dynamic dialogues, explore a variety of goods and services, and seize unparalleled networking and business opportunities. I don't see nothing there. So we say we want to talk about the issues affecting poor people. So that's why I'm telling you, do not go there, because what they're talking about is for you to become a neo-colonialist, for you to invest, to exploit your people in Jamaica. Remember, the minimum wage is what, 13,000? I think it's going up to 16, but it can't keep up. It's not a livable wage. And so they're going to tell you pay minimum wage, get people to do certain things for your bill, whatever it is. But they're asking you to come and invest your money and exploit our people. That can't work, right? And then we don't hear nothing about water. We don't hear nothing about. I'll show you what they're planning. Let me show you. Here it is. Can you see that? All right, I'll read it if you can't see. But this is their detailed program, right? And let's skip all of this nonsense and go to real thing. Here it is. They're starting on Sunday, pre-conference, and it's gonna be a day of service, as in religious Thanksgiving worship service, and then registration. So nothing much is going on here, but we're gonna start on this day. We're gonna start with our program, because here's what we have: a lot of issues to cover. So we're gonna start, and I believe we're going to start with foreign affairs and foreign trade issues, but I'm not sure. But we're going to start on the Sunday, the 16th. Actually, look at it. The minister's giving, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. I didn't even see this. Giving remarks the same day that we're planning to do something on foreign affairs and foreign trade. Now, here's for them the first day. So they go through national anthem, blah 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 blah. Look at the first plenary session. It says Jamaica open for business, transforming investment and enterprise in Jamaica through diaspora engagement. Don't hear nothing about our people. Nothing. Here we go. Then they continue. They start what time? They start at 8:30. Yeah, they start at 8 o'clock. Yeah. 8:30 Jamaica time. And then 10:40 they have a Riverside chat with successful diaspora entrepreneurs succeeding at business in the diaspora. Now, why would I want to spend money going on to Jamaica to learn how to run a business from where I reside? No. And how much you can learn from somebody like this with 100 people there, 30 minutes. I notice I say 100, which is a tenth of their expected population for this conference. But there it is, Riverside chat. Then they have another one here: role of Jamaican missions and diaspora communities in supporting and sustaining Jamaicans overseas.
Then they have a luncheon again. Well, they have a luncheon, and it's about, look at that, creating access for diaspora, direct investment in Jamaica. By the way, do not forget, people, and I'll play it next week, that the junior minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Honorable Minister Terry Long, he said in England, and he said it in the US, that they're upskilling the people in Jamaica. They're upskilled. I never heard that word before, but he said they're upskilling people, and they're involved in robotics and engineering, and there are plenty of good jobs there. And so one of the benefits of this is that they don't have to depend on us in the diaspora to send money home, because he said they have good jobs, good paying jobs, and they're doing well. So I'm starting a campaign that we do not send any money home in December. We send barrels, we send home food, and we send home money for medication, but we send it in November. For the month of December, we send nothing. We need to show them how powerful we are. Because we talk about, oh, yes, we send home 3 billion or whatever the number is, but we don't act as if we do it. We talk about it, and so that's why they take us for granted, because they're like, yeah, they must send money for my Auntie Mattie and Granny, Mary and Uncle Joe. And so, but they need that foreign exchange. They need it. So what we need to do is do not send any money home in December. If you're going to send money home for medication, if you have people at home, like I do, that I have to send money for medication, I send that money in November. Buy a medication for December. But from December 1st to the 31st, do not send any money home. Send the barrel with the food. Let them, ease them off of the supermarket. Anyway, the supermarket too expensive. So pack your barrel. Start pack your barrel now. Where are we now? You can start now. Start pack your barrel little, and then you send your barrel home. Send your barrel home like around November, early November, so that it will get there in time for them for Christmas, or maybe mid-November. But do not send any money. That's the campaign that we're starting. People have been saying it in the diaspora for a while. I know there's a popular radio personality in New York who said that years ago. He was saying maybe this is something we should do to get their attention in Jamaica. So that is what and you're going to hear me say it every week. Do not send money home in Jamaica in December. No money. Send your barrel. If you have to buy medication, send the money in November. But here it is, that maybe that's why they're not talking about all the issues, because all the people in Jamaica have been upskilled, except that the biggest working population in Jamaica is the unskilled working one. So I don't know where this upskilling come from and how it's going to help people. Crime. For crime, you will only get 30 minutes with the new police commissioner to talk about Operation Secure Jamaica. They took off the plan. It used to be called Operation Plan Secure Jamaica. So I guess they planned it already. Excellence in crime fighting and national security. Now you're going to hear from a man who came in the police, the JCF, at the assistant superintendent level. He didn't go through the ranks. I don't believe he's ever arrested anyone. I don't believe he's ever testified in court concerning a criminal case. I don't believe he's done that. But he's going to talk to you about excellence in crime fighting and national security. This man has an IT background. He has an IT background, and he failed at it. He failed to implement the system that would provide accurate and timely overtime payments to police officers. I think it may be working now, but it should have been working, I think it was last year. It should have been working from April 1st of last year. So that's who you're going to get. Then they have achieving lasting peace and citizen security in partnership with the diaspora. Oh, so now they're in partnership with us, Herb. You see that? Achieving lasting peace and citizen security in partnership with the diaspora. And that's 1 hour. Q&A included. Outstanding. More entrepreneurship right here. Then they talk about education and health. How they can get donations from America without going through the hassles. So customs is going to do a presentation on that. Then they have another one. Again, social stock exchange. How many of you know about the stock exchange? Transforming Jamaica health system. That Tuesday, we're going to have an outstanding health service professional who will talk about the situation in Jamaica, what it was, what it is, and what it's likely to be in the future. So stay tuned for that. Then Tuesday at more marketplace, Eat Jamaica Day. This thing a week. I don't see anything about poor people yet, you know. Transforming education in Jamaica in the digital age. Transforming education in Jamaica in the digital age. Jamaica is failing on the international standards. Jamaica is failing. And I don't see any urgency here, because this is something that should have been discussed. You don't have to wait for a conference to discuss this. This is something that should have been discussed a long time ago and a plan put in place. But, you know, and then here it is that they said they're going to be dealing with equitable access to quality education across Jamaica, fostering a skilled workforce. Well, the minister said they have upskilled them already. So, I don't know. Then they have... Jamaican citizenship and travel documents. This is where you can go to become a decent citizen. You can get your citizenship, a decent citizenship, not one by descent, but decent. Staying Jamaican citizenship and travel documents. Now, it's funny that they would talk about Jamaican citizenship here, and we have this issue that's going on. And I think it's gonna linger all the way through the conference, and still no resolution regarding citizenship. They had a chance to do it in the reformed constitution, but I haven't seen it. Here, look at this: wealth creation through real estate. Now, most of us in the diaspora, of course, we'd like to go back at Jamaica. We want Jamaica to be our final resting place. And we don't want them to transport our bodies from here to Jamaica. We want to go back to Jamaica and, you know, make our transition in Jamaica. But how many of us can do this? This is not about buying real estate and, you know, having a place that you say, okay, this is my little piece of the rock. This is talking about wealth creation, how you can make money off of this thing. Right? Meanwhile, housing is a problem in Jamaica. I just spoke to a friend of mine, a young professional, and him say right now, rent's gone up, interest rates gone up, salaries haven't gone up though. Everything in the supermarket gone up. So how you expect people to live? More Riverside chat, 45 minutes with the Minister of Agriculture. And by the way, agriculture, that sector, has lost the most workers. And I'm looking at the latest stats from Statin. And I looked at the stats before the present stats. And agriculture is losing a tremendous amount of people. So, I don't know. And then now, I think they took some of the tariffs and taxes and whatever off of imports. So now they're going to flood the market with cheap imports. You're going to get scallion, onion, thyme, tomatoes. You're going to get all of that from overseas. And you're going to put these people, you're going to put the poor farmers out of work because they cannot compete with the cheap foodstuffs coming in. They just simply cannot compete. Although it's a superior product in Jamaica. But you know, when you just need for food your belly and you have a limited amount of money, you're going to go where you can stretch the dollar, which means you're going to go for the imported stuff. I remember the imported stuff have on all kinds of chemicals, and some of them ship green, them ripe during transit. It's not the same thing as buying a product in Jamaica. But by the way, you know, you can buy the product in Jamaica, but then you might go down a Coronation Market and remember, you know, you have sewage that come up, raw sewage that come up in the market and around the market. So you have to consider that too. But Jamaica, we don't know what we do for them treat us so. And then here's another one. Everything is wealth creation, you know, tourism and wealth creation. See that? That's all. Everything is about making money. They're not talking about what are we doing for the poor people. I must say though that my representative, Michelle Tolonil, somebody brought it to my attention that she had some kind of conference where they're collecting medical supplies and sending them home to Jamaica, and that's commendable. And I have to commend her on that. That's a good initiative. We need to do that more often. So kudos to you, Michelle. Although I still say you shouldn't go. Take it from somebody who you represent. You shouldn't go. You and the 10 people you have. You represent over 1 million people in this area, the Northeast, and you have a delegation of 10. If you still insist on going, I'm going to ask the 10 people not to go. Make you go by yourself. Because it's just a waste of money. Then owning a piece of the rock, this is all nonsense. It's all fluff, people. They're going to talk about Jamaica's constitutional reform. Want to see what we do today with the recommendations? Want to see what we do with the recommendations? No. Why would you want to go there and have them just pull the wool over your eyes and tell you foolishness? Why? Why would you want to go there to listen to this nonsense that they just produced and it's in Parliament now? Why, people? Makes no sense. And then they finish. So you notice we don't say anything about affordable housing for Jamaicans. We don't say anything about water. We don't say anything about fixing up healthcare, which them saying, oh, they're going to beg the diaspora to give them supplies, which the diaspora has been doing anyway. Right? We don't see them talking about Cornwall Regional and the money that's been dumped into that white elephant. We don't hear about that. We don't hear about how them going to fix up the hospital in Sablamar. We don't hear about Spanish Town, except that them say they broke ground. We don't hear about the new prison where them claim 3-4 years ago said them get ready for break ground, build a new prison. Where is the new prison? Oh, better yet, where is the money that was allocated for the new prison? We don't hear nothing. We don't hear about education. Them say, oh yeah, them want education at digital age. No, tell us what you're going to do now to increase the scores. Tell us about stuff that you're going to support Mr. Richard James. That's what we need to hear to improve the scores of our children. Make them more competitive. Take them out. What we need to do is we need to shrink that class, that unskilled class. We need to shrink that. But we can't. Not right now. We need to hear about that. We need to hear about infrastructure, roads. Yes, we have highways, but guess what? Most Jamaicans don't use the highways. Most Jamaicans can't afford to use the highways. And what about the interior roads? You know, what about the roads in the inner cities? What about those roads? We don't hear nothing about them roads there. That is what we want to hear about. How about national security? 30 minutes? With a gentleman who has no clue about what's going on. I would love to sit down with him and ask him about Plan Secure Jamaica. Because I would ask him, I'd twist him, I'd turn him, I'd fling him, I'd everything with him. Because him don't know the program they like me. Him don't know Plan Secure Jamaica like me. He might swat it, but when me start throw some curveballs at him in a relatively short period of time, you'll realize that this man don't know what I talk about. In fact, I don't think he would have wanted him to sit down with me. But be that as it may, we don't hear nothing about them things there. What's the plan to get the murder rate below 1,208? That is the question somebody should have asked him, you know. Say, Mr. Police Commissioner, what is the plan to get the murder rate below 1,208? If you ask him that, him turn fool. He never realized that it was 1,208 when this this government came into power. He didn't realize it. When you talk to him about, what we're going to do about the farmers, we're going to do about them. We're going to do about protecting our borders. We see plane on land with 200 and something people. Who them people are? And we don't arrest none of them for illegal entry. In fact, we let them in.
No, we feed them and let them go. and give them a tour. We gave them a grand tour.
Give them a tour. And then some other people decide to them not land on the airport. Them are landing on the water. So them land on the water and them gone. Nobody don't know. Some other ones say we not land on the airport. We are landing our field. Them land on our field. And we claim that we have all kind of technology and we have this and we have that. And yet still all of these things going on. Right? Them have a gentleman who's responsible for citizen security by the name of Kevin Jr. out of Canada. Ask him, Mr. Junior, tell us about your plan to come up with a list of all of the shippers. Since them say the guns are come from America, give us a list of all the shippers. And what's your plan to scan these barrels? And what's your plan to obtain and collate all the information regarding shipments? Who's sending the shipments? Where are they going to? How about that? And then coordinate that with the Jamaican authorities, with the U.S. authorities, and with the Jamaican authorities.
You see, Ratty, it's interesting you mentioned Kevin, because the other hat I wear as at the Institute of Caribbean Studies, where I have to talk to Kevin. And what I said to Kevin, if you noted, I sent it to you guys. I said, look, first I told him that the logo and our name would have been off limits. So he has that clear warning. I've told him twice, once in WhatsApp, and the other time is in the email I sent out. But the thing that I talked to Kevin about is these guys down there have these ideas. You talk about getting the murder rate down below 1,200. I talked to him about getting the murder rate down below 500. I mean, look, what they are doing in El Salvador, think about this, gentlemen. What they're doing in El Salvador is to put 60,000 or more prisoners in jail, feed them every day, and there is no rehabilitation. They don't believe this crew is rehabilitative, right? So they keep them in jail. And what happens? You drop the murder rate from 3,000 plus to 300. 10% of what it was. That is amazing. But what I said to Kevin Jr., I said what the United States military used in Afghanistan and Iraq was a system called HIDE. And they also have the software on Apple iPhones. And when these so-called gangs and gang crews are operating, it's usually between the hours of midnight and 5 in the morning. So if the police are out there in force doing sweeps at key intercept points, get the bio information. The eye will record fingerprint. It will record iris scan. It will record face trace, picture of the face, right? Now, if you want to know who's running what across the county line in Jamaica, right? If you catch somebody, Prezi, they're from Kingston, you catch them in Port Antonio at the port. Next time you catch them is in Hanover at the port. Next time you catch them is over in Falmouth at the port, right? They have no jobs and they have no fixed address in some cases. They just tell you they're from Kingston. What do those 3 hits add up to? It add up to somebody who's in motion delivering or shipping ill-gotten goods, or might just be a messenger. But at least you can tag that person and everybody else like that person. It could be male or female, it doesn't matter. Right? The US military did that in Iraq and tagged all the terrorists moving across the country. They did it in Afghanistan, right? So they were able to effectively pull those guys in, question them, and eventually break them down, right? But if this is done in Jamaica, and you're catching all these people in motion, you're catching the people who are transporting, right? You might even discover where all the safe houses are, where they keep the human trafficking contingent. That's all the people. They gather them in a safe house before they ship them out, or before they take them for some organ retrieval operation, right? This system is designed to identify to you suspect or people suspected of doing whatever. And you can't tell me that somebody who has no jobs, no fixed income, no fixed address, moving around the country with transport, paying for gasoline, staying in lodging somewhere, that they not engage in suspicious activity. So either they're serious, and listen, it goes for Mr. Big also. If Mr. Big wants to go and check on his crew or check on his leadership, he's going to be out on the road late as well. And if he doesn't conduct business in that area, or she doesn't conduct business in that area, the same thing applies to them. They become suspicious persons. And now you can track and trace them. I'm not saying arrest them. I'm not saying, throw them in the back of a van and beat them up or anything like that. You simply now have your suspects. They're up to something. And this is just what the U.S. military did. U.S. military did a lot more than that with some of these jokers. When they clearly identified them, they ran, paraffin test on the hands, Ratty, to identify that they were involved in shootings and stuff. On their clothing, right? And they were carrying explosives. It's going to show up on them, the hands and the clothing, right? So, worse yet, if you discover they're carrying about $1 million in the vehicle, or 50 million Jamaican dollars, that means they're trying to get to the bank. Not the regular bank. They have their own system. So you have to know exactly who you're looking for and who you're going after. All them folks traveling overnight and traveling in different areas. When you intercept, what you're doing inventory. And you catch them again, you do another inventory. The third or fourth time, you might catch them with the real goods. Or you could put a tail on them if you suspect them of belonging to an organization engaged in some form or all forms of trafficking. Because they tend to do that, the successful ones. But he's going to take it to the police, and we hear what the police have to say. Because Rattigan and I spoke about this before. This is where you set up your fusion centers, one in Cornwall, one in Middlesex, one in Surrey, right? And the fusion centers should have rapid response teams like those motorcycle cops that can go under any terrain, any territory, any speed, right? If you have those guys ready to move and you come up with something hot and you confirm it, You use drones, you use whatever you have to do to go overhead and confirm something is happening. Then you deploy your rapid deployment guys, right? That's actionable intelligence you're looking for. Actually, something is happening on the beach. They're bringing in boats, right? We hear that the cartel is buying up land in Ocho Rios and in Montego Bay. Okay, so you see boats coming to a private home, 2 or 3 boats. You see them dropping stuff off. You send the drone overhead, confirm how many people, whether they're armed or not, the type of weapons they have. You send your rapid deployment team out because you want them to catch them there. At the same time, you bring your Coast Guard and our police boats around to get them backed up on land. So there are techniques and tactics that can be used that can reduce the gang, reduce their ability to survive, and reduce the fact that they're going to have to go find an honest living after a while. Where your programs with HEART and these other job training programs, they'll turn out much better. You're going to have more volunteers. They're going to know the heat is on and they can't go there because their face, the iris, their fingerprints, all those biometrics out there on them, and they're going to be sought the next time they get caught. So I haven't stopped doing my job from my perch where I am, but the fact is, somebody's got to educate these people. Right?
You know what? Like somebody was saying, well, let's just talk. Well, the thing about it is that we want you to know that there are things that you can do to reduce the crime in Jamaica. No, whether or not the government does it, that's their business. And that should be your priority in terms of looking to see who's taking care of you, who's providing for you. So you look and say, well, wait a minute, how come these guys talk about fusion centers and we don't have that in Jamaica? We don't have, and yet still we spend 1.2 billion or whatever the number is on all of these things and we don't see any results. Also, you can get the fusion center, you can get all the equipment, but you need to get good people. And one of the things that I'm telling you the FBI will do is that they will help you to staff it. So you can, if you build that thing out properly, you can go to your international partners. You can go to the MI5, MI6, you can go to CSIS, you can go to
U.S. Southern Command down there in Miami.
Exactly. You can liaise with them. And so what you do is you have people in there. So you never short on information because information is going to be pumped in. Everybody will maintain ownership of their information if that's what they want to do. But when there's an issue, everybody contributes to it. And so you'll never be able to say, well, we don't have enough people or we don't have enough information. But think about the people. Herb and I, we've been basically proselytizing this idea for years, and Dr. Francis as well. But they will never accept it. And I'll leave you to think why they will never accept it. I won't tell you why. Because you're bright people. Although you will pass Mr. James's course. I won't pass it. But if I'm telling you this, then that means you're brighter than me. So you can pass. You'll pass this course with flying colors, so you'll know why they're not gonna do this. So
well, for all of the dunce on them, like I said what I say, and for the people who the government think we're idiots, we definitely know that from my experience, the police force is corrupt, and I say so knowing the things I've seen and experienced and how I see leadership handle situations that is totally a violation with proper code of conduct. So until we have stronger accountability. And that is why I'm telling you, they're writing us out of the new constitution, and they do not want the diaspora involved in any type of governance, because when you can grease the palm of somebody in Jamaica, it's going to be far more challenging and difficult to grease the palm of someone in the diaspora who wants to do it for Jamaica, but not for their own personal interests. And I have seen it firsthand. I have experienced it firsthand, that it is so easy to be corrupt, because when a superior presents an opportunity, you know, what you're going to do? You have to salute the man. Or I don't know how many women are involved, but I'll just talk about my personal experience. And then him come to you and him say, hey, listen, police, why you do this? What you gonna do? It's very, very difficult to stand up against a superior officer when you're given a direct order. And who you're gonna complain to? You know, and you're operating in a situation where these police officers are able to, you know, pull strings and make things disappear. Even people disappear. So if you're worried that your superior have the power and the ability to make you disappear or make the case magically, you know, implode or disappear, what are you gonna do? So I think it's the rank and file draw a lot of corruption from the officer corps, and the officer corps feel invincible because they, you know, really don't answer to a lot of people. And even as much as you see the prime minister there in his capacity, it's still police that protect him. As much as I say in one of these politicians, they rely on the police and the protective services to protect them. And they are very, you know, careful how they treat police, and especially those of a certain caliber, because they understand how important it is to have the, you know, the favor of police. So the system, guys, is that difficult. But I think when they went for the ISO certification and starting to use case management, it was supposed to bring Jamaica from the antiquated guard room book where you don't have actionable intelligence and you have real-time data that you can rely on. But even though they may go to a conference and say, hey, look at what we've done, when you're talking about 4 to 5%, even if they go up to 20 in the last several months, I don't think having a fraction of the law enforcement community with access to real-time data is effective policing, because a lot of times police are acting on information that is still outdated or just his own police intuition. But you need actionable intelligence. You want to be out there, as Herb said, and if you have any kind of police encounter, you're supposed to be able to have real-time data on the subject and not relying on making a radio call and then you don't have proper visual, you don't have biometrics, you really don't have it. And then you're not properly trained like some artists to know description, even though you're taught that in training school, but it's not something I personally have seen that is enforced or you do refresher course, because after you finish studying the presse and you leave police college, most of the other training you get is just to go up to the next level in policing. But a lot of the core values and techniques, like how to, you know, tell somebody's age just by looking at their forehead and their nose bridge. They trained you like that initially, and some of the other stuff that you can say, well, it looked like a person, or that person seemed to meet that description. But I think the police is under resourced. They don't have the type of money. They don't get the follow-up training, and the people who lucky, because I've been in situation at the station where the sergeant will say, or the inspector usually will say, all right, we get 30 people going to Scotland Yard to learn something, and they want 2 people from each area, or they want X amount of people in a division. And it's the one who is the inspector friend, because you still get paid for go, you still get a lot of other benefits, and then you're also getting the training, and you're guaranteed a promotion when you come back. So I just think that this is part of the problem that the solutions that we come up with will solve, but the officer corps, in my opinion, is not too interested in a modern police force, because it takes away the power from them. And I think that is contributing to the lack of proper policing, and hence the crime and the corruption as we see.
Well said, sir. Well said. I mean, they could learn a lot by just dropping by one Saturday and listening to us talk, especially tonight. When we talk about the failure to protect and serve and reassure, and this nonsense with this constitutional reform, it's just absolute foolishness. Herb, I could close out now because I have to get ready now for this thing. So, any closing remarks?
Yeah.
Captain J wanted to make a call. Are you taking any live calls before Herb respond?
By the way, Karine Swaby, yeah, the water issue. Yeah, we have to talk about that. And I feel it for now, for notice Jamaica's a land of wood and water, and somehow the water just not making it up to where you guys are. Shouldn't happen. I'm going to turn on the phone. We're going to take a few calls, because otherwise this could go on until tomorrow morning. All right.
All right. So let me use my final piece before Herb then, because as you know, I'm traveling and I'm not in my comfort zone. As a matter of fact, this hotel is a nice suite, so I got the living area and nice little area. Come with table, everything, kitchen around there, so, and then I have the bedroom around the corner, so big bathroom. So it's a nice hotel room, but I still burnt out. So Ratty again, big up, love the class every week, ladies and gentlemen. Please go over to the website. I see some of you volunteering. Thank you. And as always, Richard, I know you're somewhere listening. Herb, big up yourself. I'm going to listen to the final commentary.
Herb. Oh, Captain J, what's the question? Because if I turn on the phone, I now get ready. I leave. I have a program I'll start in less than an hour for 2 hours. Right? So if you can post the question in the chat, then we can deal with it. Go ahead, Herb.
Yeah. This thing in Washington, folks, is so crucial to what's going to happen over the next 3 years. Because when they decide on how to adjudicate and administrate with the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative, it has been on the basis that they're giving us a handout so we can deal with local law violations. But when it comes to the heavy weapons trafficking into the countries of the Caribbean, or when it comes to the human trafficking across the Caribbean, it's 1 million square miles to cover across the Caribbean. And the briefing I was at, they said there were over 300,000 at-risk youth that were in line to be trafficked. when we see where the families coming up the Inter-American Highway, and the priority goes to the family who has a daughter who the coyotes can take advantage of. And they do take advantage of the young girls. Young girls end up pregnant, they end up with VD, and they have all kinds of issues when they do get across. So this is serious business. We have to find a way to make our country whole again, because this government does not give a damn about underserved communities, as witnessed by what's going on with this Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference. They could not care less. They're all about business and taking care of their friends. And I'm shocked, well, I'm not surprised that the private sector goes along with it, hand in hand with the government, not looking out for the welfare of the people. The very hotels that they're going to that cost $300 to $500 a night, what happens? The hotel workers don't have light back home. They don't have running water. They're right across the street, usually in some kind of housing area that is not paved roads, and it does not bode well for them. So they probably have to come into work and take a shower, eat something, and go to work, while the kids at home struggling with going to school, finding food, and a whole host of different things. Any hotel built, just like this Pinnacle that they're selling at this upcoming conference, any huge development like that, hotels included, should include housing for workers, right? It doesn't take much to have half an acre where you put up a 4-story, maybe 2 bedrooms on each side, and take care of your workers. It's just a darn shame that there's no inclusion of people in Jamaica's planning, and it spells it at this conference. They only made changes to the conference after we raised the issue when we spoke up. So we have to keep speaking up loud and clear, folks. Y'all need to keep writing and letting this government know you're not happy with the way Jamaica's workers in the tourism industry and in most industries, how they're being treated, because they're not being made to feel like first-class citizens. So that's my take. I'm speaking up for workers tonight. Thank you.
Let me just say in closing that I hope people understand that we're paying attention and that there's no 9-day wonders around here. Remember the statistics. I hope you found it interesting, but I also hope that you found it revealing that you can't trust these people when they give you numbers. You have to go, you have to verify, because they've proven themselves to be untrustworthy. The DPP situation, we're not letting that go. We need to know if we're paying 2 DPP's salaries. We need to know that. The fertilizer, we haven't let that go. We just let Mr. Floyd Green think that we've forgotten, but we're gonna come back with that next week. It's been a while and we're waiting for a response, and we haven't gotten a response. The recommendation from the CRC, the Constitutional Reform Committee, we rubbished that to show you that it's foolishness. The opposition didn't sign, and no one in their right minds would sign that thing. So after by saying that, I'm saying that the people who signed, they're not in their right minds. Couldn't. How could you sign something like this and saying you're doing it on behalf of Jamaica? Now, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council conference, that's our conference. The Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, that's us. You don't need to attend the one in the daytime.
come to the one at nighttime. It's free. It's online. You do it in the privacy and the comfort of your home. You don't have to spend approximately what $4,000 or $5,000 just to go to a conference so people tell you nonsense. And we're going to dissect the nonsense anyway. So you don't need to do that. And then Herb talked about the protest in DC. Again, we're looking for volunteers. I think Prezi is going to have a meeting this Wednesday with all the volunteers so we can talk about the website, we can talk about the foundation, we can talk about the protest. And then, of course, we heard from Dr. Ben. He was a bit, I think it's the most passionate I've seen him because, he was really getting into it tonight and for good reason. And of course, Mr. Richard James, he kind of like explained the path to a better Jamaica for all of us. So thank you, sir. Thank you for coming on. So folks, we are not going to let these issues die. We're going to ride these issues. And again, let me be absolutely clear. The One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation is a non-partisan organization. We can't promote we don't excite, promote governments or opposition, whatever, but we are empowered to hold government accountable. And that's what we're doing. And we don't care who's in the government. We're holding, whether it's PNP, JLP, UIC, NDM, we don't care. If you say your government, people have voted for you, we're going to hold you accountable. And that's what we're doing now. So for all the people who say, well, why aren't you holding the opposition accountable? The opposition is not government in the strictest sense of the word. Technically, yes, they're part of government. But in the strictest sense of the word, they're not. Because you know why? They don't have the power purse strings. They can't spend money. They can't make decisions. All they can do is voice objections. That's all they can do right now. So why should we spend our time focus on the opposition? We're not in a position to provide the assistance that the poor people need. The group that's responsible for that is the government, and so we're going to hold them accountable. So for all of you who would like to see us hold the opposition accountable, we're not going to we're not going to be distracted by that. We're going to focus on the issues of water, of crime, of health, of education, of infrastructure, of quality of life, housing. We're going to spend our time focused on those issues. And once we start doing that, who are we focusing on? The government. And we're not going to stop. So, Mr. James, I want to thank you again, sir. I want to thank Prezi. I want to thank Dr. Ben. And of course, my sidekick, Herb T. Join me later on in about 45 minutes when you'll be listening to Relax with the Rebel. It's a different persona. We're playing reggae music tonight, some nice mellow reggae music, some early warm kind of music. So we're not going to enjoy that. And then tomorrow, Herb and I will be on Waterhouse Vibes at 4 o'clock. Then we'll be on the town hall meeting with Lonesome at 7. And the beat goes on and the beat goes on. So thank you for tuning in. Thank you for staying with us. And keep the faith. Stay safe. Bless up, everybody.